Chapter 98. After greeting each other, everyone took their seats. Ji Hyotani took out Yushu's 8 characters and household registration. The other party started to calculate on the spot. After about the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, there was a result. This woman's 8 characters are indeed lowly, and her fate is light. It is similar to eldest young master's 8 characters. There are no signs of hindrance. It is possible to use it to offset her fate. Recently, Yushu had been talking about how lowly people's lives were. She had developed a resistance to it. Listening to them talking about her 8 characters, she was able to multitask and memorize the 1,000-word formula of the 6 refutations method. Can I have a look at your appearance? The physiognomist, surnamed Zhou, suggested. Ji Hyotani nodded at Yushu. Yushu then put down her fan. The 8 characters could be remembered incorrectly and could be forged. However, one's appearance could not be changed randomly. From this, one could see the cautiousness of the Shui family. Plain and mediocre, not related to anyone. It does match with the 8 characters. That's right. At first, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Listening to the physiognomist Zhou's judgment, Ji Hyotani and Ji Xiaochun's expressions relaxed. They didn't want something to happen right after. The physiognomist, Zhou, suddenly stood up and walked 2 steps towards Yushu. He said something offensive and stared at her for a while. He frowned and asked, "Miss, have any relatives met with a bloody disaster recently?" Yushu blinked and turned her head to look at Ji Hyotani. This look was not important, but she revealed her fear, which proved that it was true. Ji Hyotani saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly explained to Suli, "This child's brother was naughty a few days ago and was beaten by me. It has nothing to do with her." The Shui family now wanted a lowly woman who could pave the way for Ji Xingxuan's marriage. They didn't want a widowed woman who would implicate 3 relatives. There was no problem with Yushu's 8 characters, but there was a mistake in her appearance. Many people knew that the cause of the disaster was related to the person with the appearance. Even though Ji Hyotani explained, Suli was not at ease. He ignored Ji Hyotani and turned his head to look at the physiognomist Zhou. The physiognomist thought for a while and looked at Yushu. He said, "Wait for 3 days. I will look at her face and see if the disaster will go away. If she is angry, there is no harm. If she is calm, then this woman is not desirable." Not desirable. Ji Hyotani's expression changed even faster than Ji Xiaochun's. He forced a smile and said, "Governor Su, this 3 days. Come back in 3 days." Suli got up and interrupted Ji Hyotani's words. He put on a posture of seeing them off. The Ji family brothers knew that it was useless to say more. They got up helplessly. "Then we will leave first. We will come back in 3 days. I will see you out." Suli was polite today. He didn't directly call the servants to see them off. Instead, he personally saw them off. Yushu walked at the back. She saw Ji Hyotani turn his head and stare at her. She innocently shrugged her shoulders at him. It was him who thought he was smart and beat up Yu Xiaoxiu to threaten her. Now that things were ruined, it wasn't her fault. The physiognomist that the Shui family hired was quite skilled. He could tell that her brother was in trouble just by looking at her face. No wonder the Ji family didn't dare to find someone to fool them. They wanted to use her, a dog sh*t life. But was the fate of Miss Ji really so good? Did she need to sacrifice herself to pave the way for her? If she couldn't find a dog sh*t woman and couldn't find the right man, wouldn't she have to be an old woman for the rest of her life? Yushu thought about it maliciously. When they arrived at the gate, Ji Xiaochun gestured for Suli to stop. He went down the steps in front of the gate first. When he turned around to call the sedan across the street, he heard the sound of hooves coming from behind. They turned around and saw a horse galloping towards them from the corner of the street. In a blink of an eye, it rushed in front of them. Ji Hyotani and Ji Xiaochun hurriedly stepped back to avoid it. They heard a low reprimand, and the horse shook the reins. The horse's hooves brushed past them with a sense of malice. "Hiss!" Yushu looked up along the horse's leg. First, she saw a pair of black boots, then tightly tucked trousers, a reddish-brown waistband, and broad shoulder embroidery. She looked up again. TSK. The sun hurt her eyes. She turned her head and almost missed the face. Eldest young master? Suli stepped over the threshold and went forward to lead the horse for eldest young master Shui. He looked up and asked, "Why did you go out alone? You're not familiar with the roads in Yang City. Where is Hadaku?" Eldest young master? The eldest young master of the Shui family? The Shui family's eldest young master who didn't have the life to marry Miss G, but wanted to marry Miss G? Yushu thought about it. When she was about to look up, she remembered that she was almost blinded by the light just now. She quickly lowered her head and pricked up her ears to listen to them. Who are they? Eldest young master Shui ignored Suli's question. He pointed the horsewhip at Ji Hyotani and Ji Xiaochun, who were almost hit by him, and asked. It was hard for the two masters of the Ji family to pretend to smile after almost lying under his horse's hooves. Suli said, "Didn't we meet the night before yesterday? These two are the masters of the Ji family, and that one is the miss of the Ji family." The miss of the Ji family? Ji Xingxuan? Obviously, this eldest young master Shui had not seen Miss Ji before. Otherwise, he would not have mistaken her based on her figure. Hearing this, Yushu felt the gaze of the person on the horse. She lowered her head and pretended to be stupid. Unfortunately, she was neither the miss of the Ji family nor Ji Xingxuan. She was a dog-shit girl. No, this is another miss you. Oh, this word was slightly dragged out. She's the girl who forced me to be a concubine. Huh. Everyone present could hear that eldest young master Shui's last word was a sneer. Yushu even smelled some disdain in it. It seemed that it was directed at her. Immediately, she felt a sense of disgust towards this eldest young master Shui whom she had never met before. The scene was a little awkward. Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani did not know whether to leave or stay. They want to talk to this eldest young master Shui, but he did not even look them in the eye. Well, the marriage had not been settled. Both of them were not in-laws yet. In the eyes of Master Shui, they were just two people with no status. There was no reason to force him to be polite to them. Ahem. Suli cleared his throat. Please go back. We'll talk in 3 days. Ji Xiaochun hurriedly replied, Okay. Then we'll take our leave. The two of them walked towards the sedan chair. Yushu followed behind them with the help of a maidservant. She did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that eldest young Master Shui was staring at her. When she reached the sedan chair, the sedan bearers lowered the head of the sedan chair. When she bent down to get on the sedan chair, her heart skipped a beat. She turned her head to look at the horse in front of the door. Her gaze shifted upwards, avoiding the sunlight. She saw an arrogant face and a pair of mocking eyes. Thump! Her eyes widened as she blinked in disbelief. However, the face that was clearly illuminated by the sunlight didn't change at all. The nose was the nose, the eyes were the eyes. It was clearly the same face, but there were a few more strands of hair in front of his forehead, and he had changed his clothes. However, the completely unfamiliar expression and the different accent made it impossible for her to believe that this was the person she knew. It was him, right? Was it him? What are you looking at? Shui Rui pulled on the reins and moved his hand. The horse obediently turned around and walked a few steps forward. It looked down at Yushu, who was beside the sedan chair. Yushu felt inexplicably nervous. She lowered the fan in her hand and revealed her entire face. She raised her head and used a volume that no one else could hear to call out, "Brother Chow?" Shui Rui frowned as he looked at her. There was not a trace of familiarity on his face. "What did you say?" Yushu stared at his face. She secretly laughed and raised her fan. Nothing. She lowered her head and entered the sedan chair. The sedan bearers lifted her up and quickly followed the two sedan chairs in front. Shui Rui rubbed his chin as he watched the 3 palanquins vanish around the corner, and then he leaped off the horse before passing the reins to Suli, who'd suddenly arrived by his side, and said, "This G clan is truly interesting." Huh. Suli did not comment. "Eldest young master, where is Hadaku?" "How would I know?" Shui Rui wrapped the silver whip in his hand and strode into the courtyard. Suli led the horse and stood at the door. After a while, he heard a shout from the other side of the street. He looked up and saw a horse hurriedly running over. "Young master, young master, wait for this little one. Yushu felt that her friendship with Chao Zixin was not small. Others might mistake him for someone else, but they had been together for a long time. If he changed his hairstyle, changed his clothes, or spoke in a low voice, he would mistake him for someone else. Then she would really have wasted her eyes, unless there was another person in this world who looked exactly like him. On the way back to the Ji family, Yushu was puzzled. Why did Chao Zixin suddenly become the eldest young master of the Shui family? Why did he pretend not to know her? Did he have something difficult to say? Or did he hurt his head and forget her? After considering the probability of the accident, Yushu was more inclined to believe that he had other reasons. From what housekeeper Su said, it seemed that he didn't know that Chao Zixin had lived in Yiyang City for a few months. Could it be that there was something wrong with this housekeeper? Because there was too little information for her to analyze, she couldn't figure it out after thinking about it. It took her a long time to remember that she should be angry at this moment. This guy was obviously the eldest young master of a rich family. He didn't know how to be generous to her. He only gave her 10 copper coins a day and made her do this and that. Damn it. Then she was shocked. Since Chao Zixin was eldest young master Shui, didn't it mean that she was actually going to be sent to Chao Zixin as a concubine? Bah! As soon as this idea came up, Yushu broke out in a cold sweat. She was still sitting in the sedan chair. She took out the copper coins that never left her cuff and held them in her palm. She wanted to concentrate, but she couldn't concentrate to ask for divination. She tried a few times, but it was an empty hexagram. She couldn't get it. In the end, she could only put away the money unhappily and beat her thigh. Suddenly, eldest young master Shui became an acquaintance. Her original plan had to be put on hold. The most important thing now was to find a way to contact Chao Zixin. It was best to talk to him in private. She wanted to know what happened to him. How could he become another person when he went to sweep a tomb? No matter what, Yushu was still optimistic about Chao Zixin becoming eldest young master Shui. He was a friend and not an enemy. Maybe they could cooperate. However, the man with the face of Chao Zixin and the unruly look on his face just now was really an eyesore. Chapter 99. The sedan stopped in front of the Ji mansion. Yushu followed Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani into the gate. The two people in front of her didn't look good. They frowned so much that they could kill a fly. Yushu covered her mouth with a fan and snickered. Suddenly, Ji Hyotani turned his head and looked at her with a gloomy face. Are you happy? Yushu shook her head. No. Ji Hyotani snorted and waved his hand to the servant. Send Miss Ji back to her room. Yushu waved her fan and followed the servant away. She could still hear second brother Ji's grumbling voice behind her. What's going on? We've clearly taken care of everything, and now there's a bloody disaster. When she returned to the small courtyard, old woman Huang was waiting for her. She took off all her clothes and left an empty shelf for her. Yushu untied her dress and removed the belt around her waist. When she lifted up the hem of her dress, she saw that there were red marks on her white and tender waist. She really didn't know how long she could endure it. After changing into a loose dress, Yushu went to the next room to see Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu's condition today was better than yesterday. He was sober and could eat. He didn't sweat anymore. However, he still couldn't turn over, so he lay on the bed and talked to Yushu. Sister, where did you go this morning? I asked Aunt Lu, but she didn't tell me. Yushu thought that she had to let him know sooner or later. Moreover, she saw Chao Zixin today. She thought that there was no better time than now, so she poured a glass of water and sat down. She asked Qiu Xiang to go out and asked Aunt Lu to guard outside. It's like this. Hearing Yushu said that the Ji family wanted to send her to be a concubine, Yu Xiaoxiu was so angry that he almost jumped up from the bed. That's their plan? How shameless. Yushu reached out and pressed his back, and Yu Xiaoxiu lay back in pain. Don't interrupt. Let me finish, or I won't talk to you anymore. Yu Xiaoxiu had no choice but to bite his lip and endure his anger. After listening to Yu Shu's explanation, he slammed the headboard of the bed a few times. Damn it, I knew they were up to no good. After venting his anger, he looked up and saw Yu Shu's calm look, so he said anxiously, Sister, Why aren't you worried at all? Are you really going to replace Miss Minglan to be a concubine? Lower your voice. Lower your voice. Shush, shush, shush. Yushu put her hand on her lips to signal him to be quiet. She lowered her head and whispered in his ear, I'm not so kind to be a concubine for someone. We have no other choice now. Third Master sent people to keep an eye on me, and you can't move. We can only deal with them for the time being, and then find a chance to escape. You need to recover quickly and don't worry about anything else. Just wait for my arrangement. Yushu didn't tell you Xiaoxiu about Chao Zixin because she wanted to find out what happened on his side. She had received his kindness many times and owed him several favors. This time, she wanted to set up the Ji family, but she didn't want him to be involved. While Yushu was thinking about how to contact Chao Zixin, the young master of the Shui family took the initiative to come to the door early the next morning. Hearing the identity of the visitor, the Ji family's servant politely invited him in through the door and hurriedly ran to the backyard to inform the others. Because it was in the morning, only Ji Lauer was at home. When he heard the report, he hurried to the tea room of the south courtyard and saw young Master Shui waiting in the hall. Mr. Shui. As soon as Ji Xiaochun saw young Master Shui, he remembered that he was hit by a horse in front of the guest house of the Shui family yesterday. Thinking that this person was one of the candidates for his future son-in-law, he was unhappy, but he didn't show it. Shui Rui was admiring a painting with his hands behind his back. He turned around when he heard Ji Yunshu's voice and greeted him politely. Compared to yesterday's condescending attitude, he was much more polite today. Uncle Ji. This uncle made Ji Xiaochun flattered. When he was about to climb up, he saw Shui Rui turn around and point to the painting on the wall, saying, Lu Xiaonan's paintings are of high quality, but his calligraphy has never been good, so there are few inscriptions on his paintings that have been passed down to the later generations. This painting is signed by Lu Xiaonan, and the painting is also good. It's a pity that this small letter with meticulous brushwork is a fake. I heard that the Ji family of Yang is hospitable and friendly, but they still hang fake paintings in the guest room. After making comments, Shui Rui turned to look at Ji Xiaochun, who had a stiff smile on his face. Without waiting for him to answer, he retreated to a chair and sat down. He held up a cup of tea and said, I heard that the fourth miss of your family has returned home to visit the sick. She is still in the mansion. Can you ask her to come out and see me? Ji Xiaochun was dumbfounded. He hadn't said a word, and Master Shui directly asked to see his daughter. This request was obviously inappropriate, but he made it sound as if it was a matter of course. I'm afraid it's not convenient. Xingxuan only knew a few days ago that her family intended to arrange her marriage with the Shui family. Although part of it was hidden from her, now that she was asked to see Master Shui, she didn't know if the child would think too much. Not convenient. Shui Rui knocked on the lid of his teacup and raised his eyes to look at Ji Xiaochun. If I remember correctly, Miss Ji is studying at the Imperial Historian's Library. You're not a young lady who stays indoors all the time, right? I was studying abroad before this, so I didn't have the chance to meet her in the capital. Now that I'm here to visit her, what's so inconvenient about that? Or is she out? Ji Xiaochun's forehead was already sweating. He couldn't curse his daughter to be sick, nor could he say that his daughter went out. He had no choice but to agree. Sir Shui, please wait a moment. I'll send someone to call her. Thank you, uncle. Ji Xiaochun went out to call the servant and whispered a few words in his ear. He turned his head to look at eldest young Master Shui, who was sitting in the tea room and looking around. The first 2 times he met this Master Shui, he only thought that this Master Shui was a playboy. Now that he saw him again, he felt that he wasn't simple. His daughter shouldn't be taken advantage of when she was in the same room with him. With this thought in mind, Ji Xiaochun had an idea and called for another servant. Go to the courtyard and find third master's miss. Yes. After the servant left to eat a meal, Ji Xiaochun sat in the tea room with Shui Rui. Suddenly, he heard the crisp sound of an ornament coming from outside the door. He knew that his daughter had arrived. Shui Rui also heard the noise, so he put down his teacup and went to the door. He saw a slender figure on the floor. She was wearing a lotus skirt that was half rolled up. She had a yellow embroidered foot and half a pair of snow socks. She held a handkerchief in her hand, and lifted the hem of her skirt. When she put it down, she looked up and saw a bright moon on her forehead. Her eyebrows were sharp, and half a fragrant handkerchief covered her hibiscus face. This was the Ji family, Ji Xingxuan. Father. As soon as Ji Xiaochun saw his precious daughter, he became spirited. He stood up and introduced her. Xingxuan, come here. This young master is Minister Xue's Sir Xue, Gaokai. Ji Xingxuan half turned around and looked at Xue Rui. She was good at reading people's faces, so when she saw that the person in front of her was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, she generously saluted Sir Xue. Xue Rui raised his brows and smiled, looking extremely heroic. Miss Ji. Ji Xiaochun looked at this pair of young people and thought of the phrase golden boy and jade girl. He secretly thought that if he couldn't get close to the royal family, this young master of the Xue family would be a match for his daughter's appearance. While Ji Xiaochun was looking at his son-in-law, Yu Shu, who had already walked to the door, was also looking inside. She looked at the three people inside the door. She knew Ji Xiaochun, and she also knew Chao Zixin, who was wearing the identity of young Master Xue. As for the young lady with the veil, she must be Xingxuan of the Ji family. Seeing Ji Xingxuan for the first time, Yu Shu's first thought was due to her physiological reaction. This was the young lady who caused her predecessor to be locked up in the ancestral hall and suffocated to death because of a piece of jade. The second thought was, this was the young lady who had an extremely good fortune and needed a dog-shit girl like her to replace her as a concubine. Thinking of this, Yu Shu couldn't help but secretly laugh. This was called having a grudge in the past and a grudge in the present. She took a deep breath and adjusted her expression. She said, Second Master, did you ask for me? Hearing this, the three people in the room turned their heads and saw a young lady standing at the door. She was wearing a loose gray skirt and a washed white blouse. Her hair was plain and her face was clean. She was obediently looking at the door. Xue Rui frowned. Ji Xingxuan was surprised, and Ji Xiaochun's face stiffened again. He glanced at Xue Rui's expression and thought to himself, oh no, I forgot to ask someone to instruct this girl to dress herself up before coming out. This is bad. If young Master Xue sees her sloppy appearance with his own eyes, will the Xue family go back on their word before waiting for 3 days? Xue Rui pointed at the door and turned to Ji Xiaochun with uncertainty. Is this the girl who went to the guest house yesterday? Ji Xiaochun said, ah yes. Xue Rui squinted at Yu Shu. Oh, I really can't recognize you like this. Yu Shu looked at this Master Xue, who was pretending. She sneered in her heart. Pretend. Do you really think that I can't recognize you after you change your identity? Sooner or later, I will tear it off for you. Ji Xiaochun laughed dryly and winked at Yu Shu. Aren't you taking care of your brother? Why are you here? Go back quickly. Yu Shu pretended not to see it and said blankly, Didn't you ask someone to call me here? Ji Xiaochun secretly scolded her for not knowing how to read the situation. He hurriedly drove her away. Go back. It's none of your business here. Oh. Yu Shu turned around and walked 2 steps. She turned back and timidly said to Ji Xiaochun, Second Master, I want to go out. Go out for what? Buy something. Let the servants go. They can't find a place. Yu Shu stayed at the door and refused to leave. She was sure that Ji Xiaochun would not embarrass her in front of outsiders. She took the opportunity to find a chance to go out. Ji Xiaochun was impatient with her pestering. He looked at Master Xue, who was watching on the side. He waved his hand and agreed. Go. Let the servants follow you. Don't run around. Thank you, Second Master. Yu Shu achieved her goal. She turned around and left. Ji Xingxuan stood silently at the side from the beginning until the end, and she only bowed to Xue Rui after she watched Ji Xingxuan leave before she said apologetically, I was rude earlier, young Master Xue. No problem. Xue Rui looked in the direction of the door and pointed at the chair opposite. Miss Xingxuan, please sit. Ji Xingxuan nodded. Mr. Xue, please sit. Ji Xiaochun shouted at the door. Someone, bring another pot of good tea. Subsequently, after drinking about a pot of tea, with Ji Xiaochun supervising them from the side, Xue Rui only chatted with Ji Xingxuan about some matters regarding the Taishe library. Their conversation was well-mannered and did not go overboard. When he saw that the sun was high up in the sky, he stood up and bade farewell. Before he left, he even said, "I'll come again tomorrow." Chapter 100. Thanks to young Master Shui, Yushu was finally allowed to go out. Although there was a tail following her, at least she came out. She walked around the familiar Changmenpu street and easily got rid of the guard Otani sent to follow her. Yushu walked around 2 streets and trotted to Qing Zhang's small courtyard. As she expected, the house was still the same as when she left that morning. There were empty wine jars and bowls on the stone table outside. The quilt on the bamboo bed was folded by her in a hurry. Even though she had guessed it would be like this, Yushu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. She had a faint premonition that Qing Zheng had told her everything he needed to tell her that day. She was afraid that she wouldn't see him again in the future. She lay on the wicker chair that Qing Zheng usually sat on for a while. Then she stood up and closed the door and windows. She carried everything into the house and locked the door. She put the key in the door sill and ran to the alley. The door of Chao Zixin's house was still closed. Yushu touched the dust on the lock. She was surprised that Chao Zixin hadn't come back. She thought of the familiar face yesterday and today. He looked at her with a sarcastic expression. It was so strange that it made her angry. Standing at the door of Chao Zixin's house, she suddenly thought of Nianzhai's shopkeeper Chao, the brother Chao next door. He was gentle and friendly like an old friend. She couldn't help but think of him whenever she was in trouble. It was really a bad habit. She laughed at herself and pulled the lock. Yushu turned around and knocked on the door of Zhao Hui's house. It was Yifangji who opened the door. "Dr. Xiaoyu?" Both of them were surprised to see each other. Yifangji turned sideways to let her in. He looked outside the door and closed the door. He asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? Didn't you say that you couldn't come out?" Yushu looked at the door and whispered, "How is Aunt Hui?" "I'm much better. I just took my medicine. Mrs. Hu from next door went back to cook. I'm watching over her." Yushu nodded, took out a bag of silver, and handed it to him. "Please help me give this money to Aunt Hui." Yifangji was stunned. "Aren't you going in?" "No, I'll go in. I don't know how to tell her." Yushu touched her ear and pushed the money back to him. Her voice was a little muffled. "If Aunt Hui asks about me again, tell her that I'm fine. It's not that I didn't come to see her on purpose. It's just that my family is strict." Yifangji could see that she was in a difficult position, so he comforted her. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of her." Yushu was in low spirits and didn't understand the other meaning in his words. She thanked him, looked at the door again, and left without looking back. Yifangji went back to the room. Zhao Hui leaned against the headboard and looked at him. Her eyes were a little sad. "Did Xiaoyu come over?" Yifangji nodded and gave her the bag of money. Zhao Hui's eyes turned red. She said with tears, "Such a good child. Why wasn't she born in a good family?" Yifangji raised his hand and patted her shoulder. "Good people will be rewarded. Aren't you one of them? Don't be sad. She said that she will come back to see you." After giving the money to Zhao Hui, Yushu still had 10 taels of silver left. She went to a tailor shop in the back street and picked a suit of men's clothes. She changed the dress she was wearing and asked the shopkeeper to take care of it. Then, she went out and rented a carriage to go to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to find Pei Jing. On the way, she divined for herself. When she arrived, Pei Jing happened to be checking the accounts in the backyard. He had a room to himself, but there were only 3 accounts on the table. "Did you solve the problem at home?" Pei Jing put down the abacus in his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. It was rare for Yushu to see him do it himself, so she wasn't curious. "Not yet. I'm here to give you a divination." Yushu took out a crumpled piece of paper and put it on the table. "Huh? How come it's 5 days? Didn't you say it's 3 days?" Yushu stood across the table and said with a smile, "I said it's 3 days. I didn't say I can't calculate the next 2 days." Pei Jing heard the meaning behind her words. His eyes lit up and nodded. "You came at the right time. The Chamber of Commerce has a batch of goods tomorrow. By the way, since you're here, I'll give you the money first." He got up and went out to get the money. Yushu stood there and waited for him. She looked at the account book on the table and casually picked it up and flipped through it. To an expert, The account book was like a three-dimensional database. With just a glance, they could sort out the shape of the account book. To an expert, it was even more clear at a glance. They could roughly see what was wrong. What? Yushu was slightly suspicious. She flipped back 2 pages and ran her finger across a line. She frowned and put the account book down. She flipped through a few more pages and clicked her tongue. She saw that there was only a brush on the table, so she grabbed it and used it to write and draw. Finally, she sneered. "What are you doing?" When Pei Jing came back and saw Yushu writing on his desk, he hurriedly said. He was afraid that she would accidentally ruin the Chamber of Commerce's account. "Mr. Pei," Yushu embarrassedly put down the brush and scratched her head. I just casually. Can this account not be seen by outsiders?" "It's okay. It doesn't matter if you see it, but if outsiders see it, it'll be bad." Pei Jing handed over 10 taels of silver notes to Yushu, took the account book from her hand, closed it, and threw it aside. He sighed and said, "This is a big list of new accounts collected this year. I always felt that something was wrong. I couldn't find it after looking for 2 days. Maybe I was wrong." Yushu looked at the account book on the table and looked at Pei Jing's tired look. She reached out and took it. She turned to a page and pushed it in front of him. She pointed at a line and said, "Look here." "Huh?" She turned 2 pages and pointed at another place. "Look here." Pei Jing was also an expert. He immediately found something was wrong. He straightened his back and reached for the abacus. He clapped and said, "And here." Looking at the beads on the abacus, Pei Jing came to a sudden realization. He finally knew that it was not an illusion. The person who set up the accounts had indeed inserted a huge sum of money. He immediately slammed the table, angry and amused. Suppressing his anger, Pei Jing looked up at Yushu in surprise and said, "I didn't see it. How did you know those places were wrong?" Yushu pretended to be confused. "Didn't you let me look at a lot of accounts before? Something is wrong. I just looked at them strangely, so I knew something was wrong." If he didn't know that it was impossible for Yushu to be related to that group of people, Pei Jing would definitely be suspicious of her background. At the moment, there was only the excitement of seeing the prey. "You child, you really have a good aptitude. It would be a waste if you don't learn to calculate." Yushu had fought her way to the Da and dynasty. This was the first time she was praised for having a good aptitude. She smiled shyly and said, "It's teacher who taught me well." If it wasn't for Pei Jing's generous teaching, how could she understand the ancient accounts in such a short time? Good. Pei Jing repeatedly said good. He looked at Yushu with undisguised love. If his daughter wasn't already married, he really wanted to accept this kid as a son-in-law. "Sir Pei, I have something to ask you." "What?" "Say it." After solving this bad debt, Pei Jing was in a good mood. He crossed his hands and leaned on the back of the chair, waiting to hear what Yushu needed his help with. "I want to ask, from Eyang City to the capital, what route should I take?" "You want to go to the capital?" Pei Jing said in surprise. "You want to go to do what?" Yushu shook her head. "I'm asking for someone else." "Oh," Pei Jing made a "so that's how it is" expression, but in his heart he didn't think so. To go to the capital, just knowing the route is not enough. It's best to follow an escort agency or a caravan. As long as you spend a bit more money, you can bring your own dry rations on the road. Otherwise, if you travel alone, it will be bad if you encounter bandits. Eyang City's Tanyuan Escort Agency has an escort carriage that goes to the capital almost every month. Their escorts are all good. If it's a caravan, we, Tihin, have our own escort team, so we don't need people to escort the goods. Every month, we will also go to the capital. Which one is safer? Pei Jing said without hesitation. Of course it's to follow us, Tihin. However, the Chamber of Commerce usually doesn't bring outsiders when they travel. Not bringing outsiders meant that they could bring their own people. Yushu understood the meaning behind Pei Jing's words and had a plan in mind. "Ashu, if there's anything you need my help with, just say the word," Pei Jing said. Pei Jing was very good at conducting himself, but Yushu wasn't stupid. Of course, she wouldn't be moved by his words and ask him for help. If she really needed his help, she would choose another unyielding method. Then you can give me the table now. Let me write something. At noon, Luffy ate 3 dishes and 1 soup with Pei Jing in the headquarters. After saying goodbye to Pei Jing, Yushu went to Wanxiang Street. She started from a gambling house on the east side of the street. She won 1 game and then left. She avoided the Baoran Casino and went across half of the street. She won more than 20 taels of silver from 7 gambling houses. Plus the money that Pei Jing gave her. She had 50 taels of silver left, which was more than enough for Luffy. She exchanged a small bag of broken silver for 3 taels of silver in the bank. She hid the rest of the banknotes with her. Recalling that afternoon when Otani tore her 10 taels of banknotes, she was still angry. He didn't care about the 10 taels of silver, but the money was enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live a good life for half a year. After dealing with these chores, Yushu returned to Changmenpu Street. She went to the ready-made clothing store to change her clothes and swaggered to the Shui family's guest house. No matter what, she had to see Chao Zixin. No, Master Shui. The Shui family's guest house was closed and the road was deserted. Yushu stayed under the roadside wall, diagonally opposite the gate. She waited for a long time, but no one came. Watching the dusk, she had to kick the pebbles to walk to the street. She was absent-minded and didn't pay attention to the movement around. When she turned the corner, a carriage almost brushed her elbow and stopped abruptly. She was still a little confused and turned to look at the behemoth parked beside her. She saw the curtain of the window open and a cold face appeared. "Don't you watch the road? It's you?" Shui Rue looked at the little girl under the window. He was surprised at first, then his eyes flashed and he frowned. "What are you doing here?" Although Yushu hated this face now, she was still happy to bump into him. She looked around and saw that there was no one. Then she tiptoed and approached the window. She stared at him, and his face was reflected in her bright pupils. She whispered, "Brother Chao, is it you?" Chapter 101. It's you, isn't it? Yushu believed that Chao Zixin would not change into a different person for no reason. He pretended not to know her because there were outsiders present in their previous meetings. She could understand that it was inconvenient to talk. She didn't need him to explain anything to her, and she didn't intend to expose him in front of outsiders. She just needed a little hint from him to let her confirm that he was a friend and not an enemy. She looked straight at the handsome face by the window, hoping to see a little gentleness and friendliness that she was familiar with on him. However, to her disappointment, there was confusion and annoyance on his face. "Brother Chao? Who is that?" As if a basin of cold water had been poured on her head, Yushu clenched her fists and suppressed the fire in her heart. She took a step back and pulled the corner of her mouth. She faked a smile at Shui Dashao in the car and said, "No, nothing, hee." If he didn't want to admit it, why should she force him? She would just treat him as the young master of the Shui family. Shui looked at Yushu, and the kindness in his eyes suddenly disappeared. He moved his lips and said, "What are you doing here alone?" Yushu looked around at the quiet streets, rubbed her arms, and smiled bitterly. "I went out with someone in the afternoon and got lost. I got lost and turned here." "Got lost and came here?" Shui Rue smiled ambiguously. It was unknown whether he believed Yushu's lie or not. He knocked on the window with his fingers and said, "Come up. I will send you back." "Ah, you want to send me back?" Yushu was a little surprised. Shui Dashao didn't seem to like her. He turned his face and kindly offered to send her back. Shui Rue frowned. "What's wrong? Didn't you get lost? Do you want to come up or not?" Yushu realized that he was not joking. She immediately went around to the front of the car, lifted the curtain, and climbed up. She would be a fool not to take the car. Besides, it was a good cover for her to run away for a whole day if Shui Dashao sent her back in person. Otani suspected that she deliberately got rid of the stalker, but he couldn't find trouble with her because of Shui Dashao. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The inside of the carriage was very similar to Pei Jing's car. It was not spacious, but comfortable enough. Yushu chose a place near the door and sat down. Shui Rue asked the coachman to turn around and go to the Ji family. Shui Rue crossed his hands on his knees as he gazed at Yushu, who sat far away from him and was playing with her fingers with her head lowered. After a while, he suddenly said, "How old are you this year?" After a while, he suddenly said, "How old are you this year?" Yu Shu was reciting the third section of the 6 refutations method. You have a younger brother? Yes. Yesterday, the fortune teller read your fortune and said that your face was bloody. It seemed that your younger brother had an accident. It was said that he was naughty and was beaten. Is that right? Yu Shu looked up and saw the sneer in Shui Daxiao's eyes. Her eyes darkened, and she said softly, Yes, he was disobedient and was whipped. His skin was torn, and his flesh was torn. Now he is still lying in bed and can't get up. Isn't it bloody? Shui Rui's eyes flickered, and he was silent for a while. Suddenly, he loosened his hands and leaned forward to pick up the teapot. He poured the tea into 2 porcelain cups embedded in the pear-wood table. He held one cup in his hand and put the other on the corner of the table nearest to her. He sat up again and lifted the curtain with one hand to look outside. Yu Shu squinted at the cup of tea placed in front of her, and then turned to look at Master Shui, who was looking out the window. The depressing feeling from running out was swept away, and she suddenly felt like laughing. Some things, no matter how the outside world changed, were still what they were. She reached for the teacup and gulped it down. She put the teacup back on the coffee table without thanking him. They did not speak along the way. Shui Rui stopped the carriage in front of the Ji family's gate. He didn't turn around to leave. Instead, he got off the carriage with Yu Shu. The concierge went in to report. Soon, Ji Otani rushed to the front door. When he saw Yu Shu, who had been gone for a whole day, he almost lost his temper. However, when he turned around and saw Shui Rui, he smiled. My daughter was rash. I'll have to trouble Mr. Shui to send her home. It doesn't matter. I just happened to meet her on the street, so I picked her up and brought her back. Shui Rui's tone was as if he picked up something on the street and sent it back to its owner. Ji Otani turned to Yu Shu, who was sloppy. He wanted to give her 2 slaps in his heart, but he still smiled. Have you thanked Mr. Shui? Yu Shu was happy to see Ji Otani holding his breath. She pretended to be shy and glanced at Master Shui. She bowed her head and said, Thank you. When Ji Xiaogu saw her revealing her feminine side, he then looked at Shui Rui's dignified appearance. His eyes flickered and he secretly sneered. He thought in his heart, 2 days ago, this wild girl refused to agree no matter what, but she's already taken the bait so quickly. Mr. Shui, it's late. Why don't you stay for a meal? My mother is looking forward to seeing you. After all, he was one of the candidates for the future son-in-law of Ji family. Old Lady Ji was very interested to see him in person. Another day, Shui Rui's mood was lacking, so he immediately excused himself. Without even looking at Yu Shu, he boarded the carriage and left. As soon as he left, Ji Otani's face fell. He said to Yu Shu angrily, Go back to your room. Yu Shu admired the look of anger on his face again before she left happily. When she returned to the small courtyard, it was already evening. Qiu Xiang was standing in the courtyard in a daze. When she saw Mo Tinga coming in, she ran up to her excitedly. Miss, where did you go? Master, Third master was looking for me everywhere, right? Yu Shu helped her finish her words. This morning, she found that this little maid was not timid and couldn't speak, but she really stuttered. Yes, I know. It's okay. You can go back to your work. Yu Shu patted her shoulder and entered Yu Xiaoxiu's room. The smell of medicine was still in the room. It was obvious that he had taken medicine not long ago. Yu Xiaoxiu had been lying on the bed for the past few days. Other than sleeping, there was only sleeping. Yu Shu locked the door upside down, walked to the side of the bed, and sat down. She patted him and woke him up. Yu Xiaoxiu yawned and turned his head. You're back. Third master was looking for you. He ran to the courtyard to ask me, but I said I didn't know. Yu Shu went out in the morning to inform Yu Xiaoxiu, so he wasn't worried when she was gone for a whole day. Unlike the Ji family, they were all afraid that she would run away. Don't worry about him. Yu Shu pulled back the quilt and looked at his thin back wrapped in gauze. She gently pressed on his wound. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt as much. It's just a little itchy. Sister, can you scratch it for me? What are you scratching? Bear with it. It'll get more itchy in a few days. Yu Shu pulled the blanket over him. She changed the topic and said seriously, I went to the Chamber of Commerce today and found a way. When you've recovered, we'll leave. That's right. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Yushu saw that he was happy. She hesitated and said, Xiao Xiao, after we leave, what if you miss your mother? Aunt Shui definitely wouldn't leave with them. She was fine because they didn't have any feelings for each other. Yu Xiaoxiao was different. She was his real mother. No matter how cold she was to him, they still had a mother and son relationship. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes darkened. He turned and buried his head in the pillow. He said in a muffled voice, Mother, it's the same without us. He didn't tell his sister that Aunt Shui came to see him this morning. She didn't say a word of concern or shed a single tear. She just repeatedly told him to listen to Third Elder Master. She warned him to watch his sister and not let her run away. He was beaten up like this. Not only did his mother not feel sorry for him, she also made him listen to that bad guy and guard against his sister. He was angry and wronged, but he couldn't help it. That was his mother. Sister, don't we still have a few dozen taels of silver? Can you leave half of it for Mother? Yushu was afraid that he would be sad. She agreed without thinking. Okay, I'll think of a way to leave it for her before we leave. In this way, he didn't have enough money on him. He had to find a chance to go out and make more money. Last night, Yushu stayed up all night. Recently, she didn't have time to study the law of the time of calamity. Yesterday, she was excited, so she lit the lamp and calculated for the whole night. When it was almost dawn, she packed up the paper and went back to bed. Just when she fell asleep, she was shaken awake. When she opened her eyes, she saw old maid Huang. She thought that she remembered the wrong date. Today, she was going to Shui family's guest house. Get up and get dressed. Mr. Shui is here. Yushu was sore all over and didn't want to move. When she got up, she said angrily, Why did you call me when he came? Isn't there fourth miss? Yesterday, young Master Shui also came. If she remembered correctly, he was a guest accompanied by 4th Mississippi Ji Xiaochun asked her to go to the hall, and then drove her away. Why did he want her to show up today? Old maid Huang pulled her arm and pulled her up. She said angrily, 4th Miss will go back to the capital at dawn. 3rd Elder Master wants you to meet a guest. Get up. Left. Yushu woke up. She sat up and wiped her face. While putting on her clothes, she was thinking about what was going on. The master left, and she was left to replace him. Ji Xingxuan was so generous. Young Master Shui was the man she would marry in the future. Why did it seem that she had nothing to do with him? Yushu felt strange for a while and didn't think much about it. Anyway, in her heart, she had to ruin the marriage between the Ji family and the Shui family. If they wanted to claim kinship, she would make them enemies. With a sinister smile, Yushu bent over and splashed a handful of cold water on her face. Just like the other day, she put on the waist belt, put on the powder, and hung the accessories. She put on the clothes and pretended to be dressed. Only then did old woman Huang push her out of the courtyard. Together with Qiu Xiang, they accompanied her to the southern courtyard. It was not the tea room yesterday. It was a flower hall. Yushu was led to the door. She turned around and looked inside. She saw Ji Hyotani sitting and talking with the well-dressed young Master Shui. 3rd Elder, Mr. Shui. Yushu stood at the door and bowed. She covered half of her face with the fan in her hand and yawned. They looked back at her together. Ji Hyotani frowned and said to her, Why are you so slow? You made Mr. Shui wait for a long time. Yushu yawned again and lowered her eyes without saying anything. Shui Rue raised his eyebrows. He put down the tea in his hand and asked her, Have you had breakfast? Yushu said honestly, Not yet. Shui Rue put down the tea in his hand and stood up. He flicked his clothes and said, Let's go and have breakfast first. Yushu made a face and turned to look at Ji Hyotani. What was he going to do? Chapter 102. Early in the morning, Yushu is taken out. She follows Shui Rue out of the Ji family. There is no one behind them, only a servant named Hataku. This situation makes Yushu feel ridiculous. 2 days ago, she has been thinking hard about how to find an opportunity to meet child Shui. But when she really gets the opportunity, she has nothing to say. Shui Rue takes a few steps forward and finds that Yushu doesn't follow him. He turns his head and says, Why don't you go? Aren't you hungry? Let's find a place to eat breakfast first. Yushu comes back to her senses and goes down the steps. She looks at the carriage opposite and points at it. Don't you want to take the carriage? Shui Rui sneers. I just want to go out for a walk. Why do I need to take the carriage? Lead the way. Yushu walks with her heavy legs. She didn't sleep last night. Now she wants to find a place to lie down. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Yushu looks up and turns to walk to the east. Shui Rui has long legs. He catches up with her in 2 or 3 steps. He walks beside her, keeping a distance of 3 feet. After they left the street, Yushu led him in the direction of Changminpu Street with familiarity. She paid attention to Shui Rui's reaction, but when she saw that he didn't show the slightest bit of timidity, she led him to South Street and entered a tea house. It's not that she doesn't want to take him to the snack stall to make a fool of himself, but considering that she is eager to find a comfortable place to sit down and rest her legs. It's also the first time for Yushu to come to a place like the tea house. She is looking around for a good seat. Shui Rui's attendant, Hadaku, has already called the waiter. He asks for a private room and goes upstairs. He takes out a piece of silver and hands it out. Yushu thought to herself, rich people are always burning. She followed him to the 2nd floor and sat by the window. Although it was a private room, it wasn't a private room like the one in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Instead, it was a separate tea table separated by a few folding screens. The tea set was arranged properly and could seat 4 people. Waiter, what would you like to order? Shui Rui, a pot of long jing. Yushu, what's delicious? The 2 of them spoke at the same time and turned to look at each other. Waiter, sir, we have the best Westlake long jing, hot crab roe buns, and crystal dumplings. Shui Rui, 2 servings of crab roe dumplings. Yushu, give me a pot of long jing tea. The 2 of them touched lips again. Yushu's shoulders shook and she covered her mouth with her fan. She let out a chuckle. This young master Shui wasn't that annoying after all. Shui Rui's gaze fell on her curved eyes. He reached for the teacup on the table. When he touched it, he found that it was empty. He coughed lightly and turned to see the waiter still standing there in a daze. He said unhappily, "Didn't you hear? Hurry up and serve the tea." Yes, yes. Please wait for a moment." Hadaku stood outside the private room, while Yushu and Shui Rui sat opposite each other at a tea table. When he turned his head, he could see the scene on the street outside the window. Shui Rui looked out of the building. Yushu rested her chin on one hand and covered her face with the fan. She yawned and closed her eyes to doze off. After a while, Shui Rui asked, "Yesterday, I met you on the street and you called me Brother Chow. Who is that?" Yushu opened her eyes and looked at the side of his face. She looked at his neatly trimmed sideburns and said slowly, "He is someone I know." "Oh." Shui Rui turned his head. His arrogant face showed curiosity. "What kind of person is he?" Yushu thought for a moment and rolled her eyes. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Hypocritical." Shui Rui was stunned. He frowned and said unhappily, "You mistook me for such a person? Hypocritical, huh?" Yushu said, "My eyes were dazzled for a moment." Shui Rui snorted coldly. "You mistook me for someone else twice." "Oh, that means I was dazzled twice," Yushu said perfunctorily. Shui Rui wanted to say something, but he heard a waiter coming in with a tray. The waiter put down the teapot and steamer and said, "Enjoy your meal." Yushu had been hungry for a long time. She picked up the chopsticks and knocked them on the table to align them. She opened the steamer basket, pinched a white bun with a yellowish hue, and placed it on the plate in front of her. She covered it with a fan, lowered her head, and blew on it. Then she took a small bite, inhaled, and blew on it again before continuing. Shui Rui poured tea for himself. When Yushu finished eating the 3 buns, she noticed that he did not move his chopsticks. She stopped and said, "These buns are steamed well, and the stuffing is very fresh. Don't you want to try it?" Shui Rui shook his head and did not say anything. He poured another cup of tea. Yushu did not care about him and ate until she was full. There were 2 steamers of buns, and there was not a single one left. When she put down the chopsticks, Shui Rui laughed. "Your appetite is not small," Yushu shyly said. "It's okay." Shui Rui's face was full of mockery. Was he praising her just now? After eating breakfast, Yushu led Shui Rui to walk around Changmin Street. Shui Rui saw her listless look and said a few words of ridicule. Yushu took the opportunity to say that she wanted to go back to the Fu. Shui did not force her and walked her to the Ji family door. He did not even enter the door before he got on the car and left. As soon as Yushu entered the door, she was found by Ji Hyotani. When they met, he asked her where she and Shui went. Yushu told him everything without hiding anything. There was nothing to hide. Ji Hyotani warned her a few words and asked someone to take her away. As soon as Yushu returned to the small courtyard, she fell asleep on the bed. Her clothes and jewelry were taken off, and her shoes were taken off by Qiu Xiang. At noon, Aunt Lu called her twice, but she did not wake up, so she let her sleep. In the afternoon, old maid Huang came to teach her the rules. Yushu had to get up. After sleeping for a while, she felt much better. In the afternoon, old maid Huang taught her the etiquette of drinking tea and pouring tea. Yushu filled her stomach with water and frequently ran to the bathroom. But as soon as she ran, something happened. Her good friend, who was late for a few months, came to report. Speaking of the most troublesome thing for women, it was nothing more than a few days every month. Since Yushu became a little girl and came here, she had never experienced this kind of trouble. If Zhao Hui had not asked her about it, she would have almost forgotten about it. After a month, there was no news from her, so she forgot about it. Suddenly it came. She called Qiu Xiang, who was outside the door, to find old maid Huang. Yushu's legs were numb from squatting for a long time, so she came with something. Fortunately, the Ji family had a conscience. They did not use ashes on her, but clean tampons. Everything was done. Yushu was supported by Qiu Xiang to go back. It was not because she was weak, but because her legs were numb and she could not walk steadily. Thanks to her good friend, she did not need to drink tea anymore. Old maid Huang said a few words to her and left with the maid. Yushu lay back on the bed. When she was not sleepy, she took out the booklet and flipped through it. She was not afraid of being seen. Anyway, only she could understand the words she wrote with the charcoal pen. The next morning, Shui Rue came again. Ji Hyotani was about to go to the gambling house to have a look, but he was stopped. He led Shui Rue to sit in the reception hall. Shui Rue stood in the reception hall, sat down, and drank half a cup of tea. He said, "I heard that there's a scenery in the Ji residence's garden. Can I have a look today?" Ji Hyotani smiled. Sir Shui came at the right time. The scenery in the garden has just opened. The color is thick. I will take you to enjoy it. Shui Rue said, "I saw that uncle is going out. There is no need to accompany me. Is your daughter in the residence? Please come out and accompany me." Ji Xiaogu was stunned. Yesterday, Ji Xingxuan had left, and he did not want to leave Shui Rue, who had specially paid him a visit, hanging out. That was why he politely suggested that Yushu accompany him for a walk. At that time, Shui Rue had agreed, and he did not think much of it. However, Shui Rue had come again today, and he had directly mentioned Yushu. That was when Ji Xiaogu felt that something was amiss. Why does it seem like he really likes her? He looked up and down at the dignified young master in front of him, and then thought of his ill-behaved and vulgar stepdaughter. He immediately shook his head and tossed this absurd thought out of his head. It was still possible to fall in love with his second brother Xingxuan after just 1 or 2 meetings, but it was impossible for that wicked girl to fall in love with him. Wait a moment. Ji Hyotani asked a servant to call Yushu. After waiting for a cup of tea, the yellow maidservant came and whispered something in Ji Hyotani's ear. Ji Hyotani's face twisted. He turned his head and said to Shui Rue helplessly, "Mr. Shui, my daughter is not feeling well. I'm afraid she can't go to the garden with you today." Not feeling well? Shui Rue held the saucer in his hand and glanced at Ji Xiaogu. Yesterday, I noticed that her face was weak and her body weak. Today, she fell ill. It looks like Miss Yu's health isn't very good. Ji Hyotani's eyelids twitched. He was afraid that Yushu would be misunderstood as sick. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Mr. Shui, you misunderstood. This child has always been in good health. It is just that she has been taking care of her brother recently. She seems to be tired." Shui nodded his head and looked disappointed. "All right, I won't go to the garden today." Ji Hyotani persuaded him to stay for a while and then sent him out. When he came back, He looked for the yellow maidservant and asked her to order the kitchen to add a tonic soup for Yushu. She could eat it in the morning and evening to replenish her blood and vitality. On the other side, Yushu also heard that Shui Rue came and asked her to accompany him to the garden. She was suspicious and puzzled about his behavior. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know about Yushu's worries. The wound on his back had formed a scab and began to itch. When no one was watching, he couldn't help but scratch it. Yushu moved to his room to accompany him. Since she had nothing to do, she took a copper coin and sat on the edge of his bed to do some divination. The bed was narrow, so after a few times, she accidentally dropped a coin and it rolled under the bed. Ah, squeak! She stared at the light yellow ball rolling on the ground. After a somersault, she got up and grabbed the ground with all four limbs. Then, she stood up and glared at her. Squeak, squeak. She was woken up from a good dream. Mice also have a temper. If it ran away immediately, Yushu probably wouldn't be able to react. But she was too slow. Yushu had already taken off her shoes and threw them at it. With a whoosh and a squeak, she hit the target. The yellow-haired mouse was knocked out on the spot by Yushu and fell to the ground. Yushu grinned and walked over. She pinched its little tail and picked it up. Yu Xiaoxiu laid on the bed and witnessed the whole process. He was dumbfounded and said, "Oh, mouse." Chapter 103. The last time she caught this little yellow-haired mouse, it escaped once. This time, Yushu didn't let her guard down. She found a cow tendon rope to tie its hair and tied it to the leg of the bed. The little yellow-haired mouse had just fainted and was lying on the ground. Its fur was different from that of a normal gray mouse. It was shiny, long, and fluffy, and didn't look dirty at all. When it curled up into a ball, it looked quite cute. Yushu went out to wash her hands and picked up a branch under the wall. When she came back, she saw Yu Xiaoxiu looking at the little yellow-haired mouse. Yushu walked over and squatted down to look at it with him. "Sis, it's so small. How can it steal money?" Yu Xiaoxiu stretched out his hand and gestured. The mouse was not even as big as his palm. "I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be wrong? Last time, you accused me of stealing money from under your pillow. This little thief did it." Yushu used the branch to poke its head. It had a round, bean-like nose, triangular ears, a small fingernail, a snow-white beard, and the fur around its left eye was black and shiny. It looked like it had been punched by someone. This was the first time she looked at a mouse so closely. She felt that it did not look like a mouse. How could a mouse not look disgusting? Yu Xiaoxiu said doubtfully. Then why did it come here? Who knows? Yushu poked it again. As she looked at it, she suddenly felt that it looked familiar. It seemed that she had seen it somewhere before. It was a little mouse with yellow fur. Hiss, that's right. On the day she transmigrated, in the G family's ancestral hall, there was a yellow-skinned mouse under the offering table. Yushu's eyes lit up. When she looked at the little yellow-haired mouse again, she felt a sense of familiarity. She looked up at Yu Xiaoxiu and smiled. "You must be bored staying in your room every day. This little thing looks interesting. Let's keep it as your companion." He couldn't bear to kill a little thing that was fated to be with her, but it would be a pity to let her go, so he decided to keep her. Raising rats? Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. Who would raise rats? Why can't we raise it? There are people who raise flowers, birds, and insects. What's wrong with raising a mouse? Teach it to love cleanliness and not to run around. Also, give it a name. The more Yushu spoke, the more she felt that it was feasible. She immediately stood up and walked out. "I'll go boil some hot water for it to take a bath." Sis. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't get a response from Yushu. He wanted to cry, but had no tears as he looked at the little ball at the foot of the bed. Although it was quite boring to be alone in the room, he didn't want to be with a mouse. Yushu spent the whole morning tormenting the little Goldie. She washed it and basked it in the sun. Of course, she did it behind Qiu Xiang's back, so she didn't scare the little maidservant to death. The little thing woke up when it was bathing. It squeaked and wanted to scratch people, but Yushu pressed it into the basin and made it drink a few mouthfuls of water. She flicked its head twice, and then it became obedient. Yushu held its tail and put it on the windowsill to bask in the sun. It didn't even dare to run away. It sat up obediently with its butt up and used its claws to wipe the wet fur on its face. From time to time, it turned its head and carefully glanced at Yu Shu, afraid that she would do something to it again. Yu Shu pinched its tail and turned her head to discuss with Yu Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, what name do you think we should give it? Yu Xiaoxiu had just seen with her own eyes how her sister bullied the little thing. She felt a bit of pity for it in her heart, so she did not resist it like before. Looking at the golden ball under the sunlight, she thought for a while and said, "How about calling it Jin Bao?" Kim Bao. Yu Shu thought for a while and felt that it was a good idea. She decided on the spot. Okay, this name is auspicious. Let's call it Kim Bao. As she spoke, she turned her head and called out to it twice. Seeing that it ignored her, she poked its little head with her finger. The little thing shrank its neck, and the dried fluff on its collar puffed up. It didn't realize that from now on, it had changed from wild to domesticated. In the end, Yu Shu wasn't sure whether this little thing was a real mouse or not. She was afraid that it wouldn't be clean, so she didn't directly give it to Yu Xiaoxiu to play with. She dried it, tied it again, tied it to the foot of the bed, and found some snacks to feed it. Kim Bao sniffed it and ate it obediently. It didn't resist Yu Shu's feeding. After eating, it even used its claws to wipe its face, as if it loved to be clean. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help laughing. It smiled for the first time in days. At noon, Aunt Lu came to deliver lunch. Yu Shu hid Kim Bao under the bed, so she didn't find it. It rained in the afternoon, and the yellow woman didn't come. Yu Xiaoxiu took the medicine and went to sleep. Kim Bao curled up under the bed, with its back to the siblings, and secretly rubbed the rope around its neck with its front teeth. Yu Shu pretended not to hear the little movement. She took a stack of paper and spread all the books that she copied when she studied with Qing Zheng on the table. She found all the useful ones one by one, and matched them with Yu Xiaoxiu's 8 characters of birth. She looked for loopholes that could be tampered with. Master Qing Zheng once mentioned to her that people's faces were divided into 2 kinds, dynamic and static. In layman's terms, static was the facial features, and dynamic was the complexion. One was born with it, and the other could change at any time. One was the internal cause, and the other was the external effect. Sometimes it was easy to confuse the two. What she needed to do now was to turn the external effect into an internal cause in a certain period of time to confuse people. This was the inspiration she got from the physiognomist of the Shui family that day. It was a coincidence that because Yu Xiaoxiu was beaten and injured as his sister, there was a bloody light on her face. The color of her complexion did not disappear, and the expert physiognomist saw it. The physiognomist couldn't determine whether it was dynamic or static, so he postponed it for 3 days. He thought that if the face was dynamic, the bloody light would disappear, and then it would not affect the marriage. Yu Shu wanted to make a fuss about this matter. The Ji family pushed her out because of her stupid life, and the Shui family was so careful because they were afraid of meeting a widow, which was the so-called jinx. Yu Shu was very sure that she was not the jinx. As Qing Zheng said, even her stupid life was not hers, but it didn't mean that she couldn't make a move to make herself a jinx temporarily. If the Shui family found that the Ji family promised to marry a real widow who almost ruined their family, would the Shui family spare the Ji family? Thinking of the time when Zhao Hui was wrongly accused of being a jinx and was convicted of marriage fraud, all her dowry was confiscated and the case was taken up. This kind of thing couldn't be cleared up. If they didn't become enemies, they should be happy. How could they dream of marriage? As for Miss Xingxuan, if she didn't find a suitable man, she shouldn't force her to marry him. Why should she hurt others? As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 bridges than to ruin a marriage. Yu Shu didn't have any psychological burden when she did such a wicked thing. In fact, she even regretted it. She could only borrow someone else's hand to teach the Ji family a lesson. She couldn't do it herself. After the deed was done, Ji Hyotani couldn't get anything on her. He didn't know that she had the ability to steal the sky. He would definitely vent his anger on them. However, in order to appease the anger of the Shui family, he didn't dare to kill her. Without her value, they would probably drive her a widow out of the Ji family. At that time, she didn't need to sneak around. She could take Yu Xiaoxiu to the capital openly. As for the young master of the Shui family, Yu Shu could only gloat that he didn't have the luck to marry Ji Xingxuan. After 3 days, Jihai Otani took Yushu to visit the guest house of the Shui family again. Yushu had made preparations early in the morning. She asked Aunt Lu to help move Yu Xiaoxiu from the east room to the west room. She put a kitchen knife under his pillow and a basin of dirty water under the bed. She also burned a handful of ashes and put them at his feet. She closed the window and reminded him to light the candle by the bedside after an hour. Before leaving, Yushu patted her face in front of the mirror. She thought that if Qing Zheng knew that she used the book he taught her like this, he would be so angry that his beard would curl up. Yushu and Jihai Otani went out of the door. She deliberately fell at the door and dawdled for a quarter of an hour. She calculated the time and got on the sedan chair. Everything was ready. She was a little excited in her heart. She didn't expect that she would be closed at the guest house. The young master is sick. Governor Su has no time to entertain guests today. Master Ji, please go back. Sick? Yushu was stunned. She felt depressed that this person was sick at the wrong time. At the same time, she was a little worried. It rained last night. Could it be that he caught a cold? Jihai Otani first expressed his concern. After the ceremony, he asked, "Did Governor Su say when we should come again?" The director didn't say anything. Jihai Otani didn't get any news. He resentfully left with Yushu and returned to the Ji family. As soon as they left, some people came to the guest house. A man and a woman got off from a horse carriage. Behind them was a 15 or 16-year-old handsome young man. The man was the second master of the Lu family, Lu Jingtai. The other one was Shui Wenjia and his son, who were now living in the Lu family. The youngest sister of the Lu family married into the Shui family in the capital. This was a big event in Yang City. Shui Wenjia's father was the nephew of Minister Shui. They weren't very close. In addition, the Lu family didn't know that Su Li brought people to Yang City. It was only yesterday that Lu Jingtai met Master Ji. Secondly, at the dinner table, he let it slip. Only then did he know that the director of Minister Shui's family came to Yang City and that the Ji family had a chance to get married. Wenjia, when you see Governor Su, you must be polite. Do you understand? And your eldest cousin, you haven't seen him before. Don't be rude. I know, Mother. You've said it many times. Shui Wenjia answered absent-mindedly. Ji Xingxuan left the day before yesterday. He couldn't see her off. He had been sulking until now. Lu didn't know his son's thoughts. He watched as his brother knocked on the door. After a while, he came back. Second brother, what's wrong? He said that young master is sick and can't receive guests. Did he see a doctor? Is he not acclimatized? He didn't say that. I want to ask the Ji family. You can take Wenjia back first. Lu Jingtai alighted from the carriage at the entrance of the Ji family. Lu and his son sat in the carriage and went home. Shui Wenjia's anger had finally subsided. He was curious about something else. Mother, why did eldest grandpa's family come to Yang? Why didn't father come? Lu said casually. The Ji family wants to get married to your eldest grandpa's family. They're here to ask for gifts. Get married? With who? Lu didn't know what his son was thinking. I heard that your eldest grandpa has his eyes on the fourth daughter of the Ji family. He wants to ask for her to be given to your eldest cousin. Shui Wenjia was stunned. The next moment, he sat up abruptly. His head hit the roof of the carriage. Lu was startled. He hurriedly helped him up. What are you doing? Let mother take a look. Does it hurt? Shui Wenjia grabbed Lu's hand. His face was pale. Mother, the Ji family wants to marry Xingxuan? No. How could she marry? How can she? Chapter 104. Old Lady Ji was still waiting for the news at home. When she came back, she heard that Master Shui was ill and didn't see a doctor today. She couldn't help feeling anxious. Fearing that there would be complications, she told her son to prepare gifts. She would visit the house tomorrow and see what was going on. Yushu was sent back to the small courtyard. On the way back, she thought about it. She began to feel that Master Shui's illness was a little strange. Why did he pick this day? Didn't he visit the Ji family in high spirits 2 days ago? Because of this, the engagement was delayed for a few days. Thinking of a possibility, Yushu's eyelids couldn't help twitching. Could it be that Master Shui didn't want to see this marriage go through like her, so he obstructed it? Clapping her hands, Yushu felt that it was more and more possible. She said that Master Shui was Chao Zixin. How could Chao Zixin take her as a concubine? Not to mention that they didn't have that kind of intention at all. Based on their friendship, he couldn't watch her jump into this fire pit. Then what was his plan? Could it be that he already had a way to ruin this marriage? Yushu was half happy and half worried. She was happy that she found that Chao Zixin didn't agree with this marriage. She was worried that she couldn't figure out what Master Shui wanted to do. She had her own plan. If Master Shui really ruined this marriage in other ways, wouldn't it mess up her plan? Sister, you're back so soon? Yu Xiaoxiu saw Shu entering the room with her head down. He thought that something was wrong. He turned over nervously and pointed to the candle on the bedside. I lit it as you said. What didn't it work? Did I make a mistake somewhere? Yushu came to her senses and saw his nervous look. She shook her head and said, No, it didn't work today. Master Shui is ill. Yu Xiaoxiu heaved a sigh of relief. He reached under the pillow and took out the kitchen knife. It was really scary to have such a thing under his head. Yushu sat down at the tea table and poured herself a glass of water to drink while thinking about something. Kim Bao was tied to the leg of the tea table. As soon as he saw her coming over, he shrank behind the leg of the tea table and looked at her curiously. His two little ears stood up vigilantly. The rope around his neck was newly changed this morning. The one yesterday was bitten off by him, and he even got hit on the head twice for that. Miss, you're back, Aunt Lu said from outside the door. Young master's medicine is ready. Nubia's brought it. Oh, Yushu responded and opened the door to let Aunt Lu in. She asked her to take the kitchen knife and the basin out to clean up. After Yu Xiaoxiu drank the medicine, she took the wound medicine that Aunt Lu took from Dr. He of the medical center and removed the gauze on Yu Xiaoxiu's back. Children's skin and flesh grow fast. In just a few days, the whip wound on Yu Xiaoxiu's back had formed a hard scab. Yushu still felt distressed when she saw it. The wound on her back had already healed because Qing Zheng's medicine only left some faint marks. The wound on Yu Xiaoxiu's back would probably leave a scar. Although boys were not as good as girls, who would want to have a scar on their body, especially when it was caused by humiliation. Yushu blamed herself very much. Being a good sister and not letting her brother get hurt was her biggest obsession in her two lives. Looking at the scar on Yu Xiaoxiu's back, Yushu was even more sure that she would go to the capital and take the Dayan examination. Not only did she promise Qing Zheng to find the book of mystic NYU Lurin, but she also wanted to stand out and be above others. No matter what young Master Shui or Brother Chao thought, she still had to do what she had to do. It was better to rely on herself than to rely on others. Sister, my wound is almost healed, right? It's just itchy these days. It doesn't hurt if I don't move around. I'll put on some clothes and go sit in the courtyard. Yushu applied medicine to Yu Xiaoxiu's wound, put on her clothes, washed her hands, and opened the window. Sitting by the window, she did 2 divinations for herself. One was to ask if she could leave the Ji family smoothly, and the other was to ask if she could arrive in the capital safely. Fortunately, both divinations were correct, which made her feel relieved. The next day it was sunny. Yushu got up early. She had planned to solve the rule of time of disaster in one go, but old maid Huang gave her a book of women's commandment to read. She listened to it dizzily all morning. At noon, old lady Ji sent someone to ask old lady Huang to leave. Yushu had lunch and gave Kim Bao a bath. Then she moved a stool to sit by the bed and played with Yu Xiaoxiu with snacks. Kim Bao, sit down. Kim Bao, don't move. Kim Bao, raise your hand. Of course, Kim Bao would not listen to them. It held its claws and squatted on the stool. Its black pearl-like eyes were rolling, and it always looked for a chance to escape. Yushu did not let Yu Xiaoxiu touch it. She taught it by pointing at its hair and making it into various postures. Yu Xiaoxiu found it interesting and said to Yushu, Sister, didn't you say it would steal money? Why don't you tease it with a silver horn? Maybe it will be obedient. Yes, wait a minute. Yushu's money was hidden on the top of the shelf bed where she slept. She went back to the room and took out the money bag. She pinched a piece of silver the size of a fingernail. As soon as she took it out, she heard Kim Bao make a sound. It was squatting lazily a moment ago, but it suddenly became excited and wanted to jump on her. As soon as it jumped up, it was pulled back by the rope around its neck. Ha ha, Yu Xiaoxiu laughed. Yu Shu held the silver and shook it in front of Kim Bao. It immediately got up again, and its head shook back and forth with her hand. It looked for a chance to jump, but Yu Shu easily dodged it, and it lay down again. Ha ha, Kim Bao persevered, but after falling down too many times, it became angry. It couldn't stand being teased anymore, so it lay on the stool and refused to move. Yu Xiaoxiu laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. He begged Yu Shu, "Sister, give it one." Yu Shu placed the silver horn on Jin Bao's stomach. As soon as her hand left Jin Bao's stomach, little Blondie hugged the silver with a whoosh and sat up. His two front paws wrapped around the silver, and he squinted his eyes as he rubbed his chin against the silver. His white beard curled up, and he looked like a miser. Yu Shu had seen it like this before, but it was the first time Yu Xiaoxiu saw it. He stared at it for a while, then pointed at it and said to Yu Shu, "Sister, this isn't a mouse spirit, right?" Yu Shu said disdainfully, "If it's a real spirit, it can be caught. This is a mouse, idiot." Kim Bao didn't know that Yu Shu was laughing at it. After getting its favorite silver, it happily rolled on the stool and chirped at Yu Shu. Yu Shu reached out and lifted its chin. This time, it didn't hide and obediently let her touch it. Yu Shu now understood that to coax this little thing, money was more effective than food. Now that Kim Bao had the silver, it didn't want to run away for a while. It held the small piece of silver and played with it on the stool. Yu Shu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to look after it and went out to wash her hands. It rained yesterday, but the stars were bright tonight. Yu Shu sat in the courtyard and looked at the stars. Qiu Xiang and Aunt Lu had gone to bed early in the morning. After some time, she heard a noise behind her. She turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing in front of the door under the lantern. "Sister, what's wrong? Can't sleep?" "Yes. Come and sit." Yu Shu waved at him. When Yu Xiaoxiu came over, she gave him the chair and went into the house to move another one. The two sat side by side and looked up at the stars. Yu Shu said, "Do the private schools teach astrology? It's in the books, but the teacher hasn't talked about it yet." "Sister, look at that star. It's so big. That's the Migres star, also known as the Wenxiu star. Have you heard of the story of the Wenxiu star?" "No." Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and looked at Yu Shu. His eyes were full of interest. Yu Shu was not good at telling stories, but she could not refuse Yu Xiaoxiu's expectant gaze. She organized her words, cleared her throat, and said, "Once upon a time, there was a white snake. It cultivated in the mountains for 1,000 years and became a spirit. It descended to the world to repay a debt of gratitude and to find." Yu Shu's story was not exciting, and there was no cadence, but Yu Xiaoxiu listened with great interest. This was the first time someone told him a story, and only him. Because of Yu Xiaoxiu's support, Yu Shu originally wanted to tell a simple story, but she unconsciously dragged it out. She told the legend of the white snake from the beginning until the flood of Jinshan and the disaster of the people of Qiantang River. When she was in high spirits, she suddenly heard the beating of gongs and drums outside the courtyard wall. It was very loud in the middle of the night, and it surprised her. Yu Shu closed her mouth and listened carefully, but she could not hear clearly. She felt a tightness on her arm. She turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu's vigilant look. She patted him and said, "Go back to the house first, don't come out." Yu Xiaoxiu saw her getting up to leave and hurriedly pulled her back. "Sister, where are you going?" "I'm going to listen and see what's going on." "It's okay, you go back to the house first." Yu Shu pushed him into the house, closed the door, and walked to the gate of the courtyard. When she opened the door, she saw the fire outside, and someone was shouting, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" He ran to the south. "Thief!" Yu Shu frowned, and a bad memory came to her mind. She remembered that one night 3 months ago, the Ji family hired a thief, and they kidnapped her and her brother by the pond. She brought them back to the courtyard to treat as wound and sent them out of the Ji family through the back door. It was also that day that she was beaten up by old lady Ji and driven out of the Ji family. Yu Shu didn't blame the thief for implicating her. She hoped that he would steal more treasures from the Ji family, but she didn't want to meet him again. With this thought in mind, she reached out to close the courtyard door. Who would have thought that what she feared would come true? A gust of wind blew and a black shadow appeared in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly wanted to slam the door. However, she was still half a step away, and the other party reached out to block her. Under the moonlight, the eyes behind the black mask shone slightly. He looked at Yushu, and it was a little familiar. "It's you." Yushu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. When she heard this, she knew that it was the unlucky thief who was turned into a dice last time. She opened her mouth and whispered gloomily, "Why are you here again?" The other party seemed to laugh, and before Yushu could make out who it was, she heard someone behind her asking, "Miss, why are you standing there? What happened outside?" It was Xiao. Aunt Lu had always been a deep sleeper. She wouldn't be woken up even if it wasn't for the crowing of the rooster. Yushu stared at the pair of dark eyes in front of her. She took a deep breath and exhaled. She turned her head and said to Xiao, who was in the corridor, "I'm fine. I don't know what's going on outside. Go to young master's room and see if all the doors and windows are closed." Oh. Chapter 105. It was still ringing outside, and people were shouting to catch the thief everywhere. There was no light in the room, and only shadows could be seen in the dark. Yushu sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the dark shadow standing under the back window. She wondered why she was so lucky to meet her again and again. The masked thief probably felt Yushu's sad gaze. She turned around and said, "Why aren't you asleep yet? It's so late." "You came when I was about to sleep. Thank you for helping me last time," the thief said in a gentle tone. "Did I cause you any trouble after I left that day?" "Trouble? Was being beaten and kicked out of the house and losing half of my life counted?" "No. Every debt has a debtor." Yushu never thought of pursuing responsibility with a thief. What happened at that time was due to her carelessness and the ruthlessness of the G family. Hearing Yushu's answer, the thief was silent for a moment and then asked, "Didn't you live in a—" There was still ringing outside, and people were shouting to catch the thief everywhere. There was no light in the room, and only shadows could be seen in the dark. Yushu sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the dark shadow standing under the back window. She wondered why she was so lucky to meet her again and again. The masked thief probably felt Yushu's sad gaze. She turned around and said, "Why are you still up so late? I was about to sleep when you came." "Thank you for helping me last time," the thief said in a gentle tone. "Did I cause you any trouble after I left that day?" "Trouble? Was being beaten and kicked out of the house and losing half of my life counted?" "No. Every debt has a debtor." Yushu never thought of pursuing responsibility with a thief. What happened at that time was because of her carelessness and the ruthlessness of the G family. Hearing Yushu's answer, the thief was silent for a moment and then asked, "Didn't you live in— weren't you a servant of the G family? If you're not a servant, you might as well be a servant." Yushu laughed at herself. Thinking about their current situation, it was worse than before. Back then, no one cared about them. Now, the G family treated her like a prisoner. The masked thief sensed that something was wrong with her tone and asked with concern, "Did something happen to you?" If it weren't for the chaos of arresting people outside, Yushu would have thought that this thief had come to the G family to chat with her. However, Yushu could hear the kindness in his words. Although she felt that he was a busybody, she didn't hate him. "Yeah, you think you can help me when I'm in trouble? You better pray for yourself first. Why aren't you injured this time?" She remembered that this thief was in a very sorry state last time. "No." He heard the teasing in Yushu's words. He touched his nose through the veil and said, "If you don't tell me, how do you know that I can't help you? Tell me, maybe I have a way." "Don't you think you're too enthusiastic? Do you really think that I helped you out of kindness last time, so you're thinking of ways to repay me now? There's no need. I had no other choice at that time. I was saving myself, not helping you. You don't have to thank me either," Yushu said in a soft voice. The thief was probably shocked by Yushu's blunt words. After a while, he sighed and said, "You're really straightforward." Yushu snorted and walked to the window. When she was a few steps away from the masked thief, he took 2 steps back. This small movement was noticed by Yushu, and she secretly sneered. He hid in a girl's boudoir in the middle of the night. Was he still concerned about the difference between a man and a woman? Yushu leaned against the window and peeked out through the crack. Seeing that the fire was gone and the noise was far away, she turned her head and said, "They're gone. You should take this opportunity to escape. This is the South Stride courtyard. Judging from the movements just now, they should be chasing you to the south. You could go west now, and you'll be out. You're a thief. You should know how to climb over the wall, right?" The thief looked at Yushu's calm face with the help of the moonlight outside the window. After a while, he softly said, Then he turned around and moved towards the door. Yushu followed him in the dark. Of course, she didn't want to send him off, but to close the door after he left. The two of them went out of the bedroom and came to the living room. Just when they were 2 steps away from the door, the thief suddenly turned around. She was caught off guard and bumped into him. She staggered and leaned back. When she was about to sit on the ground, the thief caught her and pulled her back. The next moment, the two of them were face to face. Yushu was lying on his hard chest. Her nose hurt so much that her eyes were filled with tears. She took a deep breath and smelled the night breeze. This sudden intimacy made the 2 pairs of eyes stunned in the dark. Yushu's mind went blank for a moment. When she was still in a daze, she heard someone knocking on the door. "Sis, are you asleep?" Yushu's body stiffened. She sniffed and acted as if nothing had happened. I'm going to get up to drink some water. It's fine outside. Xiaoxiu, you should go to sleep. Cover yourself with a quilt. Don't catch a cold." Xiaoxiu didn't suspect anything. She said, "Oh," then she turned around and went back to her room. When she heard the sound of the door next door, Yushu hurriedly pushed the thief away. In her previous life, she had never hugged a man so closely. She felt a little sullen, but when she pushed him, he didn't immediately let go. There was even a warm arm wrapped around her waist. It seemed like he was hugging her tightly. This small action made her angry. She raised her arm and grabbed the man's clothes. Her other arm suddenly bent up, and her sharp elbow pressed against the man's Adam's apple. The so-called self-defense technique, when practiced to the highest level, is to defeat the enemy with one strike. The enemy's throat, eyes, and lower body. Let go. In the quiet living room, although Yushu's voice was soft, there was a strong warning hidden in it. She didn't have the previous politeness. The thief didn't expect this move from Yushu. The joint on his throat clearly told him that this was not a weak girl. He was distracted for a moment, and she attacked his vital point. If she was a little more ruthless, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have time to cry. However, such a ruthless threat didn't make him angry. Instead, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It was so itchy that he wanted to reach out and scratch it. In the dark, a pair of eyes became dark and unclear. "I'm sorry." He first let go of his hand and raised his arms. He made a harmless gesture and apologized. After the alarm was lifted, Yushu coldly snorted and took 2 steps back. She pointed at the door and said, "You can go." Sensing Yushu's hostility, the thief bitterly smiled, knowing that he had screwed up. The little bit of good impression that Yushu had of him just now was gone. Sighing inwardly, he retreated to the back, stared at her again, opened the door, and left. "See you later." Yushu cursed in her heart. Seeing that the door was closed from the outside and the shadow outside the door had disappeared, she relaxed her guard. She went forward to close the door and bolt it. She came back to check the windows in the room. After confirming that they were all closed, she took off her shoes and climbed into the bed. After tossing and turning, she thought of being hugged by the thief and letting him take advantage of her. She gritted her teeth and fell asleep. The next morning, Aunt Lou came back from the kitchen with a basket of food. While setting the food on the dining table, she nagged Yushu about what happened last night. "I heard that there was another thief in the mansion last night. He woke up most of the mansion. It seems that he ran away. They didn't catch him." Old Madam was furious. The masters didn't sleep all night. They are still listening to the lecture in the East Room. Yushu smiled. She was happy whenever she heard the heart-wrenching story of the Ji family. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiu thought of the thief they met before. He looked up at Yushu. He wanted to say something, but he didn't because Aunt Lou was here. Yushu picked up the bean sprout from the plate with chopsticks. When Aunt Lou was not paying attention, she threw it under the table. Kim Bao, who was hiding under the table, squatted down, bent down, and sniffed. Then he picked it up with his two little claws and ate it. He didn't care about meat or vegetables. After breakfast, old maid Huang came. Yushu was really afraid that she would read the women's commandment again and waste her time in the morning. Old maid Huang pulled her into the room and urged her to wash her face and change clothes. Hurry up. The Xue family sent an invitation. Mr. Xue invited you to the mansion for tea. Yushu felt strange and asked, "Didn't he get sick the day before yesterday?" The yellow-haired woman didn't know anything, so she quickly dressed her up. From the wardrobe, she took out a pink and yellow floral gown and put on a lake green pleated skirt. Her shoes were newly made, and she also brought a set of jade jewelry with her. After dressing her up, she stood in front of the mirror, looking like a little bird, trying to make Yushu look like a well-behaved girl. When they arrived at the door, Ji Hyotani was already waiting. Yushu saw that there was only one sedan chair. She turned her head and asked, "Where's third master? Don't you want me to go with you?" Ji Hyotani didn't sleep last night because of the thieves. He didn't look good. He frowned and said to Yushu, "He invited you to have tea. Why would I go? When we get there, remember to behave yourself. Don't say anything you shouldn't say. Remember to greet Mr. Xue for me. Don't make trouble for me." Yushu was used to pretending to be polite to him. She treated his cold face as a wall and bent down to get on the sedan chair. Sitting in the sedan chair, Yushu played with the fan in her hand. Along the way, she thought back and forth. Was it Master Xue or Chao Zixin who invited her to have tea? The sedan chair stopped in front of the guest house. Yushu got off the sedan chair with Qiu Xiang's help. She took a look and found that the door was open today. When she went forward, the person inside the door wasn't the servant who had been guarding the door the last two times. Instead, it was Xue Rui's manservant, Baoda. When he saw Yushu and her servant, he called out, "Young Miss Yu." Then he stretched out his hand to lead her in. "Has your young master recovered from his illness?" Yushu asked. "Miss Yu, thank you for your concern. Young master has recovered." Hadaku was very polite to Yushu. After walking down the corridor, Yushu found that this was not the same path as last time. "Where are we going?" "To the tea room. Young master is waiting for you there." Yushu stopped. "Aren't we going to visit Governor Su first?" Hadaku turned his head and said, "Governor Su left early in the morning." Hearing this, Yushu smiled. Could it be that Master Xue saw that the housekeeper wasn't around and secretly asked her to come? After passing through the small garden, they arrived at their destination. In front of them was an independent hall. There were a few bluestone steps in front of the door. Under the eaves, there were square bamboo lanterns with flowers and birds. It must be very beautiful when they were lit at night. Hadaku stood in front of the door and said, "Young master, Miss Yu is here." There was a landscape screen in front of the door. Yushu couldn't see the person inside. She only heard a voice, "Let her in." "Miss, please." Yushu wanted to go in. Qiu Xiang wanted to follow, but was stopped by Hadaku. "Miss, follow me somewhere else." Miss. Qiu Xiang asked Yushu helplessly. "Let's go with him." Yushu didn't want Qiu Xiang to be in front of her. Although this girl looked stupid, she was undoubtedly a spy placed by Ji Hyotani around her. Hadaku brought Qiu Xiang away. Yushu looked at the open door. Holding her ankle-length skirt, she stepped in and walked around the screen. In front of her was a tea table, incense table, flower racks, and jade vases, but there was no one. Inside. Chapter 106. Here, Yushu turned her head and walked towards the southwest corner of the living room. She reached out and pulled open the curtain of the red and blue beads. There was a crisp tinkling sound, and her vision was slightly dim. Before she could see the person clearly, a burst of tea fragrance filled the air. In the exquisite small room, the windows were closed and the green stove was boiling water. Jade smoke was curling up, and on the Fortune Longevity Exorcism couch, first young Master Xue was dressed in white silk clothes. His hair was tied up with a silver crown, and his waist was like a hook with a plain yellow buckle. He held a teaspoon in one hand and a fragrant bowl in the other. His forehead was smooth, his nose was straight, and his eyebrows were long. He looked dignified, and he looked like a leisurely, noble young master. Yu Shu was stunned, as if it was the first time she had seen this person. At this moment, a thought suddenly came into her mind. This was probably the real Mr. Shue's demeanor. When Shui Rui saw Yu Shu coming in, he just raised his eyes, held the wooden teaspoon backhand, and pointed to the opposite side. Sit. Well, the room was filled with the smell of tea. Yu Shu couldn't help but move slowly. She lifted the corner of her skirt and sat down on a round stool opposite the tea table. She put her hands on her knees. Seeing that he was concentrating on making tea and ignoring her, she looked for fun and stared at his hands moving back and forth. His palms were not thick, and his fingers were long. His nails were trimmed clean, and the wrinkles on his fingers were very shallow. The joints were clearly visible, and he exuded a kind of scholarly aura. He looked like the kind of person who often held a pen and read books. Yu Shu's mind moved. She had originally decided not to care about who he was, but the words involuntarily blurted out. Mianjai has been closed these days, and all the customers have run away. Do you really not want your business? Shui Rui's fingers paused, and he put down the teacup. He looked up at her, and his face was less arrogant than before. His eyes and brows were natural and gentle. Do you still think of me as that person? Yu Shu clasped her hands together and said in an extremely firm tone, It's not as if you are him. As he looked at her gaze that didn't have the slightest hesitation and his figure was clearly reflected in her bright eyes, Shui Rui's heart moved, and the depths of his eyes became even more warm. He placed the teaspoon lightly on the wooden tray and spoke without the slightest warning, Follow me. The water on the stove boiled and bubbled. Yu Shu's vision blurred, and the face in front of her became clear again. She heard what he said and understood, but she would rather not have understood. What did you say? Absurd, inexplicable, and unbelievable. This was what Yu Shu was feeling right now. Shui Rui smiled and didn't repeat that sentence, but the meaning in his eyes was so obvious. Seeing him smile like this, Yu Shu felt inexplicably annoyed and said coldly, Mr. Shui, you must be joking. Aren't the Ji family and the Shui family discussing marriage? When this matter is settled, I will be the concubine of Miss Four. What are you talking about now? It's not up to me to decide. I'm only asking if you agree to be with me. Shui Rui was calm and composed. What if I don't agree? Yu Shu sneered. If I don't agree, there won't be such a thing. Yes, Shui Rui stopped smiling and said very indulgently, If you don't agree, then there won't be such a thing. Huh. Yu Shu was amused as if she had heard a joke. She tilted her head and looked at him. Then what if I agree to follow you and be your concubine? With my identity, I'm afraid I can only be a concubine, right? Then, the marriage between the Ji family and the Shui family will be discussed. In the future, you can marry the Ji fourth miss, whose life is higher than the sky, right? Shui Rui frowned and said with a serious expression, I'm talking about the matter between you and me now. If you're afraid that I'll give you the cold shoulder after marrying Ji Xingxuan, then you can be at ease. I'm not interested in her at all. The marriage with the Ji clan was decided by my grandfather, and it wasn't because I took a fancy to her. If you're afraid of being a concubine, you can rest assured that I'm not a fickle person. Even if I marry in the future, I won't mistreat you. Looking at his serious face and self-righteous tone, Yu Shu was finally sure that he wasn't teasing her. When she thought that the bastard in front of her was actually the same person as the kind Chao Zixin, her heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. Grabbing the skirt on her knees, Yu Shu said bitterly, I just want to ask you one thing. Shui Rui nodded. Speak. Are you still Brother Chao? Shui Rui's eyes darkened. He looked at her deeply and said warmly, You're with me, so I am. Hearing this, Yu Shu's eyes quickly darkened. She stood up and shook her head at him. You're not him. Chao Zixin would never say such words to her. After she finished speaking, she didn't want to stay a moment longer. She turned around and walked away. In a few steps, she arrived at the door of the small room. Just as her hand reached the bead curtain, she heard footsteps behind her and a burst of tea fragrance. Between the door railings, there was an arm in front of her, blocking her way. You haven't answered. Yushu frowned and said without turning her head, "Isn't it obvious?" "I don't agree." She could pretend to be courteous with the G family, but she didn't want to pretend with him. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a sigh above her head. "Okay, I also want to let you go." Before Yushu could come back to her senses, she felt a grip around her waist. She was dumbfounded when he picked her up by the waist. Her feet left the ground as he walked towards the exorcism couch. "What are you doing?" Yushu exclaimed. She didn't think and used her foot to kick his lower body, but she was quickly held down by his knee. Without waiting for her to move, his other hand twisted both her arms. Ignoring her struggle, he strode forward, knelt on the couch, and put her on it. He looked at her flushed face from above, and a dangerous aura that belonged to a man blew over. Chao Zixin. Yushu gritted her teeth. Her heart was beating fast. Her hands and feet were pressed, and she couldn't move. The huge gap between the strength of a man and a woman made her unconsciously panic. The arm tightly wrapped around her waist told her that this was not a joke. The familiar face in front of her was not the gentle and smiling brother Chao, but Master Shui. Knowing that it was useless to shout, Yushu quickly calmed down and forced a smile. "You get up first. We could talk about it." Shui Rui's eyes narrowed, and he freed a hand to undo his belt before tossing it to the side. Yushu's expression changed greatly. He bent down and buried his face in her warm neck, and he took a deep breath before he said in a low voice, "There's no room for discussion." After saying that, Yushu felt the palm on her waist move to the side and began to untie her belt. The light touch on her neck made the hair on her back stand up. As soon as her hand was free, she beat him hard. She was so fierce, but he didn't even make a sound. She turned her head stiffly to avoid his intimacy. When she saw the cup on the tea table, her eyes became cold. Without hesitation, she stretched out her hand to grab the cup and smashed it on his head. Bang! The cup immediately shattered, and she heard Shui Rui let out a muffled groan. The force that was pressing down on her body loosened, and something dripped onto the side of her ear. She pushed him away in panic and sat up. When she raised her head, she saw him holding his forehead with his hand, and beads of blood were dripping down from the gaps between his fingers. Yushu's heart was beating fast. She shivered, and her body moved. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and leaned forward to help him cover his wound. But as soon as she touched him, he waved his hand away. "Don't touch me." "Young master, Governor Su is here." Hearing the voice, Yushu turned her head and saw two people walking in from the door. When she saw the scene in the room, she was stunned. It was Su Li and Hadaku. In their eyes, the scene in the room, Yushu was panicking, Shui Rui's clothes were messy, and his forehead was bleeding. It seemed that the man failed to use force and was smashed by the woman. "Young master." When he came back to his senses, Hadaku screamed and rushed over. Governor Su looked at the two of them with a dark face and asked in a deep voice, "Young master, what's going on?" "What else could it be?" Shui Rui sneered. He pushed the servant away, stood up, and walked out of the door with his clothes unbuttoned. When he passed by Su Li, he said coldly, "I don't like this woman. Send her back. Don't let me see her again." After that, he waved the curtain and left. He didn't look at Yushu at all. Hadaku quickly chased after him. Yushu clenched the handkerchief and watched him leave. Her eyes fell on Su Li, who had a dark face. She lowered her head and quickly got down from the bed. She stood to the side and said carefully, Governor Su, I miss you. Pack up and go out. Remember not to talk about what happened today. It will damage the reputation of both families." Su Li frowned and looked at her, then went out with his hands behind his back. Only Yushu was left in the room. She stood in the same place, lost in thought for a while. Then, she pursed her lips and tidied up her clothes. She looked back to see if there were any hairpins or rings left behind. She saw the blood on the exorcism couch. It was so glaring that she turned her head away and walked out with heavy steps. When she reached the door and walked out of the tea room, a gust of wind blew across her back. Only then did she realize that she was drenched in cold sweat. Mississippi, Chiu Xiang ran over from the other end of the corridor and looked into the room. She asked carefully, Can we go now? Yes. Yushu stuffed the handkerchief back into her sleeves and pulled her. Without anyone leading the way, they left in the direction they came from. In a loft not far from here, Shui Rue was lying on a low bed. His eyes were closed as Hadaku treated the wound on his head. Suli stood in front of him and frowned. After a long time, he said, "Young master, when will you stop being so impulsive? There are so many beauties in the capital. This miss you is only average. Why did you force yourself and hurt yourself? How am I going to explain this to the old master when I get back?" Hearing this, Shui Rue opened his eyes and said coldly, "Are you lecturing me?" Su Li's face tightened and he lowered his head. "I'm just worried that the Ji family has a bright future. Ji Xingxuan has already won the favor of the Great Commissioner. In the future, she will definitely occupy an important position in the Celestial Commissioner's office. If young master marries her, you don't have to. If this marriage is ruined, the old master will... Don't use grandfather to pressure me." Shui Rue interrupted him. "What did grandfather say when we came here?" "The old master said that young master should make his own decision." Chapter 107. In the morning, she received an invitation from the guest house to have tea. When she arrived, Yushu was still relaxed. But when she left, her heart was heavy. On the surface, Yushu acted as if nothing had happened. She led Xiao Xiang out of the guest house and didn't let the little maidservant notice that something was wrong. When she sat on the sedan chair, her face darkened. The young master of the Shui family was Chao Zixin. There was no doubt about this. Although he didn't admit it from the beginning, she never doubted this. However, she never thought that Chao Zixin would have that kind of thoughts towards her. She thought that they were friends and not enemies. He didn't approve of this marriage like she did. She didn't expect that when they met today, he would directly ask her if she agreed to be his concubine. Concubine. She was grateful to Chao Zixin and admired Chao Zixin, but it was definitely not the intimacy between a man and a woman. Regardless of the fact that she didn't have that kind of feelings toward Chao Zixin, just based on the involvement of the Ji family, it was impossible for her to have anything with him. The key wasn't whether she was willing to be someone's concubine or not. It was the identity of the damned Ji family's young lady, a scapegoat, at the mercy of the enemy. Of course, she rejected him. What she didn't expect was that Chao Zixin would do that kind of thing to her. Yushu raised her hand to touch her neck that was still burning. She clenched her fists angrily as the image of him looking down at her surfaced in her mind. It was the kind of dangerous look a man would have when looking at a woman. She lost her cool and believed that he would do anything to hurt her. In a fit of anger, she smashed the cup on his head and injured him. Seeing that his face was covered in blood, she knew that his injury was not light. She had used a lot of strength in that blow. If the cup had been a little heavier, it would have made a hole in his head. She wasn't a little girl with long hair and short knowledge. She had a mature perspective on human affairs. Later, when she saw Governor Su and Hadaka barge in, she realized that he wasn't trying to force himself on her. He had chosen such a straightforward method to let her go. When she coldly told Governor Su that he didn't want to see her again, she knew that the marriage between the Shui family and the Ji family was over. Without her, Ji Xingxuan wouldn't be able to get married. Thinking of what Governor Su warned her before she left, Yushu knew that the Shui family didn't want to spread this scandal. The reason why they rejected this marriage was definitely not her. Thinking of this, Yushu's heart felt stifled. She knew that Chao Zixin had no choice now. That steward, Su, wasn't easy to deal with. It wasn't that she hadn't guessed what method he would use to reject this marriage. She didn't expect that the result would be that she hurt him and he would protect her. No matter what his purpose was, she couldn't blame him for doing this. He ruined her plan, messed up her plan, and lost the opportunity to make the Shui family and the Ji family hate each other. It was annoying, but what annoyed her more was that she didn't discover his intention and fell into his trap from the beginning. What "you should be with me" sounded like it was true. In fact, he just wanted to provoke her so that she would continue to act according to his script. From the moment she stepped into the tea room, he had been scheming against her. Damn it! Yushu touched her burning neck and cursed in a low voice. Although she was angry, She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't really do that to her. As soon as Yushu returned to the Ji family, she was asked by Ji Hyotani. He wanted to know whether Child Shui had recovered and what he had said to her. Then he asked about Governor Su. Yushu pretended that nothing had happened. She only told him that Child Shui had invited her to drink a pot of tea. She didn't see anyone else, so she didn't reveal anything. Ji Hyotani asked someone to take her back to the small yard and asked Xiao Xiang to come down and talk to her in case Yushu hid anything from him. Yushu's clothes were taken away by the yellow maid. She changed into comfortable clothes and went next door. Yu Xiaoxiu could already get out of bed. He sat by the window and played with Kim Bao all morning. When Yushu came in, he was playing with it with a piece of silver, and there were some crumbs on the side. Yushu dragged her feet listlessly to Yu Xiaoxiu's bedside. She lay down and kicked off a pair of shoes. Yu Xiaoxiu turned to look at her. He held the fluffy Kim Bao in his hand and walked to the bedside to sit down. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Yushu opened her eyes. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiu, she gradually calmed down. "I'm fine. I'm just tired." She pointed to the little thing in his hand with her chin and said, "Remember to wash your hands after touching it. Don't eat anything." "I know. Go to sleep. I'll wake you up after lunch." Yu Xiaoxiu thought that Yushu was really tired. He didn't ask much. He took Kim Bao to the side and didn't disturb her. After Yushu woke up, she felt much better. After lunch, she went back to her room, closed the door, and immersed herself in studying the law of E. What happened this morning made her temporarily not in the mood to think about what would happen next. She just wanted to do what she liked. She didn't know why the yellow maid didn't come in the afternoon. Yushu was so focused on her arithmetic that she didn't know how long it had been. The sky outside changed from noon to dusk. She sat by the window for 6 hours. In the evening, Aunt Lu came back from the kitchen with food. Seeing Xiao Xiang standing at the door, she said to her, "Tell Miss Su to come out for dinner." "Okay." Xiao Xiang never stuttered a single word. She turned around and knocked on the door. Seeing that there was no response, she stammered, "Little miss, it's dinner time." There was still no movement in the room. Aunt Lu and Xiao Xiang looked at each other. The former put her ear on the door. Just when she was about to listen in, she suddenly heard a loud bang. Startled, Aunt Lu's heart jumped. She quickly knocked on the door and shouted, Miss Su, what's wrong?" It was quiet inside. Then there was the sound of a table and chair rubbing against each other. It sounded like someone was helping a fallen chair up. Just when Aunt Lu couldn't help but want to knock on the door was pulled open from the inside. Yushu stood by the door as if nothing had happened. It was as if nothing had happened. Only her bright eyes revealed a bit of excitement. Because she was trying her best to restrain herself, no one could see it. I fell asleep on the table. I was startled awake and dropped the chair. "Ah, did you fall?" Aunt Lu stuffed the food basket into Xiao Xiang's hands. She touched Yushu's body worriedly. Yushu smiled and waved her hand. I'm fine. There was no better time than now. After spending 2 months, she finally conquered the law of time of calamity. She had already determined the most effective function to calculate fortune and calamity. Based on different values, she could determine different calamities. Other than the uncertainty of life and death, she could predict the time of calamity with the help of the fortune teller. She could predict the time of calamity with the help of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. As long as she had the fortune teller's horoscope, she would be able to predict the time of calamity. Unless she met someone like her who had a horoscope. Regardless of whether it was a high official, noble, or common people, apart from food and clothing, they were only afraid of the word calamity. In order to avoid calamity, they chose blessings, bought feng shui, burned incense, prayed to Buddha, and prayed to the 3 pure ones. It was precisely because few people knew when the calamity would come, and even fewer people knew why the calamity would come. It was clear that knowing the calamity was the best strategy. This was the reason why Yushu chose such a difficult task first. There were too many fortune-changing masters who knew how to read feng shui. There were many fortune-changing masters who knew how to raise feng shui objects. Fortune-changing masters were the most common type of fortune-changing masters. However, There were only a few mighty ones who could judge life and death, fortune or misfortune. She didn't have the ability to judge life and death, nor could she judge fortune or misfortune, but she could judge misfortune. Unlike the benefits and convenience brought by the law of clear rain, Yushu finally had a sense of security as she held the law of time of calamity, which was exclusive to her. In the Dan Dynasty, where Yi Shui was rampant and there were many capable people, Yushu finally had a sense of security. The boredom from a morning had been swept away. At dinner, Yushu had a great appetite. She ate 2 sour dishes, which made Xiao feel better. Xiao frequently glanced sideways at her. After dinner, Yushu went back to her room to organize the law of time of calamity that she had just obtained. This law wasn't just a function. There were different ranges of values, which were related to different calamities. She had recorded it for a total of 8 pages. Together with the basic form of the law of clear rain, they were recorded in a handmade, thread-bound book. Because she used charcoal pens, there were a large number of Arabic numerals and modern arithmetic symbols, so she wasn't afraid of it being stolen. Even if someone saw it, there was an 80% chance that they would think it was scribbled. Her mathematical knowledge was 500 years ahead of the current generation, so it wasn't a joke. The reason she recorded it in the book wasn't because she was afraid that she wouldn't remember it. Of course, she was confident that she could use it flexibly. The reason she did this was because she had the intention to accumulate more laws of algebra in the future. Then, she would find a suitable time to selectively teach them to Yu Xiaoxiu, who was the person closest to her in the world. Her goal was to open a great e-shop in the near future. Of course, it wasn't enough for her to manage it alone. Her laws of algebra definitely couldn't be leaked out. She didn't plan on opening a sect or becoming a pioneer. It was better to leave the good things to her family and pass them on to her descendants 100 years later. This would prove that she didn't come to this world in vain. That night, Yushu thought about a lot of things, including what the next law should be aimed at, how to teach Yu Xiaoxiu modern mathematical knowledge bit by bit, and how to change the method of teaching the Ji family a lesson. She wasn't someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, but she would definitely pay back any enmity. The Ji family had repeatedly made things difficult for them and bullied her and her brother. It was like there was a bone stuck in her throat, making her feel uncomfortable if she didn't spit it out. No matter what, her little heart couldn't swallow it. On the day Yushu returned from the Shui family's guest house, 3 days had passed peacefully. The Ji family had been burgled the day before. The burglars had broken into the courtyard and entered their rooms. Old Lady Ji flew into a rage, and the entire house was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. On the other hand, there was no movement from the guest house. Old Lady Ji's anger subsided, and she suddenly remembered this important matter. Just as she was about to ask her son to bring Yushu to visit them, someone for the Shui family came first. That morning, Suli personally brought a servant to visit them. When the news spread to the inner court, Old Lady Ji hurriedly ordered her second and third son, who were listening to morning training, to receive them. Chapter 108. After Suli left, Ji Xiaochun and Ji Haiotani went back to the backyard with heavy faces. Old Lady Ji was waiting for the good news. She didn't expect that it would be like this. In the beginning, they planned to buy time. They didn't refuse the engagement proposal of the Shui family, nor were they in a hurry to marry Ji Xingxuan. They were still waiting for the news of the 7th prince in the capital. However, if they were really kicked out by the Shui family, it would be a different story. Old Lady Ji heard her 2 sons repeat the exact words of the Shui family's Governor Su. Her face turned red and white. She couldn't help but get angry. She hit the ground with her walking stick and said angrily, "Refuse." It's obviously refuse. The Shui family was the one who wanted to get engaged. Now it's them who regret it. Do they take advantage of their powerful family to make fun of us? The concubines of our Ji family are not as noble as those in the capital. Anyway, we are one of the top families in Yang City. How can they make fun of us like this? The 3 masters of the Ji family listened to Old Lady Ji's anger. Although they were also angry, they were more helpless. They all knew that Old Lady G said these words out of anger. The Schweff family was indeed powerful. They were the relatives of the emperor. If they could get close to them, they would do it. If they couldn't go to the Schweff family to judge. Seeing that Old Lady G was almost done venting, Ji Xiaochun said, "Mother, it's fine if the Schweff family can't get married. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Our Xingxuan is a daughter with a purple golden fortune. She'll be the best match for the princess. In the future, when Xingxuan gets a seat in the Celestial Commissioner, the Schweff family will regret it." That's right. Old Mistress G held on to her walking stick and snorted. "That Schweff clan looks down on us, and I still think that their young master is not worthy of our Xingxuan. What we lose at the swings, we gain at the mulberry. The seventh prince has given her the Xingxuan Jade Rui. Xiaohan, write a letter to your father and tell him about what happened here." "Yes, mother. I'll do it now." Ji Otani suddenly thought of something else. He looked at Old Lady G's expression and said, "Mother, since it's a marriage with the Schweff family, what should we do with Yushu? Should we keep her in the mansion?" Old Lady G frowned. "You mean that evil girl? Why should we keep her? Is she going to be a concubine? Raise her? Just kick her out, lest we ruin the feng shui of our mansion." Ji Otani hesitated. The Schweff family hasn't left yet. If we kick her out, what if they hear something? Won't they think too much? Old Lady G snorted coldly. "The Schweff family has wronged us first. How dare they argue with us? Even if they know it, so what?" Although Ji Otani felt it was inappropriate, he didn't want to argue with Old Lady G when she was angry. He answered, "Yes, mother." Then he turned around and went out. When he was at the door, he was stopped by Old Lady G. "Wait, she has a younger brother. He ran away for a few days last time and didn't come back. Since he doesn't want to stay in the G family, let's drive him away together. He doesn't have a drop of the G family's blood, and he also eats the rice of the G family for free." When Yushu woke up this morning, she did 2 divinations for herself with the 6 lines. The first one was about her becoming a concubine. Different from the previous days, she guessed that someone from the Schweff family would come today. The second one was about her leaving the G family. The result of the divinations was Datong, which made her eyelid twitch, and she couldn't concentrate on anything. When the sun rose, someone came to the small yard. It was the steward of Third Master's yard. He told Ji Otani that they should pack their things and leave the G family today. However, he didn't mention that someone from the Schweff family came to propose their marriage this morning. Unlike Aunt Lu, who was flustered, and Xiu Xiang, who was at a loss, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu were secretly happy and couldn't wait to leave this shabby place as soon as possible. Yushu had another thing to consider. "Steward, I still have something to ask Third Master. Can you take me there? Third Master is very busy. He doesn't have time to see you. If you have something to say, just say it. I'll tell him for you." Yushu said seriously, "It's important. I have to tell him face to face. Please take me there." The steward of the third branch saw that she was nervous. He hesitated for a moment and then signaled 2 attendants to stay to prevent Yu Xiaoxiu from taking things in the room. Then he led Yushu away. Because someone from the Schweff family came in the morning, Ji Otani didn't go out today. He was sitting in the study and reading the account book of the business in the city. Hearing the servant's report, he frowned and asked someone to lead Yushu in. "Third Master." Yushu was very good at pretending to be respectful in front of Ji Otani, although she despised him in her heart for bullying the weak. "What's the matter? Let me hear it." Yushu lowered her head and said, "May I ask, Third Master, if you send someone to drive us away, does the marriage with the Schweff family not count?" Ji Otani snorted. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Weren't you very unyielding before and didn't want to eat the rice of the G family? Now that you're gone, what else do you have to say?" Yushu raised her head to look at the gloomy expression on his face. She was certain that the marriage between the Schweff family and the G family was going to be finalized. Thinking of her divination this morning, she felt more confident. She said, "If that's the case, I would like to ask Third Master to give me and my brother's residence cards. Since we are not members of the G family, it would be inappropriate for us to hang them under the G family's name. Otherwise, if we cause trouble outside in the future, The G family's name will be tarnished. If she wanted to leave, she had to leave cleanly. She couldn't leave any evidence behind. That household card was equivalent to the ID card and household register of the common people of the Da and dynasty. With that thing, she could buy a house and start a family. Otherwise, she would just be a vagrant. Today, with the divination, Yushu couldn't guess Ji Hyotani's thoughts, but she dared to bet on her luck, and this matter went smoothly. Ji Xiaogu coldly stared at Yushu. How could he not know what she was thinking at this moment? She wanted to cut all ties with the Ji family. If this was any other day, how could he let her have her way? But Yushu's last sentence had moved him. The little girl in front of him was young, but she was a troublemaker. If he allowed her to cause trouble outside, it would ruin the reputation of the Ji family. The gains would not make up for the losses. Anyway, this sister and brother were lonely after leaving home. Even if they could steal some money to make a living, they wouldn't be able to do anything. He didn't need the residence card. He could easily control them. With this thought, Ji Hyotani made up his mind. He immediately stood up and went to the back room. He took out the box hidden in the bookcase and found 2 residence cards. He took them out and threw them in front of Yushu. He didn't forget to warn her, from now on, you are no longer a member of the Ji family. If you dare to use the name of the Ji family, I will not forgive you easily. Yushu picked up her and used Xiaoxiu's residence card and confirmed the name, stamp, and fingerprint on it. She was a little excited. In the past, she didn't know the importance of this thing. When she was kicked out of the Ji family, she thought that she had nothing to do with the Ji family. She let Ji Hyotani control her for nothing. Now, not only her, but also Yu Xiaoxiu's. She thought it would take some effort, but she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Keeping the 2 residence cards close to her body, Yushu raised her head to look at Ji Hyotani, who was sitting behind the desk. She said, "Third Master, Xiaoxiu and I left the Ji family. We know that it will be difficult to return. Before we leave, we would like to ask Third Master to let us siblings and mother meet." This sentence was purely for show. Yushu didn't believe in Ji Hyotani's character. Because of her and Yu Xiaoxiu, Aunt Shui would definitely be neglected. But this was also good. With Aunt Shui's brain, she wasn't suited to live in the inner courtyard where there was internal strife and intrigue. She wasn't favored and lived a stable life. Ji Hyotani still had some pretense of benevolence and didn't make things difficult for her. He waved his hand and said, "Pack your things, I'll have someone bring you there." Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu went to see Aunt Shui. It was rare for the mother and son to get together, but there was no family joy. When Aunt Shui heard that they were leaving, she immediately scolded Yushu but didn't dare to ask Yu Xiaoxiu to stay. Yushu turned a deaf ear to Aunt Shui's scolding. When Aunt Shui was done scolding her, she used the excuse of having a private conversation with her birth mother and sent her maid, Xiao Sui, out. She turned around and took out 50 taels of silver and handed it to Concubine Shui. Looking at Concubine Shui's dumbfounded expression, she said, "This is a gift from me and little Xiu to mother. Don't ask where the money came from. Just keep it for future use. Little Xiu and I are leaving the Ji family today, so we no longer have anything to do with this place. However, mother is still a member of the Ji family, so you have to abide by your duties. There are no outsiders here, so I'll tell mother that you know what to do. Don't listen to Third Master. Remember that you were framed and almost chased out of the family last time. If the Ji family can no longer tolerate you in the future and you can't find us, then find a place to settle down and live out your days in peace with this money." With that, she pulled Yu Xiaoxiu, whose eyes were red, to kneel down in front of Aunt Shui and kowtowed a few times in place of her predecessor as a sign of filial piety and to calm Yu Xiaoxiu's heart. At this point, Aunt Shui could no longer care about scolding. With tears in her eyes, she pulled Yu Xiaoxiu back while crying and said to Yushu, "You have to take good care of your younger brother. If you dare to mistreat him, I won't forgive you even if he starves or freezes." Seeing that Yushu was behaving like a mother, Yushu agreed to whatever Yushu said. In the end, when Yushu was crying, Yushu asked for Yushu's date of birth. Only when someone outside rushed them did Yushu pull Yu Xiaoxiu, who was choking with sobs, away. With the guards leading the way, Yushu put her arm around Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and used her sleeve to wipe his tears. She said warmly, "From now on, you'll be with me." Yu Xiaoxiu cried for a dozen steps and wiped his nose. With a strong, he held on to Yu Shu's hand tightly. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. The clothes were the same as when they came. At most, there was a bag of paper and kimbao. After the guards checked the house and asked if Xiaoxiang was missing anything, they sent the siblings out from the back door. Only Aunt Lu followed them to see them off. At the beginning of June, the noon sun hid behind the clouds. The siblings held hands and left the Yishueji mansion in Yiyang City with a little mouse. Chapter 109. Yu Shu led Yu Xiaoxiu out of the Ji family's front door. Of course, they were going to go to Zhao Hui's house. On the way, the siblings discussed, "Sis, we're going to the capital. Is Aunt Hui coming with us? Aunt Hui's condition has just improved. She won't be able to travel by boat. I'll leave some money for Auntie Hu and Dr. He to take care of her. After a year or so, when her body is better, we'll see what she wants. Yes, Dr. He is really a good person. Oh, and Brother Chao, they're all good people." Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly mentioned Chao Zixin. Yu Shu was stunned. She fell silent and didn't reply. She looked up and arrived at Zhao Hui's house. Yu Shu went up to knock on the door, but found that there was a lock on the door. "Sis, why is the door locked?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and asked Yu Shu curiously. Yu Shu shook her fork and looked worried. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. She shouted a few times, but no one answered. Instead, she called out to the person next door. "Shall you?" Yu Shu turned her head and saw Auntie, who's standing at the door with a kitchen knife in her hand. When she saw the siblings, she was very surprised. She hurriedly ran over and said, "Where have you been these days? Do you know that something big happened a few days ago? Doctor, he injured someone and was arrested by the yamen." Yu Shu's expression froze. Yu Xiaoxiu said nervously, Doctor, he was arrested by the yamen. Then what about my Aunt Hui?" Kim Bao, who was sleeping in Yu Xiaoxiu's sling bag, was woken up by them. It anxiously scratched the bag, but no one paid attention to it. "Your Aunt Hui. Anywho, what's going on?" Yu Shu was afraid and shocked. She was afraid that something bad would happen to Zhao Hui. She was shocked that she was affected by the law of the time of misfortune that night. She had clearly used Zhao Hui's horoscope to predict her horoscope. She didn't know that she would be in trouble. So why did something happen? "Let's talk in the courtyard. Let's go." Auntie Hu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and pushed Yu Shu into her courtyard. She closed the door and turned around to say, "The morning before yesterday, I was drying clothes at home when I heard a commotion next door. I went over to take a look and saw that your Aunt Hui's door was wide open. There was a commotion in the house, and tables and stools were smashed. I don't know what happened, but after a while, I saw Dr. He kick a man and a woman out. The woman was fierce, grabbing her hair and biting her hands. Dr. He and the man were fighting. I don't know how they got hurt, but there was blood. That afternoon, people from the yamen came and arrested Dr. He. Your Aunt Hui stumbled after them and fainted outside the door. Then where is she now?" Yu Shu couldn't help but interrupt. "That's right. That's what I wanted to tell you." Auntie Hu placed the kitchen knife in the bamboo basket and held Yu Shu's hand, saying, "That day when the yamen came to arrest her, there was an old master in the alley. After watching the commotion, he asked about you. He said that your boss heard about your Aunt Hui and took your Aunt Hui away. He said that he was afraid that she would be alone and someone would cause trouble for her again. He wanted me to tell you that when you come back, you can go to that something merchant to look for him. Oh yes, he said that his surname is Pei." It was Pei Jing. Yu Shu had a rough idea in her heart. The person who broke into Zhao Hui's house that day must be the family that she was previously engaged to. She didn't expect that this group of shameless people would dare to come to her house. Fortunately, Hifangji was present at that time and didn't let Zhao Hui be alone. However, he was arrested for injuring someone and suffered an undeserved disaster. Frowning, Yu Shu thanked Auntie Hu and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu away in a hurry. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu rented a horse carriage on Changmenpu Street and directly rushed to the headquarters of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. As soon as they entered the door, they heard Fatty Xing's loud voice. "Hey, Isn't this Ashu? Where have you been these days? Xing-Chi was sitting at the door of the hall, drinking tea. As soon as Yushu came in, she saw him. He raised his hand and waved at her. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiao and walked over. Manager Xing, is Mr. Pei here? Xing-Chi saw that she was sweating and understood a little. He stood up and said, No, let's go. I'll take you to his house. Your aunt is also there. Seeing that Xing-Chi also knew about the matter, Yushu didn't ask much. She followed him to the door and waited for the car with Yu Xiaoxiao. They took the car from the north of the city to Pei Jing's house in the west of the city. Pei Jing's house was also a big house. There was a guard in front of the door. Obviously, the guard recognized Xing-Chi. The guard didn't stop them. A servant went in to inform Pei Jing. Xing-Chi took Yushu to the front yard and waited in the living room. The Pei family was a businessman. Maybe their house was not as big as the Ji family, but the courtyard scenery was no worse. Yushu didn't have the mood to appreciate it at the moment. She sat in the living room for a while and then went to the door to wait. The servants served tea. After a while, Yushu saw Pei Jing, who was wearing a loose green gown, turning the corner of the veranda. Before he reached, Yushu saluted, Mr. Pei. Pei Jing stood at the door and looked at Yushu from head to toe. He pointed to the room and said, Go in and sit down. I have something to ask you. Your aunt is resting. My wife is accompanying her. It doesn't matter. Yes. Yushu followed him back into the living room. When Xing-Chi saw him, he stood up and said, Take your time. I'm going back to the Chamber of Commerce. Yushu said, Thank you, shopkeeper Xing, for sending me here. Xing-Chi waved his hand and left. Pei Jing looked at Yu Xiaoxiao. This is your younger brother? Yes, his name is Xiaoxiao. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiao over and bowed to Pei Jing. Pei Jing touched Yu Xiaoxiao's head and called a servant girl in. He stood outside the door and said, I have something to say to your sister. Follow her to the courtyard to play for a while, okay? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Yushu. Seeing Yushu nod, he patted Kim Bao, who was moving around in the bag. He obediently followed the senior servant girl. When Yushu heard Pei Jing talking to Yu Xiaoxiao, she knew that he had discovered her female identity. She didn't show any fear. Only after Yu Xiaoxiao left did she apologize to Pei Jing. I had to hide it from you, Mr. Pei. I hope Mr. Pei will forgive me. Pei Jing didn't look angry. He was very understanding. When you're outside, it's right to be wary of others. Moreover, you didn't lie to me. On the contrary, you helped me a lot. Seeing that he didn't care, Yushu relaxed. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask more, she heard Pei Jing say, I've sent people to inquire about your Aunt Huai. I know some inside information. The family she offended is the family of the deceased Yuan Wai Do in the west of the city. The Do family itself isn't much in Yang City, but they are related to the Ishua Ji family in the east of the city. That Ji family's second master's wife calls Yuan Wai Do her biological uncle. Yuan Wai Do passed away a few years ago, leaving behind his eldest daughter, Do Hong, to manage the family. She also has a younger sister, Do Lu. The doctor who treated your Aunt Huai injured Do Lu's husband. It's said that the man's leg was broken. Yesterday, he filed a complaint to the Yamen, accusing the doctor of assault. The Yamen opened the court to investigate the case, but the doctor refused to admit his guilt. He was beaten and thrown into prison. He will be tried again in the future. A case like this will be sentenced to at least 5 years in prison. After listening to Pei Jing's story, Yushu's expression turned ugly. She didn't expect that the matter would become so big. She didn't expect that it was related to the Ji family. Pei Jing spoke for a long time. He drank the tea and sighed. If I had tried to find a way, I could have helped him for a year or so. But this Do family is related to the Ji family. Ji family? County Magistrate Ma's wife is the daughter of the Ji family. How can I ask for a favor? Yes. Sir, I can't thank you enough for bringing my Aunt Huai home and taking care of her. Yushu had never been a person who was insatiable. Pei Jing temporarily took Zhao Hui in, which was already a favor to her. There was no reason for him to save He Fangji. But He Fangji was implicated because of Zhao Hui. Now that he was in court, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I told you all this because I want to tell you that the Doe family's reputation is not good outside. Now that something like this happened, they won't let it go even if they sue them in prison. If they find your Aunt Huey, they will definitely make things difficult for you. You should stay in my mansion for the time being and stay out of trouble. Yushu thought that this was the only thing she could do now. She had to settle down and think of a way to save Hifangji. Pei Jing brought Yushu to the backyard to look for Zhao Hui. When they reached the door, Yushu heard a mournful cry. It was Zhao Hui. "Madam, please let me go. If I stay here, that child will definitely come looking for me. I really can't bear to drag her down. You don't know, my life was saved by her. I spent hundreds of silvers on medicine, hundreds of silvers. Tell me, where did she get it from? She hid it from me and didn't tell me. I've never seen such a loyal child. If she knew about what happened recently, she would definitely not let it go. She would definitely stand up for me. But this is not something she can handle. Madam, please let me go, I beg you." There was another female voice in the room, comforting her. "Younger sister, if you leave like this, where are you going?" "It's me who implicated Lang Zhong. The Doe family has no sense of shame. In the past, they stole my family's wealth. Now, they have forced me into a dead end and implicated others. I will go to the Yamen to sue them. Even if I have to give up my life, I will seek justice." Wah! Yushu pushed the door open and saw a pitifully thin Zhao Hui kneeling on the floor with a white veil wrapped around her head. Her face was white as she held onto a middle-aged woman's hand and begged. Yushu's heart ached as she walked forward and hugged her. "Aunt Huey, what did Zhao Hui do wrong? She was diligent, kind, and honest. Such a good person. Why didn't she have a good life? On the contrary, those shameless and heartless people lived more freely than anyone else." Little Xiaoyu, Zhao Hui was in a daze as Yushu hugged her. After a while, she hurriedly pushed her away and frantically wiped away her tears. She lowered her head and said, "You, why are you here?" When Yushu saw that Zhao Hui still wanted to hide it, she felt even more uneasy. She reached out to help her up and helped the woman back to the bed. Without waiting for Zhao Hui to speak again, she said, "Aunt Huey, I heard about what happened to Lang Zhong. Don't worry. Let's think of a solution together, okay?" Hearing this, Zhao Hui's body stiffened. She lifted her head and smiled bitterly. "Child, what nonsense are you saying? It's not your turn to think of a solution. Didn't you go home? Why did you come out again?" Chapter 110. Pei Jing and Madame Pei considerately left, leaving Yushu and Zhao Hui to talk in the room. Yushu put a pillow on Zhao Hui's back and pulled the blanket over her. She held her hand and asked, "Aunt Huey, tell me in detail what happened that day. How did Dr. He injure him?" Zhao Hui didn't want Yushu to get involved again, so she pushed her hand away and said, "Don't ask. This has nothing to do with you. Don't get yourself into trouble." "Aunt Huey," Yushu said with a straight face, "it's not you who's in trouble. It's Dr. He who's in trouble. I'm the one who asked him to take care of you. So how can it have nothing to do with me? Do you know that if this case is decided, Dr. He will be imprisoned for 5 years, not 5 days? Tell me everything now, so I can think of a solution as soon as possible." Zhao Hui was shocked, and her expression became hesitant. Yushu added fuel to the fire. "If you don't tell me, then I'll go talk to the Doe family right now. It'll be best if they beat me up, and I'll also go to the Yamen to report them." "Don't." Zhao Hui sat up straight and anxiously pulled Yushu's hand. "Xiaoyu, don't mess around. Then hurry up and tell me." "You?" Zhao Hui looked at Yushu helplessly and recounted what happened that day in detail. Yushu sneered. As expected of a relative, the Doe family was even more shameless than the Ji family. A few months ago, Do Lu had injured Zhao Hui on the street. The other party was afraid that she would die, so they hurriedly hid at home. Now that the incident had passed, they heard that Zhao Hui wasn't dead. They were afraid that Zhao Hui would report them after she recovered, so they went to threaten them. Dr. Yi happened to be there. Do Lu was shrewish and wanted to go to the side of the bed to pull me apart. Dr. He pushed her, and she fell to the ground. Her man didn't let it go and smashed the table and stools in the room and started fighting with Dr. He. Dr. He was afraid of hurting me, so he pushed them out. By the time I got out, there was already blood. The man's leg was somehow broken. Wait, Yushu interrupted and asked suspiciously. Why was it somehow broken? Wasn't it Dr. He who hit him? Zhao Hui shook her head, her face also filled with confusion. After they left, Dr. He told me that he didn't know how he hurt the man and broke his leg. Yushu frowned. This matter sounded strange. Could it be that they had falsely accused Dr. He? It's all my fault. If I had known that they would come looking for me, I would have hidden somewhere else. Dr. He wouldn't have helped me, Zhao Hui said sadly. Yushu didn't comfort her. With the current situation, it was hard to explain. The Doe family insisted that Dr. He was the one who injured her and that County Magistrate Ma was in cahoots with them. Even if Dr. He didn't plead guilty now, he would probably be tortured into a confession. It was just like when Zhao Hui was wrongly accused of marriage fraud. That Dou Jiaqiang said that her appearance and 8 characters didn't match, and even found a shop to testify. An idea flashed through Yushu's mind. She rubbed her chin and asked Zhao Hui seriously, Aunt Hui, do you remember which shop the Dou family found to testify against you? Zhao Hui looked at her and whispered, It's the Ji family. Huh. Yushu slapped her thigh and suddenly stood up. Zhao Hui was startled and asked nervously, Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Yushu said, I remember you said that there was a housekeeper in Yang City who sent you there. Have you been in contact with him all these years? Zhao Hui shook her head. Yushu was about to be depressed when she heard her say, Although I haven't been in contact with him, I know that he has a bookstore on the street behind Zhongmen Pu. Yushu was overjoyed. She vaguely had an idea. She turned around and rubbed her palms as she paced back and forth in the room. She frowned and thought carefully. Pei Jing and Furin, Qin Shi, returned to the bedroom. It was already noon. Pei Jing had the habit of resting at noon, so he was even more listless today. Qin Shi helped him take off his outer robe, and the couple lay down side by side on the bed. Qin Shi saw that Pei Jing was frowning, so she advised, Don't be upset. I know that you like that child very much and want to help her, but this kind of private matter, we will help if we can. If we can't, then there's nothing we can do. Do you really want to get into trouble for them? You don't put the Dou family in your eyes, but they still have the Ji family behind them. This matter really doesn't need us to interfere. Pei Jing nodded and said, Furin is right. Let them stay in the Fu for now. You go back and persuade Zhao Hui. Tell her to get over it, so that Ashu doesn't do anything stupid with her. Qin Shi made a sound, and then sighed with emotion, speaking of which, that Zhao Hui's life is really bitter. She's a good young lady, but now she's in trouble. AI. Oh, did Furin hear what she said? Lu Jing had only found out that Zhao Hui had swindled her marriage many years ago and became enemies with the Dou family, but he didn't know more. Qin Shi said that Zhao Hui was the daughter of a merchant in Yenzhou. She was engaged to the Dou family, but her parents passed away early and she was left alone. Before she died, she entrusted the housekeeper to send her to her husband's family in Yiyang. Furin said that she was from Yenzhou. Pei Jing heard Qin Shi's opening words and his heart moved. He thought of something and interrupted her. That's right, isn't it the same? It's nothing, Furin can continue. Pei Jing thought that perhaps he was being overly suspicious. How could there be such a coincidence? Qin Shi gave him a strange look and continued to tell Zhao Hui's story. She talked about how the Dou family's brother died and shamelessly accused Zhao Hui of swindling her marriage. She went to the bazaar to prove that the horoscope she sent was fake and that she had taken the orphan girl's wealth. She was filled with righteous indignation. When she finished, she sighed and said, It's a pity that she was alone and her dowry was taken. She was reduced to this day. It was not easy for her to live a stable life, but another disaster occurred. Everyone has their own fate. Pei Jing stretched out his hand to pick up the small pot on the tea table and poured a cup of water for Qin Shi. That's right. Qin Shi gently placed her hand on Pei Jing's chest and said, Jing Ji, when you were in trouble in a foreign land, you were almost unable to recover. If it wasn't for that kind-hearted person's help, I'm afraid you wouldn't be who you are today. Pei Jing's eyes suddenly became a bit sad. He patted her hand and thought for a moment. He casually asked, "Then does Zhao Hui have any other relatives in her hometown?" She said she doesn't know. "Why don't you help her ask around?" Her father's surname was Zhao. It was said that the old man was also a kind person. Wherever he went, people would respectfully call him Good Man Zhao. Pada. The quilt in Pei Jing's hand fell on the bed frame and broke into several pieces on the ground. Jingji. Qinsher quickly got up in shock. She saw that Pei Jing's eyes were red, his lips were trembling, and tears were about to fall. Zhao Hui watched as Yushu walked back and forth in the room, muttering to herself as if she had lost her soul. For a moment, she was worried. She called out to her several times, but didn't get a response. She unconsciously raised her voice. "Xiao Yu." Yushu came back to her senses. She turned her head and saw Zhao Hui's worried expression. She quickly walked over and sat down on the side of the bed. Zhao Hui grabbed her hand. "What happened to you? Don't scare me. If you can't think of a way, don't hurt your brain with anxiety." Yushu shook her head. She pursed her lips and said, "I think I have a way to save Dr. He." Zhao Hui was happy at first, but then she asked doubtfully, "What way? Tell me. I'm not sure if this will work. I need to find someone who understands the law and ask clearly." Yushu grabbed her hair in annoyance. She had a plan in her heart, but she didn't have enough manpower. "I can't do this alone. If Mr. Pei is willing to help me. If I am willing to help you, what will you do?" A voice was heard outside the door. Yushu and Zhao Hui were startled. They turned their heads and saw a shadow outside the door. Yushu quickly got up and walked to the door. She opened the door halfway and saw Pei Jing standing outside. "Mr. Pei?" Pei Jing looked at her and stood outside the door. He asked the person inside the room, "Miss Zhao, can you tell me your respected name?" Yushu felt strange. She felt that something was wrong. Zhao Hui heard Pei Jing's voice from inside the room. She paused for a moment before answering. "My father passed away. His name is Ren He, Zhao Ren He." Pei Jing closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and opened them again. Yushu was shocked to see that there were tears in his eyes. "Mr. Pei, what are you doing?" Pei Jing ignored her and said to the door, "I was born into a merchant family. When I was 20, I was elected as a fortune teller. When I was young, my eyes were on the top of my head. I thought that I was talented. When my father was ill, I left home and went to the capital to take the Diyan examination. Who would have thought that I would fail all 3 exams? My name was Sunshine. I spent my days drinking and getting drunk. While I was in the capital, I suddenly received the bad news that my father had died. I hurried back home. On the way, I encountered bandits. My attendant and bodyguards were all killed. I fell on the grass by the roadside and was saved by a passerby. I was brought home to recuperate. During that period of time, I was muddle-headed and wanted to commit suicide. He persuaded me to stay in his restaurant and taught me business. 3 months later, I finally turned over a new leaf. I said goodbye to him and returned home. I observed mourning at home for 3 years and studied hard. When a mourning period was over, I went to visit my benefactor to repay him. I didn't expect him to be gone. I heard from my neighbor that my benefactor had passed away a year ago. His only daughter had sold the family property to marry someone else. I was deeply grieved. I took a handful of soil from his grave and brought it back to worship every year. I didn't expect that my benefactor's orphan would end up like this. In vain, I burned incense every year to comfort him. I didn't know that his spirit in heaven would see his daughter end up like this. How bitter would he be? At the end of his story, Pei Jing's tears trickled down his face. He was a wealthy merchant, yet he was sobbing silently. Zhao Hui, who was in the room, thought of her deceased father and also cried bitterly. Yushu, who was at the side, listened to this old fate. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Zhao Shi's father's generation was also a kind and virtuous person. Why didn't he have a good ending? One died young. The other met an unkind person. Could it be that good will be rewarded with good? The two of them cried inside and outside the room. Yushu didn't say anything to comfort them. She could see that Pei Jing was a hot-blooded man. Otherwise, he could have swallowed the past and said it now. He definitely wouldn't stand by and watch the matter between Zhao Hui and Dr. He. Chapter 111. Zhao Hui's life had been lonely and bitter. Many years ago, her husband's family had invaded her family's wealth. Many years later, she had been seriously injured by her sister-in-law on the streets and almost lost her life. Recently, she had been involved in a lawsuit. Originally, she had suffered but could not voice her grievances. At her wit's end, even though Yu Shu had the heart to help, her strength was not enough. She could not compete with the Dou family Ji family, who knew that fate had its own destiny. In the past, Pei Jing had been indebted to Zhao Hui's father. Today, he had repaid the debt of gratitude. Who knew that there would be a turning point in the future? Yu Shu helped Zhao Hui freshen up and put on a new set of clothes. She helped her move from the inner room to the living room. Pei Jing and Madame Qin were both there. Dear heavens, little sister, these mistakes have caused you to suffer. Madame Qin's eyes were filled with tears. She stepped forward and pulled Zhao Hui to sit by her side. This time, she was not as courteous as before. This time, she was really close and tender. She had been Pei Jing's wife for more than 20 years. She could empathize with Pei Jing's feelings at this moment. Zhao Hui shook her head at her and turned to look at Pei Jing. In a hoarse voice, she said, "Now that Sir Pei has mentioned it, I have some memories. When my late father was on his deathbed, I was still young. I had heard him mention an old friend a few times. He said that he had not received any letters for half a year and was afraid that something had happened. He even gave me the letters he had sent in the past and asked me to inquire about it when I had time. Later on, when my late father passed away, I was filled with grief and forgot about this matter. Those letters were probably buried along with his belongings. I think that at that time, my father must have been thinking about Sir Pei. Without a doubt, it was me. That year, when I returned to my hometown, I sent a letter to Uncle Zhao, saying that I was safe and sound. Then, for half a year, I was so busy with my family business that I stopped sending letters. After that, when everything was settled, I personally went to Uncle Zhao. Who would have thought that? Pei Jing smiled bitterly and touched his eyebrows. At that time, Uncle Zhao was still concerned about my safety. After a moment of silence, Pei Jing composed himself and said to Zhao Hui, "Don't call me Sir Pei. In terms of age, I'm older than you by a few years. If you do not mind, I am willing to accept you as my sworn sister and take care of you in the future. What do you think?" Zhao Hui was stunned and looked at Yu Shu. She was currently at a loss. Compared to Pei Jing, who she had accidentally reunited with, she was more dependent on Yu Shu, who had gone through thick and thin with her. "Sir Pei, there is no rush." Yu Shu spoke on behalf of Zhao Hui. At the moment, Dr. He is still in prison and the Dou family is still at large. They're still bent on killing Aunt Hui. We have to think of a way to deal with them as soon as possible. Pei Jing nodded and said, "Dr. He must be saved. I will go to the Dou family now and ask them to withdraw their complaint." Seeing that Pei Jing was so straightforward, Yu Shu was puzzled and asked, "Do you have a way to stop them from suing the doctor?" Pei Jing sneered. "That Dou family is just a third-rate merchant, relying on their ancestral business to survive until now. That Dou Hong is not business material either. If they do not know what's good for them, I will crush their business." Seeing this, Yu Shu was shocked. Pei Jing had always treated people humbly. She did not expect him to be so overbearing. It seemed that he had to stand up for Zhao Hui. "Sir Pei, please wait." Yu Shu said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but if you do this, even if you can save Dr. He, there will be no end of trouble. Let's not talk about who is right and who is wrong. If this matter were to spread, you will inevitably be known as a domineering person. Moreover, the Dou family has the support of the Ji family. If you ask the Ji family to stand up for them, not only will it cause trouble, they may even bite back. In my opinion, this matter needs to be considered at length." Her words were clear and logical. Pei Jing did not understand, but he was too angry and did not think too much. He only wanted to stand up for Zhao Hui. After Yu Shu poured a bucket of cold water on him, he immediately calmed down. He sighed and said to Yu Shu, "Young man, you are more composed than me." Yu Shu smiled It is not that I am composed, but that I do not want to let those shameless people get away with it. If you ask me, I will do it to the end. I will seek justice for Aunt Hui and punish those evil people. Pei Jing raised his eyebrows. Do you have a plan? I do not dare to call it a plan for now. I still need to discuss it with Sir before I can decide on a plan. Yushu's eyes flashed. She did not say anything definite because she did not understand the laws of ancient society, and it was not good for her to speculate on her own. Pei Jing nodded. Tell me about it first. Yushu looked at Zhao Hui and Madame Qin. Under the table, she swiped her fingers on her knees. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. They're suing us, so why can't we sue them? This is what I am thinking. 2 hours later, Pei Jing and Qin Shi returned to their room. Along the way, Pei Jing was thinking about his conversation with Yushu. When he sat down, he noticed that Qin Shi's expression was not right. He asked with concern, What is wrong with Jiren? Qin Shi hesitated, her expression changing. She hesitantly said, Jingji, I think that child Ashu's heart is too big. Pei Jing's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled. Why do you say that, madam? I think she's a good person. She's loyal, courageous, and astute. Her plan is good, isn't it? It's much smarter than me going straight to the Dou family. She's taking drastic measures, attacking Wei to save Zhao. TSK, when I was her age, I wasn't as scheming as her. Hearing that Pei Jing was still in a mood to praise her, Qin Shi anxiously said, but her method is not only targeting the Dou family, but also the Ji family. If she succeeds, will the Ji family let her go? That's why she needs my help in secret. Pei Jing took Qin Shi's hand and warmly said, Ashu is a little girl. She owes Zhao Hui a few meals and knows to repay her kindness. I was greatly indebted to Zhao Gong in the past. Now that I have met his descendant, even the heavens have eyes. If I cannot help her, wouldn't I be worse than child? When did I say I don't want you to help them? Qin Shi angrily said, I am worried about you. Fine, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say it. If you want to do it, I can't stop you. It's good that Madam understands me. Pei Jing patted her hand and stood up, saying, Madam, rest first. I will change my clothes and go out with Ashu. At dusk, Yushu and Pei Jing sat in a horse carriage and arrived at the entrance of Changmenpu Street. The two got off the carriage and looked left and right. On this trip, Yushu and Pei Jing wanted to find the housekeeper who had sent Zhao Hui to Yang City. Pei Jing asked, Is it here? Yushu said, Aunt Hui said that he opened a bookstore on this street. His surname is Huang, and his name is Zhou. Let's go look for him one by one. Let's go. There are many bookstores on this street. The two went from the east side of the street to the west side. They went to each bookstore and asked, but they could not find anything. There was someone with the surname Huang, but it was not the one they were looking for. The sky was getting dark. Just as Yushu was wondering if she had heard wrong, Pei Jing pointed to the opposite side of the road and said, There is another bookstore there. Let's go and take a look. Yushu turned her head and saw the bookstore on the opposite side of the road. She was stunned for a moment. Pei Jing had already crossed the street and entered the bookstore. She hurriedly followed him. As soon as she entered the bookstore, she saw an old man sitting behind the counter, reading a book. She thought to herself that it couldn't be such a coincidence. Then, she heard Pei Jing ask, Old man, may I know your name? The old man raised his head and squinted at Pei Jing. He turned his head and saw Yushu standing at the door. His confusion turned into surprise. Little girl, why did you come so late? I left you several literacy books. I was waiting for you to pick them up. Pei Jing looked at Yushu with a puzzled expression. Yushu smiled at the old man and said to Pei Jing, When I was penniless, this old shopkeeper once gave me some books. The old shopkeeper heard their conversation and realized that they knew each other. He asked in confusion, What are you doing? We want to inquire about someone. Yushu paused. Then she asked directly, Old uncle, is your surname Huang? Haven't I told you before? The old shopkeeper said, My surname is Huang. Yushu and Pei Jing looked at each other. Then the latter asked again, Shopkeeper Huang, did you work as a steward for a family with the surname Zhao in Yin Prefecture a few years ago? The old shopkeeper put down the book in his hand and looked back and forth between the two of them. Then, he nodded hesitantly and said, "That's right." Yushu wanted to laugh out loud. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Why did everyone come together? After they found Huang Zhou, Pei Jing explained the purpose of their visit to Yushu. Shopkeeper Huang was very willing to testify on behalf of Zhao Hui. So, they didn't need to waste too much time talking before he readily agreed. Another unexpected joy was that he had saved a list of the dowry that Zhao Hui had sent to the Dou family back then. Miss has a bitter life. When the Lord withdrew his hand, he repeatedly urged me to send her to the Dou family. But I didn't expect that it would turn out to be a wolf's den. Alas, I'm incompetent. I couldn't protect Miss, and she ended up in prison. I was too afraid to stand up for her at that time. Miss was released from prison and disappeared without a trace. I thought that she didn't want to see me. Who would have thought that she would make a living right under my nose and end up in such a plight? All these years have passed, but I still can't let it go. Now, I'm on the verge of death. Since you're willing to stand up for me, this bag of old bones, why wouldn't I dare? When Huang Zhou brought up the events of the past, he felt very ashamed. Yushu comforted him with a few words and asked him a few more questions about the past. She followed him home to get the dowry list and then left with Pei Jing. On the way, Pei Jing suggested that Yushu should go to the prison to visit He Fangji. She shook her head and refused. To avoid alerting the enemy, it's better not to go yet. Sir Pei, please don't use your name to stand up for him. In the future, we'll make sure that Dr. He suffers in prison doesn't fall. That's fine. I'll have to trouble Dr. He for now. Pei Jing looked at Yushu's assertive manner and unconsciously ignored her age. He asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Yushu said, "Teacher, please tell me about the rules of the court so that I don't make any mistakes." Pei Jing frowned. You really want to replace Huin Yang to beat the drum and cry injustice? You must know that if you go to court like this, you'll have to be flogged first before you can present the petition. Yushu nodded. Her expression did not change. County Magistrate Ma and the Ji family are related. If we follow the rules and present the petition first, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be prepared in advance and collude in private. Teacher has said it before, beating the drum and crying injustice, the officials will go to court. Since the trial is about to begin, if we want to sue, we'll sue them unprepared. Pei Jing did not miss the last flash of ruthlessness in Yushu's eyes. His heart jumped. He felt that there was something he could not grasp, but he could not grasp the beginning and the end. Seeing that she had made up her mind, he knew that persuading her would be useless. He said, "Then we'll have to hide it from Huin Yang first. If she finds out, how could she let you take her place? Flogging is not easy." Chapter 112. At night, Zhao Hui was anxiously waiting for Yushu to come back. Yu Xiaoxiu was also in her room. She was not in the mood to tease Kim Bao, so she tied it under the table and threw it a few snacks. Kim Bao did not make any noise when it had food. Zhao Hui was preoccupied, so she did not notice the little mouse in the room. As soon as the door opened, Yu Xiaoxiu stood up. Zhao Hui was sitting on the bed. She turned her head and saw Yushu pushing the door open. She said, "Why did you come back so late? Did you not find him?" Yushu comforted her and said, "I found him. He is on Changmenpu Street. I was discussing something with Mr. Pei outside, so I came back late. Have you eaten?" Yu Xiaoxiu said, "Yes, I have. What about you, sister?" "Well, I used it outside." Yushu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu to sit down. She glanced at Kim Bao, who was spinning around her feet. She rubbed it with her toes and walked to Zhao Hui's bed. "Aunt Hui, don't worry. Uncle Huang is willing to testify for you. If it wasn't so late, he would have come to see you." Yushu took out the dowry list that she got from Huang Zhou and showed it to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui took the yellowed paper and turned it over a few times. When she touched it, she thought of the scene when her late father prepared the dowry for her. She felt sad again. "Yes, this is it. I didn't expect him to keep it." Seeing that she was about to cry, Yushu quickly comforted her. "Don't cry anymore. Have a good rest tonight. You have to go out tomorrow." Zhao Hui said, "You want me to go out? Where?" Yushu blinked her eyes maliciously. Go and collect some evidence. Early the next morning, Madame Chin personally went to Zhao Hui's room to dress her up and bring her new clothes for her change into. The two of them were about the same height, but Zhao Hui was on the thinner side. Her belt was tighter, so it wasn't obvious. The wound on Zhao Hui's head had already healed under He Fangji's careful care, but there were still a few scars on the top of her head. After shaving her hair, Madame Chin skillfully mixed the wig into her real hair and used hairpins and silk flowers to perfectly cover the scars on her head. She also used makeup to cover her yellowish complexion. After changing into silk clothes and wearing gold and silver jewelry, Zhao Hui looked like a different person in front of the mirror. She looked rich and noble. No one could imagine that she used to be an auntie who bought wonton noodles on the street. Aunt Hui looks good in this dress. Yushu looked at Zhao Hui and sincerely praised her. If it wasn't for the teasing of fate, Zhao Hui would have always looked like this. Madame Chin also praised, I still have some good materials. I can cut them all into new clothes for younger sister in the future. Zhao Hui uncomfortably touched her earlobes and said to Yushu and Madame Chin, I still feel that wearing trousers is more convenient. I can't even walk properly like this. After many years of suffering, Zhao Hui was no longer the rich little girl who didn't have her hands wet with water. Older sister, from extravagance to simplicity, and then to extravagance. Yushu smiled. Let's wear this for now. It's really uncomfortable. We'll change when we get back. After checking that there was nothing wrong, Madame Chin called over a pair of personal maids to escort them to the door and onto the carriage. Yushu and Zhao Hui went out and only returned in the afternoon. After sending the tired Zhao Hui back to her room, Yushu called for a servant to lead her to the study to find Pei Jing. Sir Pei, come in, hey. Pei Jing closed the account book in his hand and pointed at the chair opposite the desk for Yushu to sit down. How is it? Yushu took out 3 evaluation notes from the museum and handed them to him. After Pei Jing looked at them, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he threw the notes on the table. Let's see how they can cover up their lies this time. Yushu said, there is no time to lose. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Yamen to file a complaint. Pei Jing's expression became serious, as he said, since you have decided not to let me show my face, I will help you in secret. Don't worry. Even if I cannot win this lawsuit and the Doe family holds a grudge against you, I will ensure your safety. Yushu nodded non-committally and picked up the 3 notes on the table. She lowered her head and played with it, her eyes hiding an unseen light. On the 9th day of the 6th month, Yushu woke up early and did not disturb Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu. She quietly left the door. Pei Jing was waiting for her in the front courtyard. Seeing her black hair, wearing an old blue shirt and dressed as a boy, he couldn't help but feel strange and asked, Are you going to wear this? Won't I be punished? It is inconvenient to wear a skirt. Yushu explained. Pei Jing did not suspect anything and sent her to the horse carriage. He gave her the written complaint that he had instructed someone to write last night and reminded, Be careful. I will go over when I hear the commotion. Yushu responded and pulled the curtain. The horse carriage drove towards the Yamen in the north of the city. Halfway there, Yushu got off the carriage and sent the driver away. She dug some mud at the side of a small river and smeared it on her body and face. She then tore off the patches on her clothes and disguised herself as a little beggar and swaggered into Wanxiang Street. There were quite a lot of beggars in Yang City. The area around Wanxiang Street was crowded with them. A beggar walking on the street was not eye-catching. If a beggar walked into a gambling house, it would at most attract a few more glances. However, if a beggar walked into a gambling house with a Baoran sign and was seen by others, it would be a big deal. More than a month ago, the rumor of a beggar on the street was still hot on Wanxiang Street. There was even a storyteller in the tea house who made this part into a list for the customers to listen to. Every time a beggar was picked up, it would be more than one. Therefore, when a beggar entered the Baoran casino, there were people who were curious to see if this beggar was the one in the rumor. Once bitten, twice shy. Once bitten, twice shy in Baoran casino. Once bitten, twice shy. Seeing Yushu enter, someone came up to stop her. However, Yushu tossed a piece of silver into the hands of Ding Bao, who was blocking her way. What's wrong? You have money, yet you don't let people into play? She then took advantage of the people's stupefaction and went to the place where the signs were sold. She also threw a piece of silver and didn't even ask for the change. There weren't many customers in the morning in the E district. A dozen or so people were playing, and there were a few spectators around them. Yushu went over and found a spot. Looking at the questions on the wall, she took out a charcoal pencil and began to calculate on a piece of paper. She wrote down the answer and put the sign down. She crossed her arms and waited for the game to start, ignoring the whispers around her. Her appearance caused people to be suspicious. Seeing her place the bet, people began to whisper. When the first game started, she took her sign and went forward to claim her winnings. Like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, the district immediately exploded. This can't be the beggar from a beggar on the street, right? It's the Miaochi who won 40 games in a row that day. It's him. I remember now. I was there that day too. That beggar was wearing a dirty blue shirt. It's definitely him. Quickly find someone and tell them that the divine fortune-telling beggar has come to the Bowron Casino again. By the time Yushu won her third game, the Bowron Casino was already packed with people. Those who heard the commotion on Vientiane Street all rushed over to watch the show. On the second floor, the gambling house's shopkeeper Zhou was looking down from the window. Last time, Jihai Otani had left a message that if he saw the beggar on the street again, he must invite him back. At first, shopkeeper Zhou wasn't sure if the beggar on the street was the one they were looking for. But seeing that Yushu had won 3 games in a row, he had an idea. Just as he was about to send someone down to invite him back, he saw a commotion downstairs. The beggar took the silver and turned around to leave. As Yushu moved, the people in the gambling house who came to watch the show all followed behind her. A large number of people left the hall on the first floor. Shopkeeper Zhou hurriedly sent someone to catch up with them, not forgetting to say, "Be polite, please come back." Just like that, Yushu left the Bowron Casino with a group of people and came to the Vientiane Street. After a few steps, she looked back at the number of people behind her. As she had expected, the effect of being famous was really effective. She was satisfied and directly led the more than 100 people to the main road and the street behind it. Some people asked and greeted her politely, but no matter what they said, Yushu shook her head and didn't answer them. The crowd didn't know where she was going. On the way, some people left, but most of them were curious and stubbornly refused to leave until Yushu led them to the county government office. That's right, the county government office of Yang City was behind the Vientiane Street where Feng Shui gathered. Outside the government office, there were 2 bailiffs with sticks in their hands. When they saw such a large group of people suddenly appearing in front of the door, they looked at each other in surprise. Then, they saw a beggar leave the crowd and walk forward. Yushu stepped up the stairs and went straight to the bright red drum. She picked up the dusty drumstick and heard a buzzing sound behind her. She took a deep breath, picked up the drumstick, and fiercely smashed it. Dong, 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 dong. Only then did the crowd realize that she actually wanted to beat the drum to seek justice. The 2 bailiffs' faces changed, but they couldn't stop her. They didn't need to go in and report. After a few knocks, several bailiffs heard the noise and ran out. When they saw the person beating the drum outside, they pointed the sticks in their hands at Yushu and angrily scolded. "How dare you, beggar? You dare to make noise outside the door. Do you know where this place is?" Yushu put down the drumstick and raised her voice. "I have a grievance." Because of this, there wasn't a single person in the whole year who would go to the door and beat the drum to complain about their grievances. However, the Yamen runners reacted quickly. After she finished speaking, they swarmed forward, grabbed her by the arms, and dragged her into the hall. Yushu didn't resist at all and was dragged in. Outside the door, the 100 or so people who were attracted by Yushu saw this scene. Their curiosity was piqued, and they refused to disperse. They crowded at the door and looked inside, discussing spiritedly. From a main entrance to the court where the case was handled, it was only a dozen steps. Standing outside the door, the situation inside could be seen with a glance. When Yushu was dragged into the inner hall, She first raised her head to look at the mirror of eminence hanging high on the table. Then, she heard a series of rapid footsteps. She wanted to turn around, but someone pressed her shoulder and kneeled down. Enter the court. Mighty. County Magistrate Ma had just arrived in the morning. He hadn't even sat down in the back hall when he heard the beating of the drum outside. He hurriedly put on his black veil and came out to take a look. The person kneeling in the hall was actually a beggar. He frowned and slammed the gavel in his hand. Bang! Who is beating the drum in the hall? What grievance do you have? Tell me your name. Chapter 113. After the marriage between the Shui family and the Ji family fell through, Shui Rui had to recuperate in the guest house for a few days due to his injuries. Suli had already ordered the servants to pack up. Now that he had recovered, he set off for the capital. When the two carriages passed by the north of the city, the coachman wanted to take a shortcut. However, when he turned into a street, he was blocked in the middle of the road. When the carriage stopped, Suli lifted the curtain and looked outside. He heard the coachman say, "Chief, there are many people in the middle of the road in front. It seems like the yamen is trying a case." Suli said, "Turn around and take a detour." Before he finished speaking, someone in the carriage said, "Wait, Hadaku, go down and take a look. What's going on?" Suli turned his head and looked at his young master, who was lying on a leather mattress and eating sour pears with his head pillowed on it. He turned his body to make way for Bauda, who was sitting on the other side, to get out of the car. After a while, Hadaku came back after asking around. He leaned on the window and said excitedly, "Young master, someone is beating the drum to complain. You definitely can't think of which family they are suing." Shui Rui looked at his face and mocked. Could it be that the Ji family committed a crime? Hadaku opened his mouth in surprise. "How did you know, young master? What do you think?" Shui Rui raised his hand, and the pear pit in his hand flew through the window and past Hadaku's ear. Suli frowned when he saw this. "Let's go down and take a look." Shui Rui touched the black hair on his forehead and covered the scratch on his forehead. He bent down to get down the carriage. Suli reached out to stop him. "Young master, we still have to hurry. If we can't reach Yin province before dark, we will have to sleep in the wilderness. Then we'll leave tomorrow." Shui Rui pushed his arm away and jumped off the carriage. He asked Hadaku to lead the way and left. Suli shook his head and sighed. He sat back in the carriage and did not plan to join the fun. With Hadaku leading the way, the master and servant quickly squeezed their way to the front of the crowd. They looked into the hall, but before they could see anything clearly, they heard the dull sound of a wooden board rising and falling. Pa! Pa! Taking a closer look on the floor of the public hall, there was a person lying on the floor, getting beaten up again and again. The long board that was thicker than a thigh, one high and one low, made one's heart ache, but the person who was being beaten didn't even let out a cry. If it wasn't for the fact that the person on the floor bounced up an inch with each hit, one would really think that it was a cloth dummy. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms, looked at the beggar-like figure on the floor, and listened to the discussion at the side. After 15 strokes, Yushu's forehead was already covered with a layer of sweat. She gasped, and the veins on her clenched fists were turning green. She felt that her buttocks were about to split open, and if he dared to do it again, she would definitely cry out. No wonder there were very few people who beat the drum to complain. Before the lawsuit was settled, they would first have to suffer a physical pain. Pa! County Magistrate Ma slammed the gavel and looked at the beggar who beat the drum to complain about his in-laws with a gloomy expression. He shouted in a deep voice, "Present the complaint paper." Lying on the floor, Yushu gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She turned sideways and took out the complaint paper from her bosom and handed it over to the yamen runner. The hall was silent, and County Magistrate Ma carefully read through the complaint paper. It clearly stated when Zhao Hui was engaged to the Dou family, when she lost her father and fled to Yang, how the Dou family used flowery words to detain her dowry and family property, how Zhao Hui's fiancé died of a sudden illness, how the Dou family's elder sister sent her a letter and seized her dowry and family property, how she filed a lawsuit against the government, and how the Dou family colluded with the Ji family to barter her house, and listed that her appearance did not match her horoscope, and how she was accused of marriage fraud, and how the county magistrate at that time awarded her family property to the Dou family, and even imprisoned her in prison. The more county magistrate Ma read, the darker his expression became. Zhao Hui's marriage fraud case was judged by his predecessor, and he had been an official for 10 years. Based on his experience and intuition, he knew that there was another injustice in that case, and it involved the Ji family. With so many commoners watching, there was no one in Yang City who didn't know that he was the son-in-law of the Ji family. If he was biased, it would certainly attract criticism. So, he decided to bring everyone here first, and then act according to the situation in court. Guards, go to the Dou family on the west side of the city and the Ji family on the east side of the city to arrest them. Several bailiffs responded and left. County Magistrate Ma said to Yushu, where is your godmother? Zhao Hui. Why do you need to beat the drum for her? County Magistrate Ma called out Yushu's name, deliberately pronouncing it in an oblique tone, and discovered that she was his brother-in-law's stepdaughter. First, there were too many people with the same name in Yang City, and second, the Ji family had many descendants, so he really couldn't remember all of them. It had been some time since the incident where Ma Weibo was beaten, and the person in court was a boy who looked like a beggar. Even if he knew who Yushu was, he couldn't immediately connect them together. But there was someone else in front of the yamen, and it was different. Hearing County Magistrate Ma shout, Shui Rui was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure lying on the ground in a sorry state not far away. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. He knew who it was, and his face immediately darkened. Reporting to Darren, Yushu's voice was not as loud as it was when the court opened. She panted and said, Not long ago, my godmother was injured by Dou Lu from the Dou family. She is bedridden, so she can't come to court in person. I beat the drum to appeal for justice on her behalf. To complain on someone else's behalf. The first condition was that they were related. Yushu and Zhao Hui were not related by blood, but ancient people compared godparents to blood relatives. She called Zhao Hui godmother, so it was reasonable for her to take the complaint on her behalf. When Yushu mentioned it, County Magistrate Ma remembered the unfinished case from 2 days ago. It was the Dou family who accused a doctor of assault. The doctor refused to plead guilty and was still in prison. But he only thought about it for a moment. He complained that the Dou family had too many problems, but he didn't connect the two cases together. You said that the Dou family embezzled your godmother's property. Do you have any witnesses? County Magistrate Ma avoided mentioning the Ji family. Yes, Yushu said. When my godmother lost her father and came to Yang to seek refuge with the Dou family, an old housekeeper sent her here. The old housekeeper is still alive and runs a bookstore on Changmenpa West Street. His name is Huang Zhou. He can testify for me that what I said is true. My godmother did not cheat the marriage. It was the Dou family and the Ji family who colluded to bully her, an orphan girl. County Magistrate Ma said, Come to Changmenpu and bring this Huang Zhou here. Yes, Darren. County Magistrate Ma asked Yushu a few more questions, and Yushu answered them with reason and evidence. An hour later, someone from the Dou family came first. Reporting to Darren, Dou Hong is here. Dou Hong was the eldest daughter of the Dou family. She married a live-in son-in-law and was in charge of the household. She was about the same age as Pei Jing. She had a pair of slender eyes and 2 wrinkles at the corner of her mouth. She had a shrewd look on her face. Yushu couldn't get up, so she just lay on the ground. She turned her head to look and met Dou Hong's cold eyes. Are you Dou Hong? Yes, Darren. Bang. Dou Hong, do you know who Zhao Hui is? Dou Hong said, I do. More than 10 years ago, when my father was still alive, he arranged a marriage for my second brother. The other party was from a merchant family in Yin province. This Zhao Hui is the daughter of that family. Later, she caused my second brother's death. After I found out that her family lied about the marriage, I severed all ties with her. Hearing this, Yushu sneered from the ground and did not interrupt. County Magistrate Ma said, "Someone is accusing the Doe family of embezzling other people's property in front of Jodo. They used a fake evaluation report to make a false accusation and bullied an orphan girl. Do you plead guilty?" Do Hong was shocked. She took 2 steps forward and said angrily, "Darren, this is pure slander. My Doe family has been wealthy for generations. My father was the minister counselor of Western City. Why would I covet other people's property?" Bang! County Magistrate Ma slammed the gavel. No noise in the court. Do Hong unwillingly stepped back. She looked around, but didn't see Zhao Hui. She only saw a beggar lying on the ground. Her fear disappeared. After a while, shopkeeper Huang was brought to the yamen. When Do Hong heard that County Magistrate Ma had summoned her, her expression changed. When she heard that Huang Zhou accused her of embezzling Zhao Hui's property and falsely accusing Zhao Hui of false marriage, she lost her cool. "Darren, please investigate this. This Zhao Hui obviously lied about the marriage. That year, I specially hired a fortune teller to read her fortune. With the evaluation report as proof, how can I falsely accuse her? Which fortune teller did you hire as a witness?" Yushu suddenly shouted. "Ji family's fortune teller." Do Hong blurted out. After saying it, she realized that something was wrong. She lowered her head and glared at Yushu. The Yamen's entrance buzzed. Shui Rui's mouth twitched. His expression loosened a little. He couldn't help but laugh. Bang! With a loud bang, Yushu obediently shut her mouth. She tilted her head and looked at Do Hong. She laughed in her heart. "I was afraid that you wouldn't admit it." County Magistrate Ma's face darkened. He said to Yushu, "You heard it. This Ji family's fortune teller is a famous and promising place in Yang City. If you accuse them of colluding with the Do family to fabricate a false evaluation report, I will not forgive you." "I dare not." Yushu raised her head and said, "Darren, I have evidence to present." County Magistrate Ma waved his hand and ordered the Yamen runners, "Present it." "Yes, yes." Yushu fumbled in her bosom for a while and took out several cards. She handed them to the Yamen runners and handed them to County Magistrate Ma. He lowered his head and saw that it was a residence card and several evaluation cards from the fortune teller's shop. The signature and handprint belonged to Zhao Hui. He frowned and thought that this was bad. Then he heard Yushu say with grief and indignation, "In Darren's hand, one of the residence cards is my godmother's birth date, and the other evaluation cards were made by fortune tellers and traders from the 6 fortune teller shops on Wanxiang Street after they read my godmother's fortune." The handprint on the residence card is taken as proof. There are also evaluation cards from the Liu family and the Kong family's fortune teller shop. "Darren, take a look. None of them say that my godmother's fortune doesn't match her fortune, nor does it say that my godmother's fortune is a curse to her husband. I know that the Ji family is a famous fortune teller in Yang City, but they're still as famous as the Kong and Liu families. Could it be that the Liu family and the Kong family are inferior to the Ji family? Only the Ji family can see that my godmother is a jinx. Are the others blind?" As soon as he said this, the court was quiet, but the outside of the yamen was in chaos. Chapter 114. No one would have thought that Yushu would bring Zhao Hui to several exchange shops in advance to ask for evaluation reports, and she even mixed in the Kong and Liu family. The reputation of the Kong and Liu family in Yang City was no less than that of the Ji family. The evaluation reports they gave did not say that Zhao Hui had a problem, which meant that Zhao Hui did not have a bad fate. Obviously, there was something wrong with the evaluation report the Ji family gave that year. Everyone thought, if there is something wrong with the Ji family's evaluation report, then wasn't the Do family's case of claiming that the orphan girl was a jinx in marriage fraud a false accusation? Not only was it a false accusation, but it was also an embezzlement of someone else's dowry. These 2 crimes added together were not light. The onlookers knew this, and Do Hong was even more aware of it. Since ancient times, it was taboo to embezzle someone else's family property. This crime was as serious as murder. The difference was that murder had to be paid with one's life, but embezzlement had to be returned in double, and the family property would be confiscated. Do Hong's expression changed, and the wrinkles under her lips turned into the shape of an 8. She no longer looked as calm and composed as before. In a panic, she knelt down and said, "My lord, you've wronged me. Don't listen to this unruly commoner's nonsense." Yu Shu retorted, "How could I be spouting nonsense? The appraisal report that your family obtained from a Ji family was a fake to begin with. You falsely accused my godmother and conspired to steal my godmother's property. How are you being wronged? How dare you say that the Ji family's evaluation report is real?" County Magistrate Ma's eyelid twitched, and he felt something was wrong. He hurried to hit the gavel to stop the voice below, but he was still one step too late. Of course it's real. How could she say it was fake? If it was fake, didn't it prove that she had indeed falsely accused Zhao Hui and coveted her family property? "Pa!" Yu Shu sneered in her heart. Just as Pei Jing said, the eldest daughter of the Dou family is greedy, and the youngest daughter is shrewish. They're both selfish. "My lord, please investigate." Yu Shu gritted her teeth and dragged half of her numbody up. She propped herself up with her hands on the ground and looked up at County Magistrate Ma. She said angrily, "This Do Hong insists that the Ji family's appraisal invitation is real, but the day before yesterday, I did obtain an appraisal invitation for my godmother's horoscope from 6 trading houses. If this Do Hong did not collude with the Ji family to steal my godmother's fortune, could it be that the Ji family miscalculated my godmother's horoscope and misjudged her to be a jinx? If that's the case, then the Ji clan's title as the Yishui clan is nothing more than an empty shell to deceive the world." An empty shell to deceive the world. After a moment of silence, there was another uproar outside the yamen. The hubbub of voices almost covered County Magistrate Ma's astonished voice. "Slap! Slap! In the court! No noise!" County Magistrate Ma looked at Yu Shu with a gloomy face. He didn't know whether to be angry or angry. How could this sloppy beggar have such a glib tongue? With just a few evaluation reports, he forced Do Hong into a corner. Instead of arguing with the Do family, she accused the Ji family. But he couldn't say that she wasn't from the Ji family. If the evaluation report was real, then it was the Ji family's misjudgment and tarnished their family's reputation. If the Ji family's evaluation report was fake, then it was the Do family who colluded with the Ji family to steal their daughter's property and tarnish their family's reputation. Now, it was impossible to tell whether it was real or fake. Yu Shu lowered her head. Under the cover of her hair, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Whether it was the Ji family or the Do family, she couldn't escape this time. Who dares to say that my Ji family is deceiving the public? Right at that moment, an angry shout came from the yamen entrance. The onlookers separated and saw 2 middle-aged men being escorted out by yamen runners in date clothes and black hats. One had a pale face and was slightly chubby, while the other had a beard. Both of them looked unhappy because of the criticism about their Ji family. "My lord, the second master of the Ji family, Ji Xiaochun, and the third master, Ji Hyotani, have arrived." Yu Shu turned her head to look at the 2 people who were striding towards her and lay back on the ground. She couldn't guarantee that Ji Hyotani wouldn't recognize her with her disheveled hair. County Magistrate Ma looked at the 2 people who came late and secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that if they had come a little later, Do Hong would have been coaxed by the wicked people to sell the Ji family. What he didn't know was that Ji Hyotani and Ji Xiaochun didn't come late on purpose. They were delayed because of a collision at the intersection. Ji Hyotani saw the situation as soon as he entered the hall. His second sister-in-law's eldest cousin, Do Hong, was standing on the side in a panic. A beggar was lying on the ground, presumably the one who lied. Staring at the back of Yu Shu's head, Ji Hyotani didn't think that this was his stepdaughter who was kicked out of the family not long ago. Instead, he was more concerned about why there were so many people gathered at the door. Ji Xiaochun frowned and looked at Do Hong. He turned to Yushu on the ground and said coldly, Diao Zi, was it you who sullied the reputation of my Ji family just now? Where did this dog come from? He really didn't know his place. Yushu ignored him and said to County Magistrate Ma in a low voice, I hope Darren will investigate this matter and give justice to my godmother. Ji Xiaochun wanted to say something, but County Magistrate Ma coughed and interrupted him. Although it was his second brother-in-law in the hall, there were so many eyes watching. He couldn't show favoritism. Is she from the Ji family? Both of them said, yes. County Magistrate Ma raised his hand and pointed at Yushu on the ground. This person accused your Ji family of colluding with the Dou family 9 years ago. They made fake appraisals and slandered his godmother, Lady Zhao, by saying that her birth date was fake and helping the Dou family to seize Lady Zhao's dowry property. There are witnesses, Huang Zhou, and 6 other shops made appraisals to prove that she is not a widow. Do you plead guilty? Ji Xiaochun and Ji Haiyotani looked at each other. The former stepped forward and said unhurriedly, reporting to Darren, our Ji family is not aware of this matter. Yushu narrowed her eyes. It seemed that these two people had discussed this on the way here and refused to admit it no matter what. But did they think that this matter could be cleared up with just one sentence? Reporting to Darren, Yushu said, it was clearly the Ji family shop that made the appraisals. Do Hong just admitted it herself, and Uncle Huang testified. But now this Master Ji is saying that he doesn't know anything. Isn't he trying to lie? Umph. Ji Xiaochun snorted heavily. He looked calm on the surface, but he had a guilty conscience in his heart. He had some impression of what happened that year. Do Hong did come to him for help, but he was careful at that time and didn't show up. He asked 2 traders in the shop to do it, and then he forgot about it. Who would have thought that this matter would be exposed again and jeopardize the family's reputation? He couldn't decide how to deal with it, so he looked up at County Magistrate Ma and gave him a look, hoping that his brother-in-law would give him a hint. County Magistrate Ma was in a dilemma. When he saw the look in Ji Xiaochun's eyes, he couldn't say anything. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him in broad daylight, everyone knew what was right and wrong. If he made a mistake, he would definitely be criticized. Last year, the emperor went to Jiangnan and dismissed several people who practiced favoritism and fraud, and some people were even beheaded. Nowadays, the most taboo in the officialdom was to cover up. It was fine if he didn't get found out, but if someone made a fuss about this matter, he might not be able to protect his reputation. County Magistrate Ma is a cautious man. After a quick consideration, he glanced at the people in the hall. His eyes glanced at Do Hong, Ji Xiaochun, and Ji Haiyotani's faces one by one. He easily figured out the severity of the matter. He slammed the gavel and said, Ji Xiaochun, you said your Ji family didn't know about it. Could it be that the people in the East store were deceiving you? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall turned pale. Yushu secretly sneered. They are indeed a family. This county magistrate, Ma, wants to exonerate the Ji family. In order to protect the Ji family's reputation, he actually betrayed Do Hong and chose to sacrifice the rook to save the king. Do Hong was not so stupid as to not understand what was being said. He turned to look at Ji Xiaochun in panic and met Ji Xiaochun's complicated gaze. Do Hong felt a chill in his heart as Ji Xiaogu stepped forward to answer on his behalf. My lord, please investigate this matter. My Ji family indeed had no knowledge of this dirty matter. Since the appraisal invitation had been leaked from my Ji family's trading house, it must have been due to the selfish motives of someone in the trading house. At that time, they were enticed by someone else to come forward and give false testimony. I would like to ask my lord to investigate the case file and find that fake appraisal invitation. I would like to see which scoundrel dared to tarnish my Ji family's reputation and collude with the Do family to shamelessly seize other people's property. Do Hong turns around and sees Ji Haiyotani's sharp eyes staring at her. Do Hong falls to the ground on her, and her face turns pale. She knows that the Ji family is trying to distance themselves from her for the sake of their reputation. They want her to follow Ji Haiyotani's righteous words. She is very fearless and proactively proposes to find out the truth, which immediately makes many onlookers outside the hall change their minds. Bang! Where's the registrar? Go to the back hall and look through the files of Zhao Hui's case 9 years ago. Bring the fake appraisal invitation to the hall. Hearing County Magistrate Ma's order, Yu Shu sneers again. If she can find the fake appraisal invitation, she will take advantage of the time when the streamer goes to the back hall to find evidence. County Magistrate Ma slaps the gavel again and resolutely cuts through the Gordian knot. He says to Do Hong, now we have both witnesses and material evidence. They all accuse you of fabricating the fake appraisal invitation to falsely accuse Zhao Hui of marriage fraud and embezzling other people's property. What else do you have to say? What else can Do Hong say? If she says anything more, she will just be pouring dirty water on the Ji family. Now, the Ji family clearly wants to distance themselves from her. If she doesn't let go, she is afraid that in the future, bang, since you have nothing to say, you can sign your name. County Magistrate Ma doesn't give Do Hong more time to react. He waves his hand and asks the advisor to take the written statement of guilt. The runners grab Do Hong's hand and press her fingerprint on it. The 2 crimes Yu Shu accused the Do family of were considered to be light. Now, only the Ji family has not been decided. County Magistrate Ma immediately sentenced Do Hong to return the property she embezzled from Zhao Hui. Of course, Zhao Hui must come to collect it in person. Yu Shu can't do it on her behalf. In addition, the Do family's property is confiscated and Do Hong is sentenced to 2 years in prison. She is directly dragged to the side by the runners to be beaten with a board. Do Hong is not as tough as Yu Shu. She lives like a princess and is not young. Her screams are heard later, giving people goosebumps. Yu Shu looks at this scene coldly. Finally, she stands up for Zhao Hui. She is angry, but she is also angry. Outside the yamen, people are still talking and arguing. It is noon, but the crowd shows no signs of dispersing. They are still waiting to see what the Ji family will say in the end. Chapter 115. Do Hong endured the flogging and was taken away to be detained, half dead. The registrar entered the room to look through the files. After about the time it takes to eat a meal, one trotted out from inside. Just as Yu Shu expected, the fake evaluation report that once caused Zhao Hui to be doomed is lost. Yes, the registrar seems to be County Magistrate Ma's confidant. He knows that the item cannot be taken out to avoid unnecessary trouble. The files from 9 years ago only record the case and the Ji family's trading house as evidence. However, there is no detailed information about the identity of the Ji family customer who made the evaluation report for Zhao Hui. In this way, Ji Hyotani speaks with more confidence. My lord, the most important thing in our trading house is our reputation. The biggest taboo is to change people's fate on the evaluation report. Getting involved in this dirty business is like shooting oneself in the foot. Although the person who made the false testimony for Do Hong was from our Ji family's trading house, it was not ordered by the Ji family. My lord, please investigate this. Ji Xiaochun also says angrily, if I find out who did this, I will not forgive him. At this moment, the person he really does not want to forgive is Yu Shu, who made the Ji family a disgrace. Now the Ji family insists that they do not know anything. The person who made the fake evaluation report for Do Hong accepted her bribe and did something to damage the reputation of the Ji family. The Ji family is also the victim. Yu Shu does not say a word. She lies on the ground and quietly watches County Magistrate Ma's performance. County Magistrate Ma slaps the gavel and looks dignified. He says to Yu Shu, the document from 9 years ago was probably lost when sorting out the files. It can't be found now, and I can't make a judgment. Do Hong has pleaded guilty. Although the fake evaluation report came from the Ji family's trading house, it must not have been ordered by the Ji family. Your accusation that the Do family colluded with the Ji family to embezzle the property of your godmother's family doesn't make sense. Therefore, I find the Ji family not guilty. What else do you have to complain about? What else was there to complain about? Not only County Magistrate Ma and the 2 from the Ji family, But the people outside the yamen also felt that the drumming case should end here. After all, the Doe family, the main culprit of the false accusation of marriage fraud and embezzlement of an orphan girl's family property, had been convicted, and the family property had also been ordered to be returned. As for whether the G family ordered someone to make the fake evaluation report, there is no evidence now. But Yushu does not agree with them. "My lord, I have one more thing." County Magistrate Ma was stunned for a moment before he ordered the yamen runner to retrieve it. He saw Yushu taking out another item from her bosom. He took a look at it and saw that it was another evaluation slip. It was different from the 6 that were placed next to him. This evaluation slip was square-shaped, with the G family's exchange shop's emblem embossed on it. "This is an evaluation slip from the G family's exchange shop. Please compare it with the 6 I presented earlier." County Magistrate Ma felt something was wrong. He frowned and spread out the evaluation reports on the table. He looked at them one by one and soon found a problem. Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani did not know why County Magistrate Ma's expression suddenly changed. Yushu was waiting for this moment. She supported herself with her hands on the ground and slowly climbed up. She endured the pain and stood up shakily. She wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve and took a deep breath. She said in a clear voice, "My lord, as you can see, this and the previous 6 were all evaluation reports made for my godmother by the trading houses on Vientiane Street. Although my godmother is not a jinx, her fate is not very good. When the trading houses measured my godmother's fortune, they all said that she would be hardworking and short-lived in middle age. The Liu family's and the Kong family's trading houses were very accurate. They both predicted that my godmother would meet with a great disaster this year, and her life might be in danger. My godmother was indeed killed not long ago." At this time, it was much quieter outside the yamen than before. Everyone was listening attentively to what Yushu wanted to say. With the help of a noble, my godmother tried to entice the 7 trading houses to give them more money. She asked them to tamper with the evaluation reports and change my godmother's life into a wealthy one. They lied that she would remarry. 6 of them rejected my godmother, but only one accepted the money and tampered with the evaluation report. It was the one I just presented to my lord. Yushu paused. She turned her head and looked at the 2 members of the G family. Her disheveled hair and dirty face hid a triumphant smile. "It's the one from the G family's trading house." There was a buzz outside the yamen again. Changing a short life into a wealthy one, and for someone to remarry, this was too ridiculous. What Yushu did was actually very unreasonable. Who would deliberately go to a trading house to bribe someone to make a fake appraisal report for her? It was fine if she did it, but why did she have to say it in public? But in this kind of situation, the unreasonable became the reasonable, and the unspeakable became the acceptable. Originally, by kicking Do Hong, the Ji family had more or less cleared themselves of any involvement in the case from 9 years ago. Now, with this incident, it was tantamount to putting a pot of dirty sh*t on their heads. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ji Xiaochun stared at Yushu with anger and a little panic. Ji Hyotani's face darkened. His eyes flashed, as if he found this beggar familiar. Yushu was not afraid of being recognized. She pointed at the 2 of them and scolded angrily. 9 years ago, someone tempted you with a bribe. Your G family's trading house had the guts to help others do evil. He made a fake evaluation report and framed someone as a person who brought bad luck. 9 years later, someone tempted you with a bribe. Your G family's trading house still had the guts to make a fake evaluation report and change someone's fate. Was it done by one person or the whole family? Do you think people are fools? Other trading houses don't do it. Only your G family dare to do it. Framing someone as a person who brought bad luck and cultivating a wealthy life. This shameless and immoral thing. Your G family dared to do it 9 years ago, and you still dare to do it 9 years later. Let's see if you still dare to do it 9 years later. As soon as she finished speaking, both inside and outside the yamen fell silent at the same time. The 2 words, G family, instantly darkened everyone's hearts. Gibberish, gibberish. Ji Xiaochun's face was livid. He glared at Yu Shu and wanted to hit her. He was the one who managed this trading house. It had several generations of reputation. How could he let her ruin it? Ji Hyotani pulled Ji Xiaochun back. He was also angry, but he knew he could not do anything to Yu Shu here. Slap! Magistrate Ma shouted angrily. Don't be presumptuous in court. Yu Shu ignored him. When she saw Ji Hyotani's face, she remembered how Yu Xiaoxiu's back was beaten until it was bloody. She cried and told him that she didn't want to stay in the Ji family anymore. How they forced her to become the concubine of their precious 4th Mississippi. How Zhao Hui ended up in such a tragic state. Also, how she was beaten half to death and thrown out of the Ji family like a dog. Her face was flushed and her eyes were cold. She took a step forward and gritted her teeth. In Yang City, there are 3 major trading houses. The Liu family and the Kong family are both worthy of their name. Only your Ji family deceives the world and pretends to have evil intentions. You don't deserve to be called an aristocratic family. You've humiliated Yifeng. What bullshit *T Yifeng family? Tui. She spat a mouthful of phlegm on Ji Hyotani's chest. The onlookers outside the yamen were dumbfounded. Such humiliation would probably make them the biggest joke in Yang City in the future. Ji Hyotani looked down at the phlegm on his body. His face turned green. This time, not only did Ji Xiaochun want to hit someone, he wanted to kill someone. Forgetting that he was in court, Ji Hyotani raised his hand high. When he was about to swing it down, the person in front of him suddenly rolled his eyelids and fell to the ground. My lord, he fainted. A bailiff came forward and checked Yu Shu's eyelids. He said a magistrate Ma who was stunned. Looking at the man who had fainted on the ground, Ji Xiaogu froze in place. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat, and he wanted to punch himself twice to spit it out. Magistrate Ma felt a throbbing pain in his head. He had handled many cases in his years as a magistrate, big and small, but he had never encountered such a case. A tattletale almost angered everyone in the court to death, but he didn't know what to do with this scoundrel. Outside the yamen, everyone was whispering and pointing. Most of them were talking about the Ji family. Naturally, their words were not pleasant to hear. This kid is young, but his brain works fast. However, he is so unforgiving. He is too vicious and lacks kindness. When he heard this evaluation, Shuirui, who was staring blankly towards the side, turned his head to look at Su Li, who was standing behind him in unknown time, and the corners of Shuirui's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he said indifferently, "Since you're seeking revenge, then who are you showing it to?" Su Li glanced at him with disapproval and said, "Young master, get in the carriage. We should leave. There's no rush." As soon as Shuirui finished speaking, he heard a cry resound out from the crowd, and then a thin and pitiable woman squeezed out of the crowd and staggered as she ran into the public hall, and a robust female servant chased after her. Xiao Yu. Magistrate Ma was worried about how to deal with Yu Shu when he saw a sickly woman lying beside Yu Shu and crying in the court. "Pa, it was this in the court. This woman is Zhao Hui." Everyone's jaws dropped. So this is the main character of today's drumming case. Looking at her, she's indeed pitifully thin. County Magistrate Ma's mind spun a few times. He looked at the 2 from the Ji family, cleared his throat, and said, "Since you are here, you should personally listen to the verdict. This official has already punished that Do Hong. If you still want to sue the Ji family, then show some evidence first." At this moment, Zhao Hui's heart was completely tied to Yu Shu. Looking at Yu Shu's miserable appearance, she didn't have the heart to think about the evidence. She choked out, I beg Darren to let me take my son home." Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani do not want Yu Shu to leave at this moment, but they can't stop her. She is still unconscious and is not a criminal. They can't just splash water on her to wake her up. County Magistrate Ma did not think the same as them. Although the Ji family was unlucky this time, the matter had already come to this. If they continued to make trouble in the court, he would be the one with a headache. He should take this opportunity to close the case and drive them away first. Well, this official will now find the Ji family not guilty. Zhao Hui. Sign your name. Zhao Hui pressed her fingerprint on the document and let the strong servant who came with her carry Yu Shu on his back. They squeezed out of the crowd and left. Pei Jing's carriage is waiting for them in the opposite alley. You also sign your names. Magistrate Ma said to Ji Xiaochun and Ji Haiotani, who have dishes in front of him. Ji Haiotani gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He took the document and glanced at it. His eyes fell on a name, Yu Shu. These two words made him suspicious. He thought back to where the familiar feeling came from when he looked at the beggar, and his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 116. As soon as Zhao Hui left with Yu Shu, there were some people following behind them. They saw them board a horse carriage across the street and disappear into the deep alley. Then, Ji Xiaochun and Ji Haiotani also left with stiff faces. As soon as the door of the yamen was closed, the yamen runners chased after them for a while, and the crowd dispersed. However, some of them still felt unsatisfied, so they returned to the Vientiane Street and told the story of the unjust case of beating the drum to those who were unable to make it. In less than an afternoon, the entire Vientiane Street would know that the Ji family's exchange shop had been sued to the yamen for helping someone make a fake appraisal report, falsely accusing an orphan girl of cheating her marriage, and helping someone embezzle her family's property. The person who filed the lawsuit against the Ji family was the beggar from the One Dao and One Begging group that went on a killing spree in the Baron Casino a month ago. These are all for later. First, when Yu Shu boarded the horse carriage, she opened her eyes to the sound of Zhao Hui crying. She laughed in a hoarse voice. Aunt Hui, don't cry. Don't you know that I was pretending? Otherwise, why would they let me go? Zhao Hui didn't mind the dirt on her body. She pulled her into her arms and held her head. She sobbed, "Who asked you to beat the drum and cry out for justice in my place? Who asked you to be beaten? Do you want me to die?" Yu Shu was in her chest, and her, but was burning in pain. However, her heart was unprecedentedly free. There was no longer anything stuck in her heart. The anger of the Ji family was vented on Zhao Hui. She laughed. "What are you sad about? You should be happy. The Dou family finally got their retribution. They should have a taste of your bitter past." It's not only the Dou family who got their retribution. The horse carriage stopped at a secluded corner, and Pei Jing boarded the carriage. "Mr. Pei." Yu Shu wanted to get up from Zhao Hui's lap, but was swollen and it was difficult to move. "Just lie there," Pei Jing said. He sat down opposite them and stared at Yu Shu, looking at her again and again. Yu Shu felt guilty under his stare and closed her eyes. Pei Jing said with a deeper meaning, "I didn't expect you to think of such a method. You led everyone to the yamen and forced Magistrate Ma to not dare to openly show favoritism. You even embarrassed the Ji family in front of so many people." Yu Shu opened her eyes a slit and looked at Pei Jing. She wasn't sure if he knew that she was the beggar, so she played dumb and said, "Speaking of which, it was Sir who told me about the One Dao, One Beggar. That gave me an idea. Fortunately, that group of people didn't know what was good for them. When they saw me win 2 rounds, they mistook me for that person and followed me obediently." It wasn't that she didn't believe Pei Jing, but Jing Chun was involved. If she really admitted that she was the beggar, how could she explain the Taoist? She would have to take back her lie. She might as well pretend to be ignorant to the end. Pei Jing looked at her suspiciously and swallowed the matter. He then asked something else. "Shu, let me ask you something. Do you have a grudge against the Ji family?" After sending Yu Shu off in the morning, he went to the main hall of the Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he heard the commotion at the yamen, he rushed over and became a spectator outside. He was present during the whole trial. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked as he watched the scene. How old was this child? She was already so scheming. Although Do Hong wasn't a smart person, she was almost played by her in the court. Several times, she lured her to say things she shouldn't. He always thought that Yu Shu was a good child with a good temperament. Now it seemed that it wasn't the case at all, especially when he saw her bite the Ji family in the end. It made him, a man who had been in the business world for a long time, feel a chill down his spine. His intuition told him that it wasn't just for the sake of Zhao Hui. She must have a personal grudge against the Ji family. Zhao Hui knew about Yushu's background and had been helping her hide it. Now that she heard Pei Jing's question, she felt a little uncomfortable. Yushu sensed it and hesitated for a moment before saying, "My and Xiaoxiu's biological father passed away early. A few years ago, my mother was chosen by the third master of the Ji family and was taken in as a concubine by the Ji family." Pei Jing was very surprised. He didn't expect that Yushu's background would be like this. Then your relationship with the Ji family is? After all, Yushu borrowed Pei Jing's east wind to settle the Ji family. When he asked, she could not answer, so she roughly explained, "A few months ago, I did something wrong and was driven out by the old madam in a rage. Later, I met Aunt Huai and was taken in by her. Then the Ji family took me back and forced me to be a concubine of a family in the capital. They also beat up Xiaoxiu. Later, the marriage didn't go through and we were driven out." This was also the first time that Zhao Hui heard Yushu talk about how the Ji family forced her to be a concubine. As soon as she heard it, she got angry and stopped crying. She said angrily, "Is the Ji family still a thing?" Pei Jing also felt that the Ji family had gone too far, but he was more emotional about Yushu. She was the kind of person who would definitely take revenge after suffering a loss. She was the kind of person who shouldn't be trifled with. She was still young and didn't have enough ability. If she had something to rely on in the future, it would be really scary. However, she was also very loyal to Zhao Hui. She was the kind of person who was most worth befriending. She was the kind of person who would repay kindness. It was a pity that these two personalities were born in the same person. If it was a man, he would definitely be able to rule over a region. However, since she was born as a woman, she would eventually have to bow down to a man. When Ji Xiaochun and Ji Haiotani returned to the Ji family, they didn't dare to tell old lady Ji about what happened to the yamen. They were afraid that she would be so angry that she would pass out, so they decided to hide it from her. Ji Xiaochun went to find Ji Xiaohan to discuss it, while Ji Haiotani returned to the west courtyard. He went to the Little West Pavilion and threw a tantrum in Aunt Shui's room. After smashing a few utensils, he left the weeping Aunt Shui behind and went back to his room to ask the servants to boil water for a bath. Before he could remove half of his clothes, a servant came from outside the room to report that there was an urgent matter. Ji Xiaogu walked to the door with a dark expression. When he heard the servants muttering, his expression changed several times. "Is there a mistake? You saw with your own eyes that the beggar appeared in our gambling house and took someone away?" "Yes, master, it was that beggar. I didn't expect that he would go to the yamen to complain. No wonder he came to our gambling house to smash our signboard. He has been holding a grudge against you for a long time. What happened to you, master? Go back to work." Ji Haiotani went back to his room with his hand on his forehead. His mind was in a mess. The girl he had just driven out a while ago was actually the beggar who won 40 rounds in his gambling house that day? No, it couldn't be her. How could it be her? How could she have the ability to do that? She must have heard about the one Dao and one beggar, so she did it on purpose. Someone must have helped her to win. Yes, it should be like this. Thinking of this, Ji Haiotani's expression became a little better. He poured a cup of tea to calm himself down. As he drank, he sneered. Finally, he stood up and threw the cup on the ground. Bang! Yushu and Zhao Hui left the yamen. They didn't go back to Pei Jing's mansion. Instead, they were taken to another residence in the south of the city. Yu Xiaoxiu had been sent to the room first. He was waiting restlessly in the room. When he saw Yushu being carried in by someone, he stood up abruptly. Jin Bao, who had been lying on his knees, flipped over and fell to the ground with a squeak. He angrily used his tail to hit the tip of Yu Xiaoxiu's shoes and went under the table to sulk. "Sister, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Yu Xiaoxiu's mouth flattened and his eyes turned red. "Shut up. Go get a basin of water." Yushu didn't have the energy to deal with a crying bag. Oh. After taking off her dirty clothes, Yushu was stuffed under the quilt. Pei Jing had prepared the medicine early in the morning. Zhao Hui sat on the bed and lifted the quilt. when she saw Yushu's red and purple, but her tears fell again. Yushu knew that she was crying even with her eyes closed. She was helpless. Ever since Zhao Hui had a near-death experience, it was as if she was made of water. She often shed 2 drops of tears. She didn't like people crying, but she couldn't lose her temper at Zhao Hui, so she had to endure it. "Sister, the water is here." As soon as she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's voice, Yushu quickly pulled the quilt up, put on the side of the bed, and go out. Close the door. Yu Xiaoxiu understood and said reluctantly, "Can I not go out?" Yushu opened her eyes and glared at him. She was about to die from the pain. "If you don't go out, are you going to stand on the side and wait to see my naked butt? Do you believe that I won't beat you up when I'm done?" Earlier in the yamen, he had only been focused on the battle of words. Once he got excited, he forgot about the pain. Now that he had gone over, he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't lose his temper at Zhao Hui, so he could only be fierce at her. Yu Xiaoxiu saw the fierce look on her face and didn't dare to argue. He obediently pulled Kim Bao out from under the table and went out to close the door. Zhao Hui and the servant woman arranged by Pei Jing cleaned Yushu's body and applied medicine. Halfway through, Yushu fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already nighttime. The mud on her body had been wiped clean, and she felt refreshed. Of course, except for her butt. Zhao Hui was still sick, so she didn't accompany Yushu. Yu Xiaoxiu had returned to the room. When Yushu opened her eyes, she saw him sitting on the table and making Kim Bao do somersaults. Kim Bao was very uncooperative. It was a small ball on the table and refused to move. When Yu Xiaoxiu poked it, it would move away. When Yushu poked it again, it would turn over and lie on all fours. In Yushu's opinion, this little thing was a classic example of nonviolence and non-cooperation. If you treated it well, it would get angry. If you knocked its head twice, it would be obedient. Of course, if you gave it silver grain, the effect would be better. Yushu suddenly laughed foolishly. When Yu Xiaoxiu heard this, he immediately left Kim Bao and ran to the bedside. "Sister, you're awake." "Yes." Yushu's, but was injured, so she could only lie on her side. She raised her hand to touch his head, but she couldn't reach it. When Yu Xiaoxiu realized this, he consciously lowered his body and lay on the side of her bed so that she could put her hand on his head. He was much more obedient than Kim Bao. Yushu rubbed his hair and felt her palms soften. She smiled and said, "Xiaoxiu, I helped you vent your anger this morning." Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. He knew that Yushu had helped Zhao Hui in the lawsuit, but he didn't know what happened in the yamen that morning. Chapter 117. After winning the lawsuit against the Dou family, Pei Jing had Xingqi follow Zhao Hui to the yamen the next day to hand over the dowry list. County Magistrate Ma hid in the back hall, and it didn't show up. The advisor sent a bailiff to follow Zhao Hui to the Dou family's house to count the belongings. The Dou family's people went to the prison early in the morning to see Dou Hong, so only the Dou family's eldest son-in-law was there. The bailiff brought out the documents and forced him to open the storehouse and find the housekeeper to get the account books. Xingqi's men moved everything that needed to be moved in one morning. The extra compensation was converted into silver taels. This amount was calculated by Pei Jing's people long ago. Zhao Hui's dowry back then was quite rich because of the family's property. Because the Dou family's business hadn't been good these past few years, the family's wealth had decreased. In the end, after calculating everything, they still couldn't come up with less than 600 taels. The eldest son-in-law originally wanted to deny it, but Xingqi directly pointed at the family's ancestral home and estimated the location. He wanted the eldest son-in-law to get the land deed. The eldest son-in-law almost fainted. The bailiff, who had been bribed by Xingqi beforehand, scolded him a few times and then signed on the promissory note Xingqi wrote. He didn't even look carefully at what was written on it. As soon as they left the Dou family's house, Xingqi and Zhao Hui were watched. The people who were following them watched them bring the carriages of belongings back to a house in the south of the city before going back to report. At lunchtime, Yushu lay on her stomach on the bed and took the promissory note from Zhao Hui. She looked at the black and white words on the note and smiled as she flicked the paper. She turned her head and said to Zhao Hui, "Tomorrow, have Mr. Pei send someone to the prison to pick up Dr. He." Zhao Hui was happy, but also worried. Dolu isn't that easy to talk to. I'm afraid whether she's easy to talk to is Do Hong's business. Yushu rested her head on her arm and said, "Mr. Pei has already investigated. The Do family shops are all losing money. Today, we moved the storehouse again, and the Yamen searched and confiscated it. There's only that shabby house left. With this promissory note, if they don't pay in cash in 3 days, we'll have people take over the house. Do you think they'll be willing to live on the streets and be beggars? Or do us a favor and withdraw the lawsuit against Dr. He and guarantee them a house? No matter what, they won't make a loss. Even if Do Hong doesn't consider herself, she has to consider her children. She can't expect the Ji family to help them." With how harsh the Ji family was, if their reputation was ruined this time, they would definitely resent the Do family as well. They wouldn't be relatives anymore. When Zhao Hui heard Yushu's words, her heart calmed down. She lowered her head and lovingly tidied up Yushu's hair, which was a mess from sleep. She slowly said, "Before this, I didn't even dare to think that there would be a day in my life when I saw the Do family get what they deserved. Xiaoyu, the heavens must have pitied me, so they showed mercy and specially assigned me to be a lucky star." When Yushu heard this, she smiled. She gently tapped her arm with her chin and said, "Is there a lucky star like me? I feel that you started to have bad luck because you met me. Your life used to be so peaceful. How can those days of suffering, humiliation be peaceful?" Zhao Hui shook her head. "Now, my heart is really peaceful." Yushu turned her head and looked at Zhao Hui's gentle eyes. She seemed to be able to feel the calmness in her heart. Suddenly, she asked, "Aunt Hui, when this matter is over, are you willing to leave Yang with me and go to the capital?" This was the first time that Yushu had mentioned going to the capital in front of Zhao Hui. Because she had planned to leave for a long time, she had offended the Ji family without hesitation. Now Ji Hyotani must have recognized her and was thinking of ways to teach her a lesson. As for Zhao Hui, Pei Jing had talked to her in private yesterday. He would find a day to hold a banquet and recognize Zhao Hui as his sworn sister. With his protection, the Ji family couldn't do anything to Zhao Hui. She was safe in Yang City, but she couldn't stay in Yang for long. The Ji family wouldn't let her go no matter what. Once this matter was over, she would leave with Yu Xiaoxiu. Whether Zhao Hui was willing to go to the capital with them or not, she had to ask her personally. Go to the capital?" Zhao Hui was surprised. "You and your brother are going to the capital?" Yushu's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'm going to the capital." It wasn't just to avoid the sharp edge, nor was it because she had promised to help Qing Zheng find the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 rings. The capital was the place where all the exchanges in the world converged. There were many talents in the Great Yin examination, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Taisher Library. The Celestial Commissioner was the place with the highest exchanges in the world. She really wanted to see and learn for herself. She had a premonition that there would be more breakthroughs in the laws of algebra when she went there. Zhao Hui looked awkward. She opened her mouth to say something, but when she saw Yushu's expression, she swallowed her words and nodded. "As long as you aren't afraid that I'll be a burden, I'll go with you to the capital to take a look." Yushu's heart was yearning, so she didn't notice the hesitation on Zhao Hui's face. When she heard her agree, she smiled and grabbed her hand. "How can you be a burden? When your body gets better, we can walk slowly on the way. We can even have fun on the way." Zhao Hui saw that she was happy, so she smiled as well. However, her smile didn't last for a moment before she suddenly stopped. She seemed to have thought of something and asked Yushu nervously, "If the third master of the Ji family recognizes you and your mother is still in the Ji family, will he take it out on her?" Yushu shook her head and said calmly, "Ji Hyotani is the smartest one in the Ji family. He can't wash his dirty linen in public. If the first and second branch found out that I was the one who sued the Ji family yesterday, he would be scolded by old lady Ji first and be blamed. He would definitely hide this matter and wouldn't do anything to my mother. At most, he would scold her a little to vent his anger. The more guilty he is, the safer my mother will be. She was sure of the relationship between them, so she could spit on Ji Hyotani yesterday and watch his blood vessels burst. Not only that, when she left the Ji family, she deliberately asked Aunt Shui for her birth date so that she could predict her misfortune. Last night, she even divined for her. If something really happened to her, she would be the first to know. After all, Yu Xiaoxiu still cared about his biological mother, so she wouldn't care about Aunt Shui's safety. In the afternoon, Pei Jing sent someone to the prison with the IOU signed by the eldest son-in-law of the Dou family and talked with Dou Hong. Things went smoother than expected. Dou Hong took the initiative to ask someone to go to the Dou family to find Dou Lu. The two sisters talked in the prison. No matter what the process was, Dou Lu went to the Yamen early the next morning to ask for the IOU. At noon that day, He Fangji was released from the prison. Zhao Hui was still sick and insisted on picking him up personally. In the carriage, the two met. Seeing the haggard and unshaven He Fangji, Zhao Hui cried again. Although He Fangji had spent a few days in prison, seeing that Zhao Hui was safe and in good spirits, He Fangji hurriedly comforted her for a while and asked her what had happened. There were only the two of them in the carriage. Zhao Hui told him from beginning to end, including how Pei Jing owed her late father a favor and how Yushu sued the Dou family in court. He Fangji sighed repeatedly. Finally, when she told him about the Dou family's fate, He Fangji clapped his hands and shouted, "Evil people get what they deserve." Zhao Hui smiled through her tears and said, "There is a person who punishes evil and upholds good." He Fangji nodded and said, "Mr. Pei knows how to repay kindness. Xiao Yu is affectionate and righteous. Indeed, she punishes evil for you." Zhao Hui looked at him and lowered her head. "I am talking about you." He Fangji was stunned and blushed. Ashamed, she said, "How can I be called that? I hurt someone rashly and still need you to run around for me. I am really ashamed. You were protecting me." Zhao Hui recalled that day when he stood in front of her bed. Because someone bullied her, he was not his usual gentle self and angrily hit the person. Her heart was still warm. She could not help but look up at He Fangji, her eyes revealing a trace of affection. He Fangji was stunned. When she regained her senses, he was already holding her hand and holding it in his palm. Both of them blushed. Between the two of them, one died before she married. The other's first wife died young. They were both old and single. In the past few days, they'd spent time together and developed feelings for each other. However, they did not say it out loud. Now that they were holding hands, there was nothing they did not understand. "Huinyang, you, cough, if you don't despise me for not being capable, I am willing to always take care of you." Lang Zhong mustered up his courage to say these words. Zhao Hui's nose turned sour, and she wanted to cry again. "With my body like this, I'm afraid I will drag you down in the future. It should be you who despise me." "I don't despise you. I don't despise you." He Fangji grabbed her hand tightly. After saying those words, he felt his skin was thick. He directly grabbed Zhao Hui's other hand and said seriously, "I will take care of your illness, and it will get better. If you agree, when we go back, I will look for an auspicious day in a barter shop and hire someone to be a matchmaker. The sooner I can properly take care of you. My father passed away early. My mother's body is very good, and she has a good temper. You can tell just by looking at me. A while ago, when I mentioned you to her, she even teased me. If we can be together, it will be her wish." He Fangji often stayed at the medical shop and didn't go home for days. Because of this incident, his old mother didn't know about it. She just thought that her son was busy and didn't go out to look for him. Earlier, Pei Jing had someone bring a message that he was safe, so the old mother didn't suspect anything. Hearing this, Zhao Hui's eyes became wet again. She almost wanted to agree, but she suddenly remembered that Yu Shu had mentioned going to the capital yesterday. She froze on the spot, thinking, if I get together with Lang Zhong, then I will have to stay in Yiyang City to take care of his mother until she gets old. How can I go to the capital with little Yu then? He Fangji saw that she didn't say anything and panicked. He was about to say something, but his hand was pushed away by Zhao Hui. He was stunned and carefully probed. Xinyang, we don't match. Zhao Hui forcefully found an excuse, but her mouth was bitter. The happiness on Yifangji's face suddenly disappeared. He knew that he was rejected. Looking at Zhao Hui with her head down and no expression, he was puzzled. He didn't know what he said wrong. Just now it was still good. Zhao Hui was obviously interested in him. Why was she not willing when he said it clearly? Chapter 118. Yushu had been recuperating in bed for the past few days. She had specially asked for Pei Jing, Madame Qin, and Dr. He's birth dates and 8 characters. She had used this time to calculate their horoscopes. The time of calamity rule was very useful, but it had an obvious drawback like the clear rain rule, and that was that it had a time limit. It could only calculate the disasters within half a year, and it would be very inaccurate after that. Yushu spent a whole 3 days calculating the disasters that the 3 of them had experienced in the past half a year and highlighted the serious ones. For example, Madame Qin would have a serious illness because of a cold in a month, and Pei Jing would lose a big business 2 months later because of a villain. Only Dr. He's half a year was smooth, and there were no disasters. Of course, Yushu would not directly show these to them. After organizing them, she noted down when and what to guard against. As long as they were careful, they would be able to avoid it. On the other hand, Yushu found that the time of calamity rule was useless for Zhao Hui. She guessed that this was probably because Zhao Hui, who was supposed to have died in the previous accident, survived, and so her horoscopes were not accurate. Pei Jing found time to come over today. Because Yushu was a generation younger than him, there was no need to be afraid of anything. He directly entered the bedroom to see her. This place was his, and he did not need to be notified. He knocked on the door and entered the room. Yu Xiaoxiu was feeding Kim Bao. He saw Goldie on the table and jumped in shock. "Why are you playing with mice?" His shout scared Kim Bao, and with a whoosh, he hid under the table. Yu Xiaoxiu stood up with his hands behind his back and looked at Pei Jing awkwardly. He did not know how to explain the matter of raising mice, so he turned to his sister for help. "Sir, you saw wrongly." Yushu smiled. "That is not a mouse that steals food. It is another kind of mouse, and it is quite clean. Xiaoxiu likes it, so we raised it for fun." Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu and muttered to himself, "You were the one who wanted to raise it in the beginning." "Really?" After listening to Yu Shu's explanation, Pei Jing didn't make a fuss. In his early years of doing business in the north and south, he had seen many people raising strange monsters. There were people who raised snakes and wolves, so raising a mouse wasn't a big deal. "Sir, you came the right time. I have something for you." Yushu took out 2 sheets of paper from a stack of books at the head of the bed and handed them to Pei Jing. She had asked Yu Xiaoxiu to rewrite them with a brush, not her messy charcoal handwriting. "What does it say?" Pei Jing took a look and saw that there were words like "be on guard against villains on a certain month and a few days," "don't ride in a carriage on a certain month and a few days," and so on. There were 7 or 8 of them. Yushu had already prepared an excuse. "Didn't I ask for your horoscope the other day? Since I'm free, I read it for you and your wife. I don't know if it's accurate or not. It's always good to be careful." Pei Jing nodded and carefully kept the 2 sheets of paper. He didn't tell Yushu that he had donated money to the Day Exchange shop every month to ask for the safety of his wife and children. Although it didn't mean that they would be safe, it was better to be safe. "Xiaoxiu, go out and play first. I have something to say to your sister," Pei Jing said. Yushu waved her hand at Yu Xiaoxiu, and he grabbed Kim Bao from under the table and left. Pei Jing sat down at the round table and looked at Yushu, who was lying on the bed. He said, "The Ji family's trading shop has been very quiet these few days. I sent someone to ask around and found out that the Ji family has left a few traders. The Liu family and Kong family's trading shops have a lot of visitors these few days. It's a free bargain." Yushu laughed. "That's good. I'm afraid the trading shops on Vientiane Street won't dare to accept money to make fake appraisals for a long time." That day at the court, she presented 7 appraisals to County Magistrate Ma. She even claimed that she bribed 7 trading shops to change Zhao Hui's life into a wealthy one, and only the Ji family agreed. This was true, but the money she gave to the Ji family was 10 times more than what she gave to the other 6 families. With 200 taels of silver, not to mention changing a life of toil to a life of wealth, she could even change a dog's sh*t life into a joss stick. There's a saying that only a thief could be called a thief if he was caught. Ji Yinshu had exposed the Ji family and caused such a huge commotion. Killing the chicken to warn the others was more or less a wake-up call for those who ran the trading shops. It was a warning to them that if they had money to spare, they should not reach out. Seeing that she was still able to smile, Pei Jing said, "Don't be too happy yet. There are already people watching the outside of this residence. They are undoubtedly people from the Ji family. They're just waiting for you to come out." Yushu said without fear, "Then let them wait." Seeing her relaxed expression, Pei Jing smiled and said, "I've already made arrangements. 10 days later, there will be a caravan from Tian heading to the capital. You and Xiaoxiu will pretend to be the nephew of the 7th. I will also arrange for a bodyguard to protect you all the way to the capital." Yushu happily said, "That's great. I will tell Aunt Hui later." Pei Jing curiously asked, "You still haven't told Huinyang that you are going to the capital?" "I have told her before. I want to tell her when to leave and let her prepare." "Prepare?" Pei Jing finally understood and immediately frowned. "She is going with you?" "Yes, Sir Pei, don't worry." "Xiaoxiu and I will take good care of Aunt Hui." Yushu looked at Pei Jing and knew that he was worried about Zhao Hui's bumpy journey. Pei Jing opened his mouth and looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped. He tilted his head and whispered to himself, "Did I see wrongly? It can't be the 2 of them." Yushu leaned forward. "What did Sir say?" Pei Jing glanced at her and calculated in his heart. He turned his head to look at the door and cleared his throat. "That he Longzhong. Isn't he interested in Huinyang?" Pei Jing's words were too subtle, and Yushu did not understand immediately. But with her hesitation, Pei Jing immediately felt awkward. He was a 40-year-old old man, and he was discussing the relationship between a man and a woman behind his back. Wasn't he just eating his fill? With this thought, Pei Jing no longer had the mood to gossip. He stood up and said, "You can discuss the matter of going to the capital with Huinyang. I will leave first. I will prepare the luggage for you." "Okay, thank you, sir." Yushu watched as Pei Jing left and turned over to lie down for a while. She thought about what he did not say and suddenly sat up. "Hiss." She gasped and covered her butt. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "It can't be. This Longzhong and Aunt Hui actually like each other?" After He Fangji was released from prison, she went home to visit her mother. The next day, she reported to Zhao Hui. Under the guise of treating Zhao Hui's illness and decocting medicine, she wandered around Zhao Hui all day long. Yushu, who was lying in her room, couldn't see her. Yu Xiaoxiu, who saw her, couldn't understand. That night, during dinner, Zhao Hui and He Fangji were at the same table. Yushu moved out of the room and was supported by Yu Xiaoxiu as she limped out of the room. "Why don't you eat in the room? Do you want to sit outside? I will find a cushion for you." Zhao Hui was about to get up to find a soft cushion for Yushu to sit on, but He Fangji reached out to stop her. "I'll go get it. You sit." In just a moment, Yushu understood. She secretly laughed at herself and hung her head on Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. She moved to sit on the round stool that He Longzhong had prepared. While eating, she looked back and forth at the 2 of them. The more she looked, the more she understood. With the way Longzhong gave Zhao Hui 3 bites for every bite, even a blind person could see that he was interested in Zhao Hui. However, why did she not seem to be interested in Zhao Hui and was a bit cold to Longzhong? Could it be that the man had feelings for the woman, but the sister had no feelings for him? Actually, from Yushu's point of view, He Fangji was a good person. He was a few years older than Zhao Hui, had a squarish appearance, was upright, and was skilled. Most importantly, he had saved a damsel in distress. He wasn't a good-for-nothing. If he really wanted to be a couple with Zhao Hui, there was nothing wrong with it. Fine, she would first sound them out before anything else. Yushu picked up a few mouthfuls of rice and casually asked, Longzhong, I didn't ask, but who else is there in your family? She only knew that Fangji's wife had died and he had no children. She didn't know if his parents were still alive or if he had any brothers. Fangji said, There's only an old mother. Is that so? Is she still in good health? MHM, her body is fine. Yushu and acquaintances didn't like to beat around the bush. After asking a few questions, she directly said, Then you've been alone all these years. Didn't she say anything? Ahem. A grain of rice got stuck in Fangji's throat. He thumped his chest, and his face was a little red. It was really strange for a young girl like Yushu to ask that question. With a ta sound, Zhao Hui put down the bowl and hurriedly got up to pour tea for him. She looked at him worriedly and said to Yushu, Why are you asking about this out of the blue? Is this something you should be concerned about? Yushu was confused. From Zhao Hui's appearance, it didn't look like she was uninterested in Dr. He. Didn't she scold her too? Why was she so indifferent towards Dr. He's solicitude just now? It's not her fault, ahem. Fangji drank the tea. Cha Shun waved his hand at Zhao Hui and caught sight of her concerned expression. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned to Yushu with a bitter smile. In the early years, I was wholeheartedly studying medicine and didn't have the heart to do so. Now that I have the heart, I don't have the fortune to do so. As he said this, he looked at Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui lowered her head under his gaze. She twisted her handkerchief and put down the teapot. I'm done eating. You guys take your time. After saying this, she hurriedly ran back to the room. Longzhong's expression instantly darkened. Seeing this, Yushu felt a little sympathetic. It wasn't easy to fall in love in middle age. Shouldn't she help matchmake them? What's wrong with Aunt Hui? She only ate this little. Yu Xiaoxiu said. Xiaoxiu, go bring this bowl of soup to Aunt Hui and watch her drink it. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu listened to Yushu. He took the bowl of soup and went into the room. Only Yushu and Fangji were left at the table. Yushu shifted her butt and spoke first. Longzhong, I'll be honest with you. Do you like my Aunt Hui? Fangji was shocked by her straightforwardness again. He coughed twice. Although he was shy, he still nodded. Then does my Aunt Hui know? It wasn't that he hadn't expressed it himself, so he didn't wait for Zhao Hui to respond. Yes, I mentioned it to her. She didn't agree. Yu Shuxin thought, that's strange. The boy has feelings for the girl, and the girl has feelings for each other. Both of them are in love with each other, and they've confessed their feelings. No one at home objected, and no one obstructed, so why didn't Zhao Hui agree? Wait a minute, it couldn't be because of her, right? Chapter 119. After dinner, Zhao Hui did not show up again. Kuji left alone. Yushu stayed in the living room for a while, before limping to Zhao Hui's room. She saw that the light was still on. Aunt Hui, are you asleep? Xiao Yu? Come in. The door opened with a push. Yushu walked in and walked around the screen. She saw Zhao Hui sitting on the edge of the bed. Her expression was a bit unnatural. Her clothes were neat and tidy, and there was no sign of her resting. Come sit here. Doesn't it hurt to walk? Zhao Hui helped Yushu sit down on her bed. Yushu shook her head. I forgot to tell you when we were eating. Mr. Pei came by today. In 10 days, there will be a caravan going to the capital. When the time comes, we will go with the caravan. Zhao Hui was stunned. They're going to leave so soon? Yushu said, Yes, if we miss this time, we will have to wait for next month. Mr. Pei wants me to discuss with you. Do you want to take the items from the Dou family with you, or do you want him to keep them for you? Ah, Zhao Hui said absent-mindedly. Do as you see fit. Either way is fine. Yushu carefully observed her expression. She was even more certain that she did not respond to Fangji, because she had promised to go to the capital with her. Fangji's family was still there and could not travel far. If Zhao Hui wanted to be with him, she would have to stay in Yang. How could he go to the capital with her? Aunt Hui, are you really willing to leave Yang? Zhao Hui came back to her senses. She smiled slightly and said bitterly, What is there to be unwilling about? For example, Dr. He, are you willing to leave him? Zhao Hui was startled and said in panic, You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I be reluctant to part with him? Yushu laughed mischievously and no longer teased her. She reached out and grabbed her arm and affectionately said, Aunt Huai, of course I'm happy that you're willing to go with me, but I don't want to be the wicked person who separates a loving couple. In my opinion, Dr. He is a good person. He has medical skills and is kind. If you like him and want to live with him, then stay in Yang. If you miss this village, you might not get another chance. When Zhao Hui heard this, she was not happy. Instead, she put on a straight face and said, Where did you hear that? Who said I'm going to live with him? Don't be angry. Listen to me. Yushu shook her arm and said seriously, I originally wanted you to go with us because I was worried about leaving you alone in Yang. Even with Sir Pei's care, it would be inconvenient for a woman like you to be alone. Now that Doctor, he has the heart to take care of you. Isn't that good? Compared to the bumpy journey with us, it's much safer for you to stay in Yang. I know you're worried about leaving us siblings alone without an adult to accompany us, but do you think I'm the kind of person who would suffer a loss? Zhao Hui was a bit dumbfounded. She thought she had hidden it well, but she didn't expect that not only did Yushu see through it, but she also made it clear to her. She didn't know how to respond. She really was worried about leaving these two children alone, but she asked herself, could she really let go of Dr. He? Everything that needed to be said had been said. Yushu looked at Zhao Hui's hesitant expression and knew what to do. She said to her, Aunt Hui, think about it carefully. Don't be so heartless as to leave with me and regret halfway through. I won't be able to send you back. With that said, she sat for a while longer, then stood up and slowly walked out. Zhao Hui sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. She didn't even know when Yushu left. The next morning, He Fangji came to report in again, just in time for breakfast. He didn't see Zhao Hui at the table, so he asked Yushu about it. Yushu saw that He Fangji didn't know anything, so she figured that Zhao Hui couldn't come up with an answer after an entire night, so she might as well add fuel to the fire. She rolled her eyes and deliberately said, She's packing up in her room. Packing up? He Fangji questioned. You're not staying here anymore? Yushu pretended to be confused. Why didn't Aunt Hui tell Mr. He that we'll be leaving Yang in a few days? What? As you expected, He Fangji was shocked. Her expression changed a few times, and she stood there for a moment. Then she turned around and ran in the direction of Zhao Hui's room. Yu Xiaoxiu asked strangely, What's wrong with Dr. He? Children shouldn't poke their noses into adult matters. Yushu kicked Kim Bao, who was grinding his teeth with a table leg by her feet. Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips. He tore off a mouthful of steamed bun and threw it under the table. Yushu originally wanted to go over and take a look, but she was afraid that she'd ruin things, so she held back. She slowly finished her breakfast and dragged Yu Xiaoxiu back to their room. She didn't know what happened between He Fangji and Zhao Hui in the morning, but when it was almost noon, Zhao Hui found Yushu's room. Zhao Hui found Yushu's room. Her nose and eyes were red. Obviously, she had been crying. As for why her mouth was red, it was not worth telling others. Xiaoyu, I have something to tell you. Yushu poked her head out to look and saw He Longzhong's half-leg was hiding at the door. She was amused, so she said to Yu Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxiu, go out and close the door. Yu Shu Xiao? Xiao had long been used to Yu Shu chasing him out for no reason. He picked up Kim Bao and left. He closed the door and stood at the door, staring at Physician He. Yushu sat up from the bed and pulled Zhao Hui's hand to let her sit down. Seeing that she was embarrassed to speak, she took the initiative to say, Aunt Hui, have you thought it through? Are you going to go with me or stay? I can't bear to part with him. Zhao Hui's face was full of shame and guilt. Yushu straightforwardly said, Leave the nose. Zhao Hui softly made an N sound. Seeing that Yushu wasn't the least bit dissatisfied and was instead happy for her, her heart warmed. She didn't have the awkwardness from before and reached out to hug her. She said, I've discussed it with Physician He. Since you haven't left yet, let's have a simple wedding in the next few days so that you can be a witness. Can you pick a good date for Aunt Hui? Isn't this too rushed? How could it be? In this world, the person closest to Aunt Hui is you. If you leave this time, I don't know when you'll come back. Zhao Hui blushed and said, How about I wait for you to come back before I marry? Cough. A loud cough suddenly sounded from outside the room. Yushu looked at the swaying silhouette outside the window and snickered. If she really agreed to Zhao Hui's words, physician, he would rush in a reason with her. Well, although Zhao Hui's marriage was delayed by 9 years, she had finally met the right person. Hee, I'll pick a good date for you, all right? I'll have someone invite Mr. Pei over right now to discuss it. When Pei Jing heard that Fangji was going to marry Zhao Hui, he didn't make a fuss at all and single-handedly took over the matter. He only asked Fangji to go back and invite a matchmaker to prepare the bridal chamber. Seeing that she couldn't get involved, Yushu accompanied Zhao Hui every day and didn't step out of the house, waiting for the marriage. Fangji acted quickly. On the second day, a matchmaker came to propose marriage. Madame Qin arrived early in the morning and represented Zhao Hui to go through the motions. Under Zhao Hui's insistence, they didn't go to the barter shop to ask for the 8 characters. Yushu made a guest appearance and arranged for the 2 of them. Yu Xiaoxiu wrote the 8 characters and gave them to the matchmaker to take back to Fangji's mother to look over. Fangji's old house was in Poxi. Coincidentally, it was 2 streets away from Pei Jing's mansion. There was a small courtyard with 2 entrances and a total of 6 rooms. Her family's financial situation could be considered well off. On the 3rd day, Fangji's mother sent someone to send a betrothal gift. Although it wasn't as grand as that of a rich family, it was small. It was clear that she had put in a lot of effort, especially the jade hairpin that Fangji had personally sent over. The hairpin was green and cool to the touch. Even Pei Jing had praised it as a good item. There was also a problem. If they sent all the carriages of dowry that Zhao Hui got from the Dou family to the He family, there would definitely be no place to put them. In the end, Pei Jing thought it through and directly gave the house that Zhao Hui lived in with a warehouse to Zhao Hui as part of her dowry. It was just the right place to put her excessive dowry. On the 5th day, Madame Qin sent the wedding dress. On the 6th day was the wedding day. On the night before Zhao Hui's wedding, she called Yushu to her room after dinner. She closed the door and took out a few things from under her pillow. Xiaoyu, here is a total of 1,000 taels of banknotes. I asked Mr. Pei to exchange it for you. I specially sewed this inner pocket for you. Fold the banknotes properly and put them inside. When you go out, tie it around your waist. Don't leave it carelessly. When you arrive in the capital, familiarize yourself with the place and buy a house to settle down. These 2 bags of broken silver, you can also store them well and use them to spend on the road. Keep these 2 bags of broken silver and use them on the road. I've asked around. You'll be living and eating with the caravan, so you won't need much money. If there's anything you want to buy, don't be stingy. Even if you lose your money, don't panic. Mr. Pei has spoken to the leader of the caravan and prepared a small box of copper coins for you. Ask them for them if you need them. Yushu watched as Zhao Hui stuffed several banknotes into a slender inner pocket and handed it to her. She then took out 2 heavy leather pouches and placed them in Zhao Hui's hands. After listening to Zhao Hui's instructions, Yushu sat down beside Zhao Hui and handed the inner pocket to her. She said, I will accept these 2 pouches of money, but I cannot take the 1,000 taels. Zhao Hui scolded her. Why can't you take it? I am soft-hearted. Yushu honestly said. She was indeed soft-hearted. Zhao Hui had asked for the Dou family's property, but those things were now in the storeroom and could not be used as money. If she guessed correctly, this 1,000 taels should be the cash that Zhao Hui had in her storeroom. How could she take it? Moreover, Zhao Hui was going to get married tomorrow. Fangji must know about this money later. It may cause a rift between them as husband and wife. Zhao Hui laughed. You spent 500 taels on me without batting an eyelid. Why didn't you be soft-hearted? If I am giving it to you, just accept it. I have spoken to the doctor. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of carrying so many things on the road and attracting attention, we would have asked you to take away all the things in the courtyard. Yushu rubbed her head. She remembered that she had spent 500 taels on Zhao Hui's treatment. Seeing that Zhao Hui was adamant that she must accept it, she thought for a moment and accepted it happily on the surface. That's right. Zhao Hui laughed and patted her hand. I have something for you too. Yu Shu rummaged around in her sleeves and took out a red thread. There were 3 jade beads the size of flowers strung on it. It was the feng shui basin that she had made at Zhao Hui's house. Yesterday, she had asked Pei Jing to send someone to retrieve it from the alley. It was not a great thing, but it was the first time she made it. It was a thought and a blessing. She took Zhao Hui's left hand and rolled up her sleeve. She tied the jade beads on her wrist. She carefully tied the knot and whispered, Aunt Hui, do you remember what I said before? You suffered in your early years and had good fortune in your middle years. You can live to the age of 89 and enjoy your old age. I will tie this bead to ensure your safety and health. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.